The Axis powers had no realistic chance of winning the Second World War, I want to make this very clear. Yet, what if we take this unrealistic scenario and turn it into a series called Project Victory of Evil? How can the Axis win the Second World War? What would borders look like? What would change in the new states? And would the Axis keep their gains? Or would the Allies eventually come back and punish them? Let me show you what I came up with in this new series. First up, let me tell you how this series would go. You can skip this part and go straight to the meat of the video. I'm looking to create a scenario regarding a total Axis victory. This means Germany landing in the USA together with Japan, inspired from the man in the high castle. Of course, this is even more unrealistic, as if the Axis winning wasn't hard enough, they would have to achieve total victory, fully conquering all of their enemies. The reason why I'm looking to create this horrible universe is because I believe that if the Axis had won the Second World War in an ordinary way, the UK, their Commonwealth and the United States of America, even half of the Soviet Union would be still intact, and I think that they would eventually defeat Germany. There is no way for the Axis to win in a prolonged war, and in a regular Axis victory scenario, as the before mentioned enemies are mostly still intact, barring the Soviet Union, unless there is an absolute Axis victory, a limited Axis victory would only serve as a temporary pause to the Second World War, later resuming in the Axis being defeated, getting similar borders and politics in the region. By creating a total Axis victory series, we can explore what the world would truly look like under the sinister Axis plans for victory. While an Axis-allied Cold War may be interesting, I would explore this possibility another time, and by achieving a total Axis victory, I would make some more interesting choices as to spice up the series up. I hope that you would enjoy. Just know that this is going to be one of the most unrealistic videos I have ever made, and I once made a video about Monaco annexing all of France and Liechtenstein annexing all of Germany, so yeah, do not take this very seriously. I wouldn't repeat that anymore, so here is your disclaimer. Now the Axis winning the Second World War is about as plausible as a toddler playing Hearts of Iron 4 for the first time in traditional Chinese, and succeeding in doing a world conquest as Luxembourg. There is a small chance if the stars align correctly, but overall it's something that is quite impossible. We obviously need to change history a lot, but I would explore the changes I will make as the scenario goes on. For now, Germany invades Poland on the 1st of September 1939, and the Allies would declare war on Germany a few days later. I wouldn't change anything about the Polish invasion, as it already went almost ideally for Germany. They had gambled and put most of their army into Poland, so had France attacked, they could have overrun Germany in the west. It was a big gamble for the Germans and it ended up working out, so I see no reason to change it. Germany and the Soviet Union would still partition Poland like in our own history. Technically, we can slightly alter the borders as to benefit Germany more, which would require changing the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, in which Germany would give to the Soviets northern Bukovina and Lithuania in exchange for more Polish lands. Historically, northern Bukovina and Lithuania were originally agreed to by the two sides that they would be in the Axis sphere of influence, but the Soviets took them anyways as Germany was preparing for the Battle of Britain and consolidating their gains in France and Poland. Stalin knew that he could get away with it, so he did. In this alternate history, the first change I would like to make is that Germany gives up on their claims in northern Bukovina and Lithuania and actually gains more of Poland, which would be the district of Bialystok, a territory that Germany historically annexed 2 years later, and now they would have right away. Germany actually had always desired Bialystok. It started with Prussia getting it after the Third Polish Partition, and the German Empire later planned to annex it after the First World War, but as you already know, they lost, so they never did. Bialystok is important for Germany, as it crosses the Neumann River, so it could be used as a bridgehead as to strike further east, something that the ultranationalist Germans thought was inevitable. Another way Germany can gain Bialystok is that they alter the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact and force the Soviets to accept it going to Germany instead. This is because the Wehrmacht troops occupied Bialystok, Brest-Litovsk and even Lviv temporarily, areas meant for the Soviets. This happened because the German armies moved much faster than anticipated, so Germany has some leverage over the Soviets. Of course, Germany would still have to honor the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact and give the Soviets their land, in return of them staying neutral, but Germany forcing the annexation of Bialystok is not too impossible. This would happen in this alternate history, either with a slightly different Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, or with Germany keeping it anyways due to them capturing it first, and also giving up their claims on Lithuania as to appease the Soviets. Either way works and I would allow it for this scenario. The Bialystok area had 1.3 million people and was one of the most industrialized cities in eastern Poland, with the textile industry and agriculture being of great value to the German Reich, and the before mentioned military significance due to it being a great launching point into the Soviet Union. So this small change would make Germany a little stronger than historically, having more people to exploit and industry to nationalize. I would get them to invading the Soviet Union a bit later. Now, after Germany conquered Poland in a slightly alternate way, a period known as the Phony War took place, which is also called the Sitzkrieg. For 8 months between the German conquest of Poland and their invasion of France, basically nothing interesting happened. There was the Saar offensive, but the French retreated after encountering almost no resistance. The air raids were also limited, as Chamberlain preferred to drop leaflets over Germany, which provided the continent with toilet paper for the duration of the war. And there were also minor naval skirmishes, but overall for 8 months nothing interesting happened, and both sides stood on the front lines. Now, while this was going on, China and Japan were also fighting a brutal war in the east, while Finland was fighting the Soviet Union. Germany was engaging in the Battle of the Atlantic, with the U-boats sinking British and military merchant ships. But I'd argue that the Phony War gave little advantage for Germany, and remember, we need them to win as to complete the narrative of the series. Operation Weserübung also took place during the Phony War, but I would explore this a bit later. For now, I would suggest that the Phony War mentality is dropped in Germany, which I think could increase their odds of total Axis victory down the line, but implementing this change would be very challenging. The best way Germany could attack France right away is if the Austrian painter gave such orders. The reason why he didn't is because his generals, mainly Walter von Brauchitsch and Franz Halder, feared the French army was too strong. The Austrian painter frequently gave out direct orders that his army had to obey, and this could be one such order. There is a problem, however. Let me explain. From my research, most of the time when the Austrian painter gave direct military orders, it resulted in a disaster. The halt at Dunkirk is one example, where Guderian and Trunset wanted to crush the Allies, but the Austrian painter approved of a halt for 2 to 3 days, initiated by General Günther von Kluge, allowing 338,000 Allied soldiers to escape. In the Operation Barbarossa planning, the Austrian painter changed his plans as to prioritize Ukraine for economic gains, which later resulted in the German army to be held at the gates of Moscow and then to be pushed out. The Austrian painter also gave out no retreat orders on the Eastern Front. Generals like Guderian, Manstein and Paulus asked to retreat to more favorable positions, but the Austrian painter ordered them not to retreat under any circumstances, resulting in massive German losses in the winter of 1941. In the Battle of Stalingrad, which is perhaps one of the most famous examples, General Paulus wanted to break out of the Soviet encirclement, but the Austrian painter directly ordered that the 6th Army hold Stalingrad no matter what, resulting in the surrender of nearly 300,000 German soldiers. The final blunder I want to mention is that the Austrian painter himself decided to declare war on the United States of America, while his advisors and generals warned against it. You already know what happened when the US landed in Europe. What I'm saying is that when the Austrian painter took direct charge of the army, it was suboptimal to say the least. This is why if we have him take charge in October 1939 and order a direct attack on the French, this may be successful like in our own history. But the problem is that the Austrian painter is likely going to think of himself like a military genius, so he would repeat all the same mistakes I just mentioned. I would like to prevent all of them as to achieve the narrative of the series, so I would take a different approach as to make sure that Germany attacks France in October of 1939 instead of May 1940. So how could this happen? Now I would be honest, I have no clear idea. The problem is that if this offensive happened in October of 1939, it could be a total disaster, mostly due to the weather. At the time it was raining a lot, so the fields had turned into mud and aircraft were often grounded. Since Blitzkrieg relied on coordinating tanks and aircraft, the weather in late 1939 simply didn't allow for it to happen. For the same reason, the Germans couldn't initiate Operation Weserübung, so both sides had to sit idle. Here is one way I think that this offensive could have happened and not been a total disaster. Historically, Germany was able to defeat Poland in about 5 weeks, but had their invasion started a few weeks sooner, or if it was a week or two shorter, the German elite divisions could have been redeployed to France. The French were very slow to mobilize, and their forces were barely ready by October 1939, which was a useful fact that could aid in the creation of the Perfect Axis series. Perhaps the Wehrmacht would enter France as to try out their defenses, and seeing how truly underprepared the French army was, this could have convinced Halder and Brauchitsch to attack France, as their only concern was overestimating the French forces, which would prove to be very false. Another way this could be achieved is with more and better German spies in France, which would realize that there is no need to wait, due to the French army not being ready to fight. In any case, this wouldn't be the Blitzkrieg like we know from our own history, as the weather simply wouldn't allow for it to happen. yet the infantry can make solid gains and even consolidate the Benelux, with blitzkrieg tactics being used only when the weather rarely allowed it to happen in October of 1939. France would still fall, perhaps around New Year's, so it would take 8 weeks on average to conquer all of France. I would admit that I made this number up for the sake of the scenario. I am no military genius, so I wouldn't know if what I suggested would actually work, and even if it did, I cannot predict how long it would take to conquer all of France. Remember not to take this very seriously, and the fact that if I were to be very realistic, then we would get the same ending, which is far from an Axis victory scenario. I would have to make unrealistic decisions as to achieve an unrealistic outcome, which is a total Axis victory series. Now, due to the nature of the scenario, we may be completely butterfly the siege of Dunkirk, as this alternate invasion of France would start 7 months sooner than historically and happen in an alternate way, so it's foolish to assume that the Allies would still get trapped in Dunkirk. In any case, if the Germans have such an opportunity, they should take it. What I'm suggesting is to take Dunkirk and the Allied soldiers as prisoners of war, instead of waiting, if this or similar opportunities are ever presented. Now, regarding the plausibility of this, there is a theory that the Austrian painter led the British at Dunkirk to escape as a sign of goodwill, knowing that Britain can replenish their losses eventually. The Austrian painter basically did this as a gesture, as he was expecting for Britain to sign a generous peace treaty, in which they wouldn't lose almost anything. So the Germans defeating the British in such a way would be difficult to justify, as the Austrian painter wrote in his book that the British were a natural ally of Germany, and said that the British were part of the Germanic peoples, due to the Anglo-Saxons. The Austrian painter also didn't want to fight in a war on 2 fronts, and had larger territorial ambitions to the east, and there is also a theory that since the British soldiers spared the life of the Austrian painter in the Great War, he didn't want to exterminate the British. This may be slightly out of character for the Austrian painter, but he wouldn't intervene in the army command for now, so his generals would make the decision to eliminate the British in a situation similar to Dunkirk, if one is ever presented. As a result, most of the British expeditionary force would be lost in such a disaster, and these soldiers not returning I think would be a very big deal. This would mean that about 50% of the British army is directly lost, and I think that the British would have trouble recruiting civilians into the army, as the morale for obvious reasons wouldn't be at its highest. This would have several consequences down the line in the North African front, where I would predict fewer British soldiers would be present, perhaps giving the Italians an advantage. Here is where the scenario truly becomes more interesting. Germany would control all of France in December 1939 or January 1940, the specifics wouldn't matter too much. This would be before Churchill would become the British Prime Minister, and I think that this would have several changes for a couple of months. This means that the Franco-British Union wouldn't ever be proposed, which Churchill initiated for us to keep France in the war, and most importantly prevent the massive French navy from going into the hands of Germany. Historically, as Vichy France was established, the French fleet, which was one of the strongest navies in the world at the time, was stationed in Mersey-au-Kébir. Churchill knew that if Germany got a French fleet, then they could land in the home isles and deeply threaten Britain. Vichy France did promise not to hand over the fleet to Germany, but when the stakes were so high, Churchill couldn't really let fate decide the outcome of the war, so he sent an ultimatum to the French admiral Marcel Bruno-Guenceau, who delayed negotiations, hoping for a peaceful solution. But the British, fearing the worst, opened fire and destroyed and damaged several warships. This time I believe that all would change, as Chamberlain hadn't yet resigned in January of 1940, which is when in this alternate history Germany would conquer all of France, which would have dire consequences for the Allies. Historically, Chamberlain was unpopular due to his appeasement strategy not working, and it all came crashing down for him when the Germans took out Norway, and the British couldn't really respond in time. It is only after this disaster when Parliament turned against Chamberlain, with a vote of confidence being held, which Chamberlain actually won, but was abandoned by almost 40 Conservative MPs. Chamberlain knew that he couldn't win the war without the full unconditional support of the Parliament, which is something he couldn't secure, and as such he opted to resign. Lord Halifax was the preferred choice of Chamberlain, while Winston Churchill was popular among the public and had been warning about Germany for years. It would be ideal for this scenario if Lord Halifax became the next British Prime Minister, which down the line would result in the Vichy regime to keep the bulk of their navy, which would later find itself in the hands of Germany. Regarding how this could happen, as I said, Lord Halifax was the preferred choice of Chamberlain, and Churchill had the problem of many conservative politicians not trusting him fully, remembering his earlier mistakes, especially the failed Gallipoli campaign. I'd heavily summarize it as Lord Halifax being seen as more cautious, while Churchill was seen as more reckless. The problem is that Lord Halifax actually didn't want to succeed Chamberlain, as he himself admitted that Churchill was a better candidate. Further, Lord Halifax was a member of the House of Lords, not the House of Commons, so he couldn't face his MPs directly. So, for Lord Halifax to become the next British Prime Minister, all that needs to happen is for Chamberlain to endorse Halifax stronger, with Churchill being discredited. This could happen, as I assume that in January of 1940, under these different circumstances, Churchill would propose some outlandish military plan, such as the bombing of the French fleet. I believe that the Conservatives would have a hard time accepting this, as the idea of bombing their former ally would be very controversial, although it was definitely the right call to make with the power of hindsight. The final thing I would have to boost the odds of Lord Halifax succeeding Chamberlain is to point out the situation as of now. Germany has started a war, and 4 months later Poland and France were fully conquered, with Britain being alone. As I mentioned earlier, if there is ever an opportunity similar to Dunkirk, that the Germans take it and punish the British Expeditionary Force, so the situation back in the Isles would seem even more hopeless, as they had lost the bulk of their army and their allies in a matter of 4 months. At this point, the British Parliament may decide it's better to have a negotiator like Lord Halifax, who would be willing to hear the terms of peace via Mussolini's offered mediation, rather than a fighter in the face of Churchill. As I said earlier, Churchill had the problem of many conservative politicians not trusting him fully, in his previous failed Gallipoli campaign in the First World War, as Churchill would propose the plans of bombing the Vichy French Navy. The British Parliament in these uncertain times would fear that this would only make Vichy France join the Axis, worsening the position of Britain. I don't think that the Conservatives would love this gamble, so they may prefer to rally behind Lord Halifax, who wouldn't make new enemies and could get Britain out of the war, hearing the terms for surrender. In 1940, a huge portion of the Parliament and general population wanted peace, so Churchill thought that becoming the next Prime Minister would be minimal in this alternate history. As a consequence of that, the British would never bomb the Vichy French Navy, which would have massive consequences down the line. Now, let me do a quick recap as we're close to the middle of the video, and I want to summarize what has happened so far. Germany has potentially started the Second World War a week or two earlier, or had capitulated Poland slightly faster, gaining the Bialystok province in the process, which would bolster the German economy and be used as a launching pad against the Soviet Union down the line. Then the phony war wouldn't happen, as Germany would immediately redeploy their troops to fight the disorganized French army, which would be more successful, although due to bad weather, Blitzkrieg most likely isn't happening, so the invasion of France takes twice as long for the sake of argument. If there is a Dunkirk situation, the Germans take it and imprison the British Expeditionary Force captured, making the situation in the home Isles even more desperate, and them having trouble enlisting civilians into the army, which would weaken other fronts in the future, like the North African front. As France capitulates, Chamberlain would resign for similar reasons as historically when Norway fell to the Germans. This time the British Parliament would prefer Lord Halifax to succeed him due to an endorsement from Chamberlain and the Conservatives not trusting Churchill and his plans on bombing the Vichy French Navy. I would assume that the mood in the British Parliament would be one of negotiating peace at this point, rather than continuing the fight as Churchill wanted. All of this would happen in about of January 1940, so Germany has achieved the same borders in addition to Bialystok 6 months sooner than historically, and further they would eventually get to keep the Vichy French Navy. Now, how much of this is actually realistic? Well, I would be honest, each thing that I mentioned is slightly unrealistic by itself, but for a total Axis victory scenario to exist, I need to bundle so many of these slightly unrealistic changes that the ending as a whole becomes quite unrealistic the more I keep adding. I'm adding fiction on top of fiction. I do think that the scenario is somewhat plausible at this point, as the scenario is just beginning and history isn't fully butterflied away, but do remember the analogy of the kid playing Hearts of Iron 4 for the first time in traditional Chinese and doing a world conquest as Luxembourg. It could happen, but most likely won't. This is the final warning in the series as to say to not take it seriously by any means. This is all just for entertainment. Now Lord Halifax would take charge of the British Parliament, so what happens after that? I would be honest, at first I didn't plan for the British to surrender. I had planned for a glorious Axis campaign in North Africa, taking Egypt and the Middle East. Yet, researching this issue further, I think it would be the most beneficial for our narrative that the British drop out of the war in January of 1940, allowing the Germans to invade the Soviet Union without worrying about any other fronts. Britain and Germany are likely going to be at war once again, likely after the fall of the Soviet Union, but I would explore this scenario later. So now, what would the peace treaty on Britain look like? Most likely it's similar to a white peace, with war reparations and British non-intervention being secured. Britain wouldn't give up on Malta, Gibraltar or the Suez Canal, as they were crucial for the British Empire to function, and keeping the British Empire was the main thing that the Parliament wanted. Germany perhaps wants some more colonies in Africa, so I would have them take Tanganyika from the British, while also taking Belgian Congo and French Cameroon and Congo. Germany can take more of British Nigeria, which parts used to be part of the German Cameroon. Italy could be compensated with parts of Egypt, British Somaliland and British Djibouti, but that's about it. Italy didn't join the war just yet, so they wouldn't be entitled to as much gains. Them gaining Tunisia is also not out of the question. So, with the war technically over, does this mean an end for the French occupation? Well, I don't think so. Germany wouldn't return most of the French lands in Europe right away, as Vichy France had already signed unconditional surrender. The Germans can promise to give it back in the future, but not right away, as Germany would fear that France would restart their war at a later point, which Germany absolutely would want to prevent. In any case, Italy would get a bit of land, including Nice and some bordering territories. Spain and Turkey may be looking to align themselves more with the Axis, seeing their successes, but I would explore this as the scenario goes on. For the French, this likely means that there is no Free France and Charles de Gaulle, as the British would drop out of the war, so Free France would lack any crucial support. After all, the USA recognized the government of Pétain as legitimate. Charles de Gaulle of course would still exist and would cause trouble, but it would be much more contained, without British support. For now, Britain has surrendered and lost a few African colonies and promised that they wouldn't intervene on the continent. Of course, this is not too realistic, as the British foreign policy for centuries was one of preventing one country from dominating Europe, which they would basically allow by signing this peace treaty. The only reason this can happen is if the British know that they would re-enter the war at a later point, which I think is almost guaranteed. The British Commonwealth was stronger and had more resources than the Germans, but the British were caught off guard. As such, the British Parliament would prefer a negotiated peace and to try again in another war. So what are the real changes from this move? Well, the British and US nuclear research likely isn't merged, so the USA would actually have the atomic bomb in 1946 or even 1947. This is one possibility. The other is that the British give the USA their intel on the atomic bomb regardless, hoping that the USA would save them eventually with this intel, and if this is the case, the USA likely develops their nuclear weapons around the same time as in our own history. The thing is that most of their uranium resources came from Belgian Congo, and since there is peace with Britain, the Germans could consolidate control and prevent uranium from going to the hands of the enemy. As such, most of the uranium mines would be in the hands of the Axis, and while some could fall through the Americans, it would be much less than historically, so overall I would stick with my original theory that the United States of America would have the atomic bomb in late 1946 or even early 1947, due to significantly less uranium from Belgian Congo and perhaps less British intel. Now I would quickly go over the things that would immediately change before Germany invades the Soviet Union. Germany in this alternate history would have no real reason to invade Norway, as they only did this as to secure the iron supplies from Sweden. This time Britain wouldn't threaten Sweden, and the Swedes, seeing the German victories, are likely more economically and politically reliant on the Axis either way. Still, Germany could take out Denmark via an ultimatum or a brief war that would take 5 hours instead of 6. Jokes aside, Denmark is actually very useful, not in the European continent, but their possessions in the Faroe Islands, Iceland and Greenland. The latter two would be especially important, and very useful for Germany, as to strangle the British with U-boats and even land in the United States of America. In our own history, the British seized Iceland and the Faroe Islands, as they were at war with Germany, but not this time, so the Danish puppet government would keep them instead, and this would have several implications later. Now I would go over the things that wouldn't change. Hungary and Italy would join the Axis. Romania loses Bessarabia and northern Bukovina, so they also join the Axis. The Baltics are annexed into the Soviet Union after the Winter War. The Axis would consolidate the Balkans, as Italy would still fail their invasion of Greece, requiring German support, so Yugoslavia and Greece would be partitioned, and Bulgaria would also join the Axis. All for the sake of argument would happen in 6 months, so Germany could consolidate the continent by July 1940, a year sooner than historically. Also, as to mention the Japanese, nothing would change in their war against China just yet. I'm quite unsure what would happen with French Indochina, as Japan can technically seize it, or Germany can grant it to Japan under these different circumstances, so the US embargoing Japan is less likely, but I think it's still inevitable. For now, I would simply allow for the Japanese to lease parts of French Indochina, which would further aid in their invasion of China, but that's about it. I would go back to the Asian front later, but first I need for the Austrian painter to start Operation Barbarossa a year sooner than in our own history. Now the Soviets would see the beast with Britain and mobilize like crazy, so perhaps they're caught way less off guard, while Germany is also stronger. Basically both sides would be more ready to fight, equaling out the playing field. But perhaps this is not the case, as historically the Soviets received many tip-offs from the Allied spies that Germany would invade them, which Stalin likely also knew, yet we got our own timeline's Barbarossa. So if Britain surrendered, the Soviet Union would know that they are next, like they did in our own history. So maybe it goes worse for the Soviet Union, as they also wouldn't prepare like historically. Both arguments are still valid. The thing is that Germany would strike about a year sooner, and the Soviets are still completing their Great Purge, so they are surely in a worse position, while Germany doesn't have to garrison as much of France and commit to North Africa. So I'd argue that the Germans have a big advantage in this unreasonable world. Now the invasion would go on like historically, as I think it already went almost perfectly for the Germans in the first few months of their invasion, but I would make one small change. The Austrian painter doesn't order the tanks to move away from Army Group Center, as he wanted to capture more of Ukraine for economic gains, but rather they are allowed to row into Moscow, which was the original plan. The thing is that the Austrian painter originally wanted Ukraine, moved tanks there, then decided against it and did his original plan to capture Moscow, so this confusion likely costed the Germans getting the city. Under these different new circumstances, I think that Leningrad or Moscow could fall rather sooner. Of course, more German army being present doesn't mean a guaranteed victory, as supply was the reason why Germany had failed in Operation Barbarossa. More German troops in the region would create for a more dire logistics situation, and the Germans notoriously lacked a lot of trucks. For this reason I would have Germany to build up slightly more trucks than historically, as to compensate for the more Wehrmacht soldiers being present. The thing is that in 1940 the Soviet Union still hadn't peaked in their production of tanks and aircraft, so the Germans would have a greater advantage. Further, let me bring up the topic of Lend-Lease. I would be honest, I don't think that it would matter for this scenario. Sure, the USA may be less willing to send equipment to the Soviets, as they mostly did this because of Britain was in the war, and they wanted to help out the British, which now isn't the case. Further, the Soviet Union was initially disliked in the United States of America. Yet, even if there is somehow a Lend-Lease, it wouldn't matter, as most of it came in 1944 and 1945, with almost nothing being sent by the Americans in 1941 and 1942. Germany is now in a way favorable position, as I don't want to spoil how the war would go, but basically I would have Germany to neutralize the Soviets before any real Lend-Lease can be sent. So how does this materialize? Well, the Germans did have the Bialystok province, which would be useful to launch an invasion of the Baltics, which were very poorly defended by the Soviets in 1940, so the Germans could theoretically reach Leningrad within a month, with them eventually taking the city due to the Soviets not being able to respond in time. The capture of Leningrad is quite significant, as now the Germans would have about 1 million more troops freed up, which could go to Moscow next. Historically the Germans were at the gates of Moscow, but now they would also be at the gates, but arrive 1 year sooner and having 1 million more soldiers, in addition to many more tanks. Stalin likely doesn't evacuate the city, believing that the Red Army would be more motivated to defend it. To summarize, it would go terribly, and Moscow is also lost. While this wouldn't mean a Soviet surrender, the city was a crucial railway hub, supplying other fronts, so as a result, most of the northern front would go in the hands of Germany basically for free. The Red Army would like to retreat to places where they have more supplies and can defend better, but Stalin would order that no step back is taken, so expect even more Soviet encirclements, especially in the north. Germany is truly doing great. This is what Spain, Portugal, Turkey, Sweden and Iraq would think. The Iberian nations may join the Axis, at least as economic partners, as I don't see them sending anything of value to the Eastern Front. Spain did send 1 division historically, so I would make it 2 in this alternate history. Sweden also wouldn't join any wars, but be economically reliant on the Axis, so they may join for protection, yet they wouldn't join any wars as I mentioned. Iraq would have the Golden Square coup, which happened in April of 1941, as pro-German ultranationalists overthrew the British-led government. Iraq would supply Germany with some oil, and Germany would protect them from the British, so I don't think that the British could reassert control over the country. The nation that truly matters is Turkey. Germany would give them parts of Thrace that they had already occupied, for the sole reason of getting Turkey on their side. Turkey accepting to join the Axis wouldn't be too realistic, but I find one detail quite fascinating. There was an idea in Turkey to unite all the Turkic people, which is basically Azerbaijan and Central Asia, including lands in between as to connect all of them. Historically, the Austrian painter said that he would be willing to give all of these lands to Turkey, and the only reason why he didn't do that is because he wanted Turkey to first join the Axis and commit to the war. So, had Turkey joined the Axis, they would pretty much get off the Caucasus immediately, which offer would be very tempting to resist. For now, I would allow it, and explain later what would change there and how this could happen. What you need to know right now is that there is a second front against the Soviet Union in late 1940. A major change that would occur is that the Azerbaijani likely never mobilized 20% of their population as to fight Germany, so this means a weaker Soviet Union in the Caucasus, allowing for the Axis to capture the region. Of course, the oil there would go to Germany, not Turkey, but the problem is that the Soviet Union would for sure destroy the oil fields beyond repair for the duration of the war, so Germany would rely on Iraq and Romania for the bulk of their oil. We are building fiction on top of fiction, so at this point you can consider this scenario too unrealistic to be plausible. If this wasn't obvious enough, this gives me more freedom to finish it off in a quicker fashion and not explain every minor thing. Germany would win at Stalingrad, and the Soviets would have lost about 70% of their population and industry by this point, and with limited or no Lend-Lease, they are going to fall. Now the Germans wanted to get to the Urals, but the German general suggested getting the AA line first, which is a line from Astrakhan to Arkhangelsk. The German generals warned that going beyond this would be suboptimal, as there Russia was too underdeveloped and there were almost no roads, not to speak of railroads. So the Wehrmacht would have to march hundreds of miles into the Soviet forest just to capture a few cities. These German soldiers could be easily ambushed and be difficult to supply, so I think that Germany likely stops at the AA line. The Soviet Union likely doesn't sign a peace treaty, but is instead going to collapse into several warlord states, most of which I would explore in the peace treaty later. For now, all you need to know is that Germany has defeated the Soviet Union by late 1941, about a year and a half after entering the country. Seeing this German success, the Japanese could take advantage of this and strike Siberia, getting more land and resources, so temporarily they wouldn't strike Pearl Harbor, delaying it as to consolidate more of Siberia. The Japanese army originally wanted to invade the Soviets, with the navy wanting to strike south, and for this scenario to succeed we need the army to have more political representation. This doesn't change the war in China, but this means that the Japanese could take more of Siberia. Mongolia could be either invaded or forced to join the Japanese faction. In any case, I think that Japan would get it somehow, aiding slightly in their war against the Chinese. Now I was very vague on purpose regarding Asia, as now this would be quite confusing. I tried to keep Japan out of illegally taking out French into China, as instead they leased parts of it for the duration of their war with China, resulting in a no US embargo perhaps. This would be tough to say. Further, if Japan is embargoed by the USA earlier, I never mentioned this, but the Germans actually still have some leverage over the Dutch East Indies, which had some oil and other important resources that could aid the Japanese, delaying their strike on the UK and United States of America. The Dutch East Indies historically didn't surrender, but were encouraged by the British and Americans to continue resisting. This time I believe this could change, as Britain would be defeated and be forced to agree on a policy of non-intervention, and if they were to break the treaty, they would have to face off the Axis, which just defeated the Soviet Union, so Britain is likely not going to support the Dutch East Indies, letting them be in the Axis sphere of influence. Of course, there would be many rebellions in the region, but it wouldn't be so straightforward. Yet, even if Japan is embargoed, they can use the oil from the country and resources temporarily, while attacking the Soviets in Siberia. Still, the Japanese ambitions included the British and American possessions in Asia, while the Italian ambitions included British colonies in North Africa and the Middle East. Now Germany would be at a crossroad. Either they continue working with the Axis against Britain, or they choose to ally with Britain against the former Axis. Of course, this decision sounds like a no-brainer, but as I mentioned earlier at Dunkirk, the Austrian painter didn't really want to fight the British. He considered them Germanic peoples and a natural ally of the German Reich. So it is not guaranteed that Germany would ever re-attack Britain, but the British would for sure attack the Germans. Everything I'm saying is more simplified than it should be, but I'm trying to fit as much information here as possible. Regardless, I think that the USA and Japan would inevitably clash in the Pacific, and it's in Japan's best interest to initiate Pearl Harbor and partially destroy the American Navy. The Austrian painter would also declare war on America, and Britain would also join the conflict. It would now be World War II.5, or a more creative name to call it, the Continuation War. This is what the world would look like as of now, and the Axis colonies in Africa are for sure very vulnerable, but the Allies are too overstretched. I bet that Germany would in 1933 start their Plan Z, building a larger navy that could challenge the British one. In addition, Vichy France still has their navy intact, which Germany could leverage, and the Allies and the Axis would be even in terms of navy for now. Portugal would also join the Axis, and it has the Azure Islands, so the Germans could use them as bases for their U-boats and harass the Atlantic. The Azures were almost as close to the US East Coast as Hawaii is to the US West Coast, so this is a big deal. Let us say that this war starts in December 1941, when Japan would strike Pearl Harbor. The difference between this timeline and in our own is that the Soviet Union is now dealt with, and they are out of the picture. Sure, they would harass the German positions, but the Wehrmacht has millions more soldiers ready to fight in North Africa and the Middle East. At this point, Romeo is stronger as he would have more resources, so the Desert Fox could pull a miracle in Egypt, getting close to overrunning the British positions, while Turkey and Iraq would also aid in the capture of Palestine and Jordan. One thing I want to mention is that the British had cracked the Enigma codes long ago. Carrot units knew about it but had no real way to prove it. It would certainly be beneficial for Germany if they had updated their decryption sometime after the fall of the Soviet Union, so the British would have even less of an advantage. Now, as German tanks would roll around Africa and the Middle East, with the Japanese quickly taking the Philippines, Malaya and attacking India, Britain would be strangled as their convoys would be sunk by an advanced Axis U-boat. The only place the Allies have an advantage is in Central Africa, but still it would be a slow defeat for the Axis there. Britain is so much more vulnerable in this position, let us look at this differently. Zooming out, this is what the war would look like, but remember that the Axis have the Azores, Greenland, Iceland and the Faroe Islands. With some mega project and stronger U-boats, Britain is essentially cut off from America. The Axis also have a solid navy, but it would get even better for them. A portion of the British Navy will be sent in the Mediterranean when this continuation war starts. With Spain and Portugal in the Axis by late 1941, I think that them taking Gibraltar isn't too insane to consider, and I already mentioned how the Axis could have performed greatly in North Africa and the Middle East, likely at least threatening the Suez Canal if not capturing it entirely. Yes, the British Navy would be basically trapped in the Mediterranean Sea, with Cyprus and Malta being their only bases, which the Axis would focus on capturing. As such, with Britain surrounded and them losing a portion of their navy, with another portion being sent to Asia as to contain Japan, the home isles would be vulnerable to landings from the Axis, which at this point I would say would have the naval advantage as well. Germany would have way more experience and have the most modern army, while the Allies would lack any real experience. German veterans from conquering Poland, France, the Balkans and the Soviet Union would be facing off against the Allies, so I think at this point Germany would have an advantage. With the Royal Navy being weaker, Japan would have an advantage in the Pacific as well, with them also not needing to conquer all of the Dutch East Indies, which are already in the hands of the Axis, but rather consolidate control over them, something that likely never happens fully. Japan still struggles on land against China, but would push off India out of Burma and into Bangladesh. Iran would be an interesting case, as the Austrian painter would rally the Muslims behind his cause, promising to liberate Iran from the British dominance, much like how Iraq did with the Golden Square coup in this alternate history. Still, Britain and Germany would fight a proxy war in Iran, and due to the mountains, I would say that this front line would stalemate and nothing interesting would happen. Pakistan on the other hand would try to rebel and fight India, seizing the chance to gain their independence, and I would say that they would have some moderate success. At this point the Allies cannot really secure a total victory and capture Berlin. They could try to take out Japan and win the war in the Pacific, but also the African and Middle East fronts, but landing in Europe at this point would be seen like a far-fetched idea. I don't want to drag out this first episode for too long, so I would speed up what would happen next. I mentioned the Royal Navy is partially trapped in the Mediterranean Sea and is partially in Asia as to fight Japan. Germany and Italy could combine their navies, and due to Britain being choked out via U-boat raids on their convoys, I think that the Axis could eventually land in Britain. The British major cities are to be evacuated immediately, but the message this would send to the entire world is clear: it is only a matter of time before the Axis win the war. Operation Sea Lion happening is quite unrealistic, yet we are looking at a total Axis victory series, and I have already made up so many unrealistic changes, so by now the world is completely altered. Under these different new circumstances, I cannot see how the British could defend themselves, as they would be too far stretched, and even their land army is fighting two fronts in Africa, the Middle East and in India, so there isn't a lot guarding the home isles. The civilian population would rush to enlist in the army and defend their homeland, but they would be facing off the veterans of the German army, so these efforts would delay the inevitable, the fall of London and later the fall of Great Britain, with Ireland potentially also joining the Axis as to get Northern Ireland. The fall of Britain would be as demoralizing to the USA and the Commonwealth as the fall of France was to the British in 1940. By now, looking at the world map, you can see that the Americans would need to carry out this war heavily, and if we made some real changes to the USA prior to this, trying to make them weaker or the Great Depression even more severe, perhaps with Hoover getting a second term, then it would be a slow inevitable death for the Allies. Japan would capture Hawaii, and the Germans would sail from the Azores next to the American East Coast, where they would harass the American Navy, which would also be split up and active around the world, so the Axis need to win one decisive battle as to secure naval dominance for the duration of the war. Of course, America is quite strong, and they are producing a lot of war equipment, but the point is by now it would be a little too late. The Axis are planning to land in America, who wouldn't surrender? Since the scenario is already too insane and I assume that many would be turned off by the idea of the man in the high castle happening, for the rest of this series I wouldn't cover America all that much, so if you're not a fan of this ending, you can interpret this scenario as you wish. The point stands that the Axis would win a decisive naval battle and naval invasions would be launched to North America via Hawaii for the Japanese and via the Azores and Greenland for the Germans. Realistically, America could hold off these invasions, but lose on all the other fronts. This time I want to have a total Axis victory scenario, so I wouldn't allow the Americans to hold off. The landings would be secured and America would eventually fall. The Second World War would start in August of 1939 and end in October 1946. The Axis have secured a complete victory, and the Americans were so close to completing their Manhattan Project. So let me tell you how this disgusting dark universe would look like, as there would be many peace treaties and new borders. First up, let me apply a regular Axis victory scenario on top of Europe. There, Germany would establish their Reichskommissariat of Ostland, Ukraine, Rusland and Caucasian, with one more Reichskommissariat being formed in Central Asia. Originally, the Germans didn't consider this a possibility, wanting to focus on Europe first, but now they can establish the Reichskommissariat Turkestan, also sometimes called the Muhammad Reich. And yes, I established it because I'm a simple man. I see a country called the Muhammad Reich and I want to make it exist. Secondly, I want to adjust the French border slightly in favor more of the Axis, so basically Germany, Italy and Spain get a bit more land. And I would also have my beloved nation of Switzerland to also be invaded and partitioned. Sure, they would be more useful as a neutral country, but the Austrian painter wanted to unite the German speakers, and Switzerland would be his last obstacle. As for Africa, Spain gains Morocco and parts of Algeria, Italy establishes their plans for Egypt and Sudan, but also changes in the Middle East, and Germany would form Middle Africa. The United States of America would be divided as you would expect, a Pacific state influenced by Japan, a neutral sort of democratic state in the sparsely populated American lands that the Axis would perceive as not valuable enough to conquer, and a German puppet state or two in the East Coast. Again, to remind you, if you don't like this idea, you can simply ignore it. As for Asia, I would have a standard Japanese victory scenario. These would be the borders, and later I would explore what each country would look like, their politics, leaders, and relationship with each other, going in detail as to what Reichskommissariat Ostland could have looked like, for example. Basically, I want to explore this universe in detail, like answering the question, would the German-Italian alliance hold up, or would Germany turn in against Italy? Zooming out, this is what the world would look like, quite scary, but this is just the beginning of Project Victory of Evil, as I want to explore this universe more in depth. Australia, New Zealand, parts of America and India are the remnants of the Allies, being free and democratic nations, with South America likely also turning to ultranationalism, so the ideology map mode would look something like this. The future would be uncertain and there are so many new countries being created, with the balance of power being totally shifted, and as I said, I want to explore some new countries in detail, like what a ultranationalist Britain could look like and so on. I think it's fair to start with Germany and their Reichskommissariats, then moving to Italy, their colonies and puppet states, then the other Axis minors, then Japan, the remnants of the Soviet Union and the remnants of the Allies, finishing up on South America, which would actually see a few changes this time. Now regarding Germany, this victory in the Second World War would only bolster the popularity of the ultranationalist regime, with their leaders and generals being seen as gods for achieving this victory against all odds and fulfilling their goal of unifying the German speakers. Now Germany has formed a lot of Reichskommissariat in the east and the west, which are basically German colonies in Europe, on paper not being part of Germany, but in all practice being ruled by a German minority, loyal to the ultranationalist party and ideology. The eventual goal of Germany was to annex all of these Reichskommissariats once they're Germanized enough. Under General Plan Ost, which is the most disgusting thing I have ever read, this Germanization would be achieved in mainly two ways. The first way, as you would expect from the ultranationalists, to eliminate the local population and migrate Germans to the region. This was the plan for the all former Soviet lands. To the west, which is Belgium, the Netherlands, Denmark and Norway, different efforts would be implemented as to Germanize the people and integrate them into the Reich. Mainly, native women would be forced to marry German citizens and reproduce, which over several generations would Germanize the entire population of the Western Reich's commissariats, and preventing native men from reproducing. Only then would these territories be integrated. Notably, these efforts would also be done in the east as well, but no mass killings of people were planned in the Western Reich's commissariats, apart from the Jews, so Germany would take two different approaches as to assimilate said people. What this means for Germany proper is that they would need a lot of people to go abroad and Germanize, so the ultranationalists would make several propaganda campaigns and indoctrinate the youth that the female's duty to the Reich is to have as many babies as possible, while men are expected to serve in the army and defend the Reich. Needless to say that this state would have total control over everything: education, press, culture, the list goes on. Total control. I know that my audience is quite smart people, and there are plenty of things that I cannot say on YouTube, but as you already know, 1984 was written by George Orwell, and this was inspired by the totalitarian regimes of the 20th century, which is ultranationalist Germany and Stalinist Soviet Union. The state would have total control over the minds of the people, as such anybody who speaks against it would disappear one way or the other. There would be fear for some and riches for others who obey the new system. I said there would be riches for some, as Germany would incentivize going abroad and Germanizing lands for the Reich, as the native population there would be eliminated one way or the other. The German citizens would reclaim their houses and possessions, further allowing them to have more children who would later do the same. I want to introduce characters to this story, as to make sense of what the everyday people would do, their struggles, worries, and general life under the new regime. This is Werner Koch, a native German from Dresden who, after completing his mandatory military training, would be presented with an opportunity to move to Warsaw and aid the Reich in their Germanization efforts. Werner didn't serve in the Second World War, as he was only 17 years old, with the Germans in alternate history not lacking any soldiers, unlike historically, there is no need for people like Werner to be mobilized. As Werner would be 17 years old, and the year being 1946, Werner wouldn't remember the time before the ultranationalists took over in 1933, as he was only 4 years old. Werner would grow up being taught ultranationalist propaganda all his life basically. Joseph Goebbels' Ministry of Propaganda would look similar to the 1984's Ministry of Truth, where history would be rewritten in such a way as to justify the German conquests and glorify the Reich. History would be altered beyond recognition and changed multiple times as to fit the ever-changing narrative of the ultranationalist regime. Werner would arrive in Warsaw and marry a native Polish woman called Nadia, who would be 16 years old and lose her parents during the German occupation of the general government, never knowing what truly happened to them. Nadia's brother Peter also went missing in late 1939. He was a Polish soldier fighting against the Germans. She assumed that he was dead. Little did he know that Peter was actually alive and well, part of the Polish underground resistance, which strictly banned communication with the outside world and relatives, as to hide in secret. Peter was only 19 years old when he joined the army in 1939, and now he is 26 years old, being a resistance fighter and dreaming for a free Poland. In Germany and the Reichskommissariats, there would be a lot of brainwashing to the scale never seen before, and the sad part is that it would actually work. Native Germans wouldn't know any better and submit to the regime, or risk them and their entire families to perish, so it is these people that would carry out most of the atrocities, as the ultranationalist regime would make sure to dehumanize the Slavs and the Jews. To the Western Reichskommissariats, so integration efforts would follow as I outlined earlier, but what is truly horrifying is to the east, the former Soviet Union's lands. Under General Plan Ost, the plan supposed to take 25 years, so until 1971, starting in 1946, where, and I wish this was an exaggeration, but about 150 million people would disappear from Eastern Europe, being replaced with Germans. As for how this could happen, I cannot mention much, but for starvation under the Hergen Plan, abduction and Germanization of children, slave labor and deportations behind the Urals and the usual ultranationalist practices would be unfortunately very common to the East. As if this couldn't get any worse for these people, these plans would be carried out by the SS and Heinrich Himmler. Again, I cannot say much, but you can simply imagine the worst could happen. Eliminating close to 150 million people would obviously be very costly, and some estimates said that it would be about 60 billion Reichsmarks, which is close to the entire GDP of Germany for 1941. It's safe to say that these sinister plans would be very costly and very much time consuming. So what does this actually look like? Well, let us look at Reichskommissariat Ostland first, comprising of these territories, including not only the Baltic states, but also Ingria, Pskov and the Novgorod regions, with also the entirety of Belarus. The pre-war population of this region is approximately 16 million people, and here you can see a graph of all the nationalities which inhabited it before 1941. In Reichskommissariat Ostland, 50% of the Estonians and Latvians would cease to exist one way or the other, with 85% of Lithuanians following the same fate, and 100% of the Latgalians, who today have a total population of 150 titles and are based in Latvia. As for the Slavic portions, again, I wish this was a joke, but it was planned that in total Germany would remove 70 to 80 million Russians and 75% of Belarusians, one way or the other. As you can see, the Slavs make up about 11 million of the total Ostland population, and by some estimates 80 to 90% of them would no longer inhabit these lands. It was planned for Reichskommissariat Ostland to be settled by about 5 million Germans, with 2 million Lithuanians, Estonians and Latvians remaining combined. And the Slavs that would remain would be around 1.5 million people, which would be further marginalized and discriminated against. This gives Reichskommissariat Ostland a population of 8.5 million people if the plan is executed as it was proposed, and assuming that there are no big changes, but we can't ever know, so I would go with the official General Plan Ost estimates. The pre-war population was 16 million people if you remember, so about 70% of everyone living there would disappear as to make space for 5 million German settlers. As you can see, not all the minorities would be eliminated, with some having a few percentage points estimated to survive, but these would be mostly children who would be re-educated and Germanized, and then forced into slave labor, so practically the entire adult population of these nationalities would be eliminated, and the Reich doesn't want them to reproduce and cause any problems. The capital of Reichskommissariat Ostland would be Riga, which is going to be over 80% German, and the Baltic states are likely going to be somewhat peaceful like they were historically. But in Belarus is where the true resistance would be, as the region became one of the bloodiest in the entire Second World War, due to German reprisals for the resistance fighters and villages that had nothing to do with it. The country would be ruled by Henrik Walsh, a loyal ultranationalist carrying out the orders of the party. The territory of Ostland would be about of the same size of Ukraine and Belarus combined in the modern day, so about 800,000 square kilometers, and with 8.5 million inhabitants, it would have the same population density as Bolivia today, almost half of which is a desert or jungles, so there would be 10.6 people per square kilometer, most of which land would be owned by Germans, who would continue to dominate Ostland. In this alternate world, as to prior decolonization and ignoring the smaller Soviet breakaway states, Ostland would literally be the fourth least dense populated country in the world, after Mongolia, Australia and the democratic US-Canadian state. Alfred Rosenberg was responsible for drafting the plans for Ostland, and I kid you not, he had an idea of making Ostland a natural reserve, where everyone there would be eliminated or deported, so you can see just how sparsely populated Ostland would actually be, if the idea of making it a nature reserve was actually floated around. Looking at the population, the Germans in Ostland would eventually have a majority, which efforts would also be mirrored in the general government of Poland and Reichskommissariat Ukraine, with Caucasian, Rusland and Turkestan at the beginning having a strong German minority, who would be placed in charge and administer these lands. As I just said, the general government of Poland and Reichskommissariat Ukraine would see a very similar fate as Ostland. So I would quickly give you more information as to what these new states would actually look like, including their demographic shift. In the general government of Poland, 80 to 85% of the Poles were to be eliminated one way or the other, again with the children being spared, but they would be Germanized, much like Nadia for our own story, so basically all Poles would be in danger of ceasing to exist. As the Polish population in the general government was close to 12 million people, this would mean that about 1 million Poles would be spared. The city of Warsaw was planned to be literally destroyed and rebuilt from the ground up, being called New Deutsche Stadt Warschau. It was planned for between 2 and 2.5 million Germans to settle in the general government of Poland, so the total population would be around 3.2 million people, nearly 70% of them being Germans that just settled in the region, like Werner Koch of our own story, who would marry Polish women like Nadia and make German children, so the Poles remaining in the general government would have been gradually replaced. The population of the general government would go from 12 million people to before the war to 3.2 million people in the following decades, and this region would be about the same size as Bulgaria, which is about 150,000 square kilometers, resulting in a population density similar to that of Algeria, which is 21 people per square kilometer. For comparison, Poland today has 126 people per square kilometer, so this alternate general government of Poland would literally be 10 times more sparsely populated than Poland today, even when you count in the major German migration to the region. This is truly terrible, and in the coming decades it's likely that the general government is annexed into the Reich, but not just yet. Now regarding Reichskommissariat Ukraine, it would follow a similar fate, so I wouldn't go in detail too much. There were about 47 million people living in this region as to before the war, and the Germans would eliminate 50 to 70% of the Slavic people, leaving us with 18.8 million Slavs. The Germans would never achieve a majority in the state, unlike Ostland and the general government, so their plans were to create a smaller ruling German minority, with about 5 million Germans settling and taking up administrative tasks. Ukraine would be turned into the main food producer of the Reich. In other words, it would become a racial colony. Under General Plan Ost in 1971, the population of Ukraine would be near 20 million people, 25% of which would be Germans. I would speedrun telling you about Muscovian, Caucasian and Turkestan, as they would follow the same path as Ukraine, being racial colonies, with the German minority owning most of the farmlands and businesses. Muscovian would see their population, almost all of which were Russians, reduced from 46 million people to 12 million, with 5 million Germans overseeing the region and settling in the Moscow-Smolensk corridor and the Volga River. Neo-Moscow would become the nation's new capital. Again, like Warsaw, it would be rebuilt from the ground up. Now, for Reichskommissariat Caucasian, interestingly, Turkey would gain the Caucasus region, which the Germans would approve of, yet in their original plans they didn't account for this. What I find really interesting is that the Germans didn't want to settle Caucasian too much, unlike other Reichskommissariats. The Germans saw some of the people living there as semi-Aryan, and the Germans would mostly focus on building military bases in the region, in addition to extracting oil and other resources. The post-war population of the region was about 11 million people, and it was planned to reduce it to 7 million, with 500,000 or even a million Germans settling in the region, which is less than other Reichskommissariats. Caucasian would be established as a strategic colony, rather than a Lebensraum heartland, so Germany may not annex it eventually, but it would keep control over it for strategic and resource gains. Finally, I want to mention Reichskommissariat Turkestan, also known as the Muhammad Reich, where resources like oil, gas, cotton, agriculture, metals and rare earths are to be exported and go to the German Reich. As the Germans are already overstretched, they wouldn't colonize Turkestan. At a maximum, 100,000 to 250,000 German settlers would go to the region. The total population was planned to drop from 25 million people to 15 million, with the Slavs in the region ceasing to exist. The Muhammad Reich is different from the other Reichskommissariats, as it's further away from the German heartland, so similarly to Caucasian, it's not going to be part of Lebensraum, and even further, it would be a German protectorate, having a lot more autonomy than other countries, so I would change their color to reflect this. Basically, there would be self-rule under German overlordship. So this is how all the Reichskommissariats would look like, with most losing at least half of their pre-war population, in addition to being settled by millions of Germans, which is a scary prospect, and I definitely shivered down my spine a few times while researching and writing this. What I must say is that all of what I just said wouldn't happen right away, as General Plan Ost was supposed to take 25 years. So if all goes according to plan, what I outlined would be finished by 1971, but I assure you that it wouldn't go all according to plan. Still, I would like to explain the dynamics later, but this is all you need to know for now. Most of the Reichskommissariats would be settled by Germans, and about 150 million people would cease to exist in the Soviet lands. Now, not all of them would be killed via the hunger plan, nor the concentration camps, but tens of millions of Slavs were planned to be deported beyond the Urals, 50 to 60 million people to be exact, which would change the dynamics in the Russian warlord states, that I would explore later. Further, when it says that Germany would settle these lands, it doesn't exactly mean the Germans from the Reich. It could also be loyal Germanized Latvians and even Czechs that would settle alongside the Germans, as well as some Volga Germans and Germans in Eastern Europe that would also settle these regions and gain privileges similarly to the native German counterparts. While we're on the topic of the Czechs, I think that Protectorate Bohemian and Moravian would be formally annexed into Germany proper. It was established with nominal autonomy as the Austrian painter wanted to appease the Czech population living there. So now that the war is over, the Germans can seize these lands officially and there is no need to pretend like this region is some sort of independent country. I want to give you another detail that is rarely mentioned and I think that it makes sense. As I just described, these Reichskommissariats would lose more than half of their populations, and of course there would be plenty of partisans fighting against the new status quo. Reichskommissariats, like Ostland, would be very sparsely populated, as even Saudi Arabia today is on average more densely populated than what would be Ostland. As such, the Germans would need to build a lot of infrastructure to connect these cities and villages, via railroads and highways. This way, no settlements in said Reichskommissariats would be very isolated and become a hub for resistance, allowing the Germans to reach them quite easily if need be. The German Reich would build up a lot of infrastructure purely for the reason of furthering their control, and this infrastructure is likely going to be way too costly, as we're talking about mega projects that would connect many inhabited places that the Germans themselves in 1941 didn't have. The Reich is going to have to build railways and motorways like crazy. So the original 60 billion Reichsmarks to complete General Plan Ost, which I must remind you was equivalent to the entire German GDP in 1941, which was at the peak of their power, would be overshot several times. So General Plan Ost would become too costly way too quickly. Unfortunately, it may become more cost effective to wipe out entire villages and settlements off the map, rather than to build infrastructure to them, and I think that the Germans would want to do that to their Eastern Reichskommissariats as to ease cost. Now I did achieve a total Axis victory scenario, so they have parts of the United States and Canada, in addition to some Caribbean and South American colonies, but also in Africa. For now, the German America would immediately change for the worst. I can assume that some prominent companies would take over and form an oligarchic society, as some American businessmen admired the Austrian painter, and this victory brought to them cheap labor and total control. Iconic symbols of American identity would be destroyed, such as the Statue of Liberty, and it could be replaced by a pro-ultranationalist statue in the future. Similar fate of destroying the history and the heritage of these new states would continue on with other landmarks, which are slowly going to be replaced. For the South, considering that they have the Confederates flag, I assume that you know what exactly would happen there, and I don't have to mention it out loud. Generally, some Germans would settle both German puppet states in the Americas, but there weren't planned any mass killings and so on. Yet in the south, we can assume that some people would be enslaved, purging the region back to the situation it was in before 1861. YouTube wouldn't like me if I was too specific, so I'm keeping it all vague, but I'm sure you know what exactly would happen. Finally, regarding the German sphere, there is the African colonies. To put it simply, it's your ordinary colonial government, which would seize resources and mistreat the natives, following in European settlers. So far I have told you how the German Reich would operate and what their goals would be, which is very gruesome to say the least. So let me give you something slightly more positive, or at least more interesting than hundreds of millions of people dying. The Germans can host the Olympic Games once again, which they last hosted in Berlin in 1936, but were paused during the Second World War. Now the Olympic Games can continue, as well as the Football World Cup. So which nations would participate? Well, it's easier for me to tell you which ones wouldn't participate, and this is the Axis puppet states. Now let's think about it logically. Why would Germany allow Reichskommissariat Ukraine and Muscovian to participate on their own? They are likely going to be represented purely by the Germans either way, as the Slavs are gone or aren't allowed to represent their region, so it's going to be Germans against Germans. What I see more likely is that Germany and literally all of their Reichskommissariats participate as a single nation, both in the Olympic Games and the Football World Cup. This trend would also continue to Asia, where Japan and Taiwan would participate on their own, but their Chinese and Mongolian puppet states, for example, wouldn't be allowed to join. Further, the remnants of the Allies, which is the USA and Canada, in addition to India, Australia and New Zealand, would be banned from participating. The African colonies aren't independent countries, and due to the racial policies of the Reich, they are also not allowed to participate regardless. I think that South America would be allowed to participate just fine, in addition to Turkey, Iraq and maybe Saudi Arabia. The latter of two would be too insignificant either ways. Italy has their own puppet states over Montenegro and Greece, and the Italians wouldn't allow these nations to participate on their own, fly a separate banner and have any sort of a national identity, so some of these nations would participate under the banner and ideology of the protector nation, which is Italy. Serbia is a weird one, and I cannot see them participating, as in the post-war world I can see them being partitioned by Hungary, which would gain West Banat, Bulgaria, which would gain the Niš Province, east of the Morava River, Italy would gain more of Kosovo, and Croatia would gain the rest. In this alternate history, Serbia would be by all means a defeated nation, and the ultranationalist ideology stated that Europe should have 4 or 5 strong nations dominating the continent, so there is no place for smaller, weaker countries. Now I would allow Serbia to exist and not be partitioned, and later I would explore their situation in detail, which would be way more gruesome than you may think. Here is another interesting fact regarding the Axis and football games. The national teams of the Axis members frequently played against each other during the Second World War, but after the disaster at Stalingrad they stopped these friendly matches. These games had tens of thousands of people watching them live on stadiums, and as Germany was on the decline, this could put a large target on said stadiums. What I'm trying to say is that football would be even more popular in this new world order. Games would be played out more frequently, and there would be greater prizes, so hey, at least there is something positive in this scenario, and also the build-up of infrastructure in Eastern Europe, but said infrastructure is built for more sinister reasons. Now I mentioned Werner, Nadia and Peter. These characters would become more relevant as the story goes on. But to give you more detail, Nadia would be one of the few Polish people that would survive in Warsaw after the destruction and rebuilding of the city, with her being saved because she was still a child that could be brainwashed by the ultranationalists to be Germanized, and she was married to Werner Koch, a German national from Dresden, who would Germanize her and their children. Everything that Nadia knew would be destroyed, while Werner was indoctrinated into the ultranationalist propaganda at an early age, and he would be told that anybody who doesn't unconditionally support the Reich is seen as an enemy of the state, so the young couple would engage in conflicts, but this wouldn't stop them giving birth to their first child, which I would call Klaus. This concludes the German sphere, how these states would look like in the general life of the everyday people. Moving south from that, I would like to explore the Italian sphere, which I would also include Spain, Portugal and Turkey to join, as well as their colonies and Bulgaria, which is their traditional ally. First up, the mainland of Italy wouldn't change too drastically, as Mussolini was opposed to many of the racial policies of the ultranationalist Germans. Italian ultranationalism, as to oversimplify it heavily, was based in reverting their humiliation in the Great War and forming Greater Italy around the Mediterranean Sea. Still, there would be some racial policies in the Italian colonies. Africa Orientale Italiana would be turned into a racially segregated settler colony, which would receive millions of Italian settlers, especially in Eritrea. Libya and likely Tunisia are formally annexed into Italy, known as the Fourth Shore. They would become integral parts of Italy, not just colonies. The coastline would still be very much Italianized, as it was planned for 500,000 Italians to move there 5 years after winning the Second World War. Greece and Montenegro would be nominally independent, but be under tight Italian economic and military control. The thing is that the Greeks would alter these plans, with partisan warfare making it difficult for the Italians to consolidate full control, likely requiring Bulgarian and Turkish help. There would be forced assimilation of Slovenes and Croats, and even Frenchmen in the conquered territories in Corsica. These efforts would be quite difficult, especially as the Italians wouldn't apply such brutal methods as the Germans in the east, so Italy would slowly consolidate power and eternally fight rebels in the Balkans and Africa. One main goal of Italy, such as Germany, was to create a fully self-sufficient state, which the Italians could theoretically achieve, having enough manpower and raw resources. Interestingly, as Germany would be supplied with grain from Ukraine, Italy's plans included their food supplies coming from North Africa, notably Egypt, due to their fertile lands. Basically, the Italian sphere is much weaker than the German one, and the thing is that Italy would have a harder time consolidating power. Regardless, Spain, Portugal, Bulgaria and Turkey are much more willing to work with the Italians than the Germans, as they see the Reich as too extreme, even by ultranational standards, and fear that they would be next. Remember that the Austrian painter didn't exactly like the Mediterranean people, and with their racial theory they were placed well under some people like Georgians and Armenians, so the southern European nations may fear a future German invasion, and them fearing the worst could stand strong against the Germans, so there would be a lot of internal division in the Axis. Germany invading Italy is a possibility, as to get South Tyrol, which was German inhabited, and the Eastern Peninsula, formerly part of the Holy Roman Empire, getting the Reich access to the Mediterranean Sea. The thing is that the Pact of Steel between Italy and Germany was signed in 1939, and it would expire 10 years later, so in 1949. Germany is surely not going to break this pact, right? I mean, when they have ever disobeyed a treaty. I would explore future German-Italian relations in the following episodes, and the potential split between the two factions, with war between the two being definitely on the table. Regarding the other Italian allies, Spain and Portugal wouldn't change too much, as historically they continued to be sort of ultra-nationalist even after the Second World War ended. So we already know what these states would look like. Still, these states made compromises with the West as to appease them. So in this timeline, these compromises would be in favor of Germany and Italy, rather than the West. Turkey, Bulgaria and Croatia is where the real changes would come. First up, Croatia is going to be extremely unstable after the war. The Ustaše wanted to deport 1/3 of the Serbians, to kill 1/3 of them and to assimilate 1/3. As such, they are likely going to want some sort of a Serbian state, to which they can deport millions of Serbs within their lands. I would guess that if Serbia is annexed and partitioned between their neighbors, it would be worse for all countries involved, except Italy. So, Serbia in this timeline is going to remain somewhat free, but unstable and radical. The Croatians would fear the Italian claims on their lands, so Croatia may turn to Germany for protection, complicating relations between Germany and Italy. On the other hand, the Germans disliked the Slavs and were committing unspeakable crimes against them in the Eastern Europe, so Croatia may be more wary of becoming too chummy with the Germans. For similar reasons, Bulgaria would be horrified. They joined the Axis only because they did not want to be invaded and weren't ideologically committed to the Axis New World Order, and Turkey would be in a similar position in its alternate history. Bulgaria, however, I think would be pretty bad after the war, as Boris III would be dead, and his heir Simeon II would only be 9 years old, so he wouldn't be able to take the throne directly. Instead, the ultranationalist leaders would form a royal dictatorship and sway a regency council, so they may attempt to turn Simeon II to more ultranationalist ideas and use him as a puppet leader. Turkey, on the other hand, would consolidate their gains and may turn to the past for the Ottoman Empire, initiating ethnic cleansing and making sure that no minority has a majority in any province, so all are going to be either resettled or straight up eliminated. Still, while the Turks have the Caucasus, they would provide the Germans with much needed oil, so they don't have total control and they are still dependent on Germany and would be fearful to ally closely with Italy. Still, I would say that Turkey would balance out the ultranationalist giants and change their allegiance when it best suits them. Romania, which I can see allying with the Italian faction, which could be hard considering the German influence there and their need for oil, would become a brutal dictatorship, consolidating the Ukrainian lands that they got, but still wishing to regain northern Transylvania. This version of Romania I think would be worse off than the communist Romania in our own history, and this version of Romania was already very poor and unstable, so it would take some time for Romania to achieve any sort of stability. Hungary is an interesting case. They may be in the German sphere of influence out of necessity, but see the Germans as way too extreme and Hungary might want to break free, preferring to work with the more moderate Italians. The thing is that there were some Germans in Hungary, so I can see the ultranationalist Germans to cool the country, putting the Arrow Cross party in charge, much like how they did in 1944. I can see Hungary becoming the most unstable country on the list, due to them unwillingly becoming a German puppet state, once again being under the boot of a German country. This is how I would divide the Italian and German spheres of influence after the war, but this is also another way to divide this, so who's to say? For the sake of this series, I would go with the first option, as it makes it way more balanced and more interesting. Japan always envisioned a greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere, where the member states would trade with each other, giving the bloc economic self-sufficiency. This was the official statement, in addition to liberating Asia from Western imperialism, but the official statement of Germany as to invade the Soviet Union was to liberate the people, and as you know, what I described earlier was far from a liberation. In all actuality, the Greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere would promote Japanese superiority, with all member states giving up their autonomy and becoming Japanese puppets. The plan by Japan was actually very sinister, as Japan would basically monopolize the industry, not allowing other members to be too industrialized, with the other members being suppliers of raw materials and cheap labor. To put it simply, Japan would control the industry and make the weapons, so their subjects cannot even produce something worthwhile as to challenge the Japanese rule. Much like Germany building up Eastern Europe in this alternate world, Japan would do the same but for similar reasons, which is not to help the people, but rather to facilitate military control and extract resources faster and cheaper. Japan itself is a country that notoriously lacked a lot of resources, but are industrially capable. If all goes to plan, Japan would be very well off, but you can perhaps see the problem. Japan is basically kept afloat by their subjects, as if said subjects were to coordinate, they could overthrow the Japanese, as Japan doesn't have the raw resources to continue the fight. This creates the dynamic of the Japanese being more dependent on their subjects than vice versa. Unfortunately, this wouldn't be good news, as the Japanese would know their dominance, and as such they would brutally eliminate people who hold or spread anti-Japanese sentiment. The sad part is that this would go unrestricted, as Japan could become really paranoid about a future uprising, so they would kill perhaps millions of innocent people in the process of making their subjects ideologically pure. This is the situation in the home islands, basically one of paranoia and extermination of other people who don't fit the regime's narrative. For the Koreans, they would start to get assimilated much quicker than historically, and more brutal methods could be used as nobody would stop Japan, so the Eastern Realm isn't looking too great, I would have to admit. China would be ruled by Wang Jingwei's government, and it came to be after Wang Jingwei, a rival of Chiang Kai-shek, a member of the pro-peace faction of the Kuomintang, defected to the Japanese and formed this puppet government, claiming all of China, with the exception of the Japanese puppet states and possessions. As you can see, they clearly don't control all of China, as Japan has annexed some territories and formed a puppet government around it. Regarding the annexed Japanese territories, they are likely to be returned to China, with the south being retained for a bit longer. The reason why Japan would keep them for now is because it gives them leverage over China, and they would return these lands only when the Chinese are committed to submitting themselves to Japan, Japanese imperialism and ultranationalist ideology. China under Wang Jingwei's government was a brutal dictatorship, yet before 1943 they didn't have too much autonomy, and only consolidated control over the conquered territories. Only after 1943 did they start to have more sovereignty, but power was still held by the Japanese military. Wang had a little to no autonomy in major decisions. Most notably, later in the war, they were allowed to have an army, where they boasted between 300,000 and 500,000 troops, though poorly trained and equipped. In a case of Japanese victory, I would assume that the Chinese army would be gradually limited, and flow of information of military strategies and doctrines is also going to be restricted. So with that story out of the way, what does China actually look like under Japan? Well, I would be honest, it would be really bad. Wang Jingwei died in 1944, and he was the one who formed and stabilized the Chinese puppet regime. Further, the general Chinese public never supported the regime, so it's going to be quite unpopular, and for Japan, killing hundreds of millions of people is also not an option. As such, China is going to get fragmented, with the Japanese using the strategy of divide and conquer. I would create a North China Autonomous Region, centered in Beijing, East and Central China centered in Nanjing, Shanghai and Wuhan, with the coastal areas basically being under direct Japanese control. Southwest China centered in Guangxi, Yunnan and Sichuan would be broken up into several smaller states, and this area was originally the stronghold of Chiang Kai-shek and the nationalists, so these people are way less likely to cooperate. There would be no unified China, rather a divide and rule system, with the before mentioned infrastructure projects modernizing the region, but of course this is not the idea for the Chinese to benefit, but rather to move goods easily to Japan. Generally, balancing the power between Puji and the Chinese puppet states would be very difficult, and it's anybody's guess what could have happened next. In my opinion, Manchukuo would slowly annex some border territories over time. As you can see from the map, there is also Tibet and Northwest China that are in the Japanese sphere, but they are likely to be tributary states, being part of the greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere, but real Japanese control there is quite weak. This settles most of China, and I haven't mentioned Manchukuo, but I would be real, I don't think anything drastic will change there. They were already a loyal Japanese puppet. I could see them expanding into Mongolia and even outer Manchuria, and I would allow it for this scenario. As for the other Japanese puppets and members of the faction of economic exploitation, the Far Eastern Republic isn't too interesting to mention. Russians are going to be deported. Japanese, loyal Koreans and Chinese were to migrate there and enforce their rule, which I think could happen rather easily, as the region was very sparsely underpopulated. It being annexed into Japan would be inevitable in a decade from now. Indonesia would become the crown jewel of Japan, as the country would transform a lot, from being a Dutch colony to being one of Japan, but with the pretext that they are liberated. Sukarno and Muhammad Hatta are likely going to have nominal control and act as figureheads, but still the Japanese military will control all the important choices. This is quite a contrast from how Germany would rule their Reichskommissariats, as there the Germans wouldn't give any local autonomy, while the Japanese would to some extent. Indonesia, with their rich resources, is going to be the most important possession of the Japanese, and they would like to keep it this way, so the Japanese are going to go out of their way to ensure that any anti-Japanese resistance is crushed early on. This would include communist rebels, former Dutch loyalists or Islamic movements, which the Japanese would like to crush. Islamic movements are also going to be suppressed in Bangladesh and West China, by the way. A full Indonesian rebellion might be inevitable in the decades after, as anti-colonial sentiment would only continue to grow, but as I said, instead of the Dutch colonizers, it was now the Japanese ones. Indonesia is one of the most important subjects of Japan, while also being the most disloyal and rebellious. In the next episode, I would explore how this dynamic would play out. Vietnam is also an important colony of Japan, but they would like to have more autonomy than the rest, under Bao Dai or a similar figure. The problem is that Ho Chi Minh would likely be active and fight a costly guerrilla war, trying to free Vietnam from Japanese rule. On the other hand, with the Soviet Union no longer existing, these communist movements may be less popular, but there are guaranteed to be some calls for total independence, especially in the north of the country, where the mountains and the countryside would prove to be useful for the rebels. As a result of that, I wouldn't be surprised if Japanese control weakens over Vietnam in the coming decades, so they, just like Indonesia, are in a position to challenge the Japanese New World Order in East Asia. The Philippines is likely going to be led by Jose P. Wouro, who was the president of the Second Philippine Republic, which could of course be a Japanese puppet state as well. Japan, as to keep control over the Philippines, would disproportionately have more Japanese advisors in the Philippine government, or the Japanese would have more seats in parliament, so they would have a lot of control over the nation. Now, what I find interesting is that English was one of the official languages of the Philippines, which, considering the Japanese anti-Western stances, could mean that millions of people would be forced to learn Japanese, and there would be discriminations against English speakers. As such, I can see rebellions constantly happening in the Philippines, with the Hukbawahap movement gaining traction, although similarly to Ho Chi Minh, it's impossible to know how these communist movements would fare, and if they would be still very popular. At the very least, Catholics would organize resistance to the north, while Muslims to the south. Taiwan, despite being an independent country at the start of the war, after a Japanese victory, it would most likely be transformed into a Japanese client state, but not a full colony. The Thai nation is going to operate as normal, but allow Japan to take key decisions in regarding to their foreign policy, military and economy. Field Marshal Puek Phibonsok Karam is likely going to remain in charge of the nation. A notable difference between Thailand and other countries in the region is that Thailand may be allowed to industrialize. Well, let me remind you, basically all the rest of the Japanese client states would be banned from industrializing without the approval of Tokyo first, and they would focus on giving resources to the Japanese industries, rather than developing their own. Taiwan would be different, and with more industrialization, they would become a dominant power in the region, which, although for the time being loyal to Japan, all could change later. As you can see, the Japanese faction is basically a house of cards. If one country falls to a rebellion or declares independence, literally all of the rest would follow. So Japan, knowing this and as a result of that, would apply brutal methods, such as the Germans in Eastern Europe, as to keep all of their subjects loyal and prevent the domino effect in Asia. India and Pakistan are also going to be a Japanese fear in my series. Pakistan is the most simple country to cover. They are simply an economic protectorate of Japan. The Japanese wouldn't have a lot of influence over the nation, but they would protect them from the remnants of India and sign trade deals with the country. As for Japanese India, which would occupy Bangladesh and parts of Burma, it would be called Azad Hind, and it would be led by Subhas Chandra Bose, who already collaborated with the Japanese in our own history. The capital of the nation is likely going to be in Calcutta. The country would be sort of independent and loyal to Japan, relying on them for protection. But it would be far from a free country, and would most likely become a dictatorship under Subhanas Chandra Bose. As you can see, this new state would be about half Hindu and half Muslim, so maintaining the balance between the two would be rather difficult. Japan also wanted part of southern India and Sri Lanka, which would follow a similar path to Azad Hind, although I can see Sri Lanka being more into the Japanese sphere, being an extension of the Japanese mainland. What is important is that the Indian subjects are likely going to be more loyal, wishing to reclaim the rest of India, and as such the Indian National Army would be allowed to have some more autonomy and have no army restrictions, so India would be the peacekeepers on behalf of Japan in the region. What you can see from this is that Japan, much like Italy, is much more reliant on their subjects, and they would hold way less direct control over them, unlike Germany. Basically, Italy would rely on Egypt and Libya for their food supply, while Japan would rely on Indonesia and Vietnam for food and raw materials, which are also the two countries in the Japanese sphere that are the most likely to break away or declare independence. Japan and Italy are basically at the mercy of their colonies, so for their long-term success I am more so pessimistic. Going back to Europe, Britain would be called Gross-Britannian, and I think that they would be ruled by Oswald Mosley, who was suggested to become the head of government, and was considered by ultranationalist Germany as the ideal candidate to rule a pro-Axis British government. I have no idea what would happen to the monarchy. Perhaps Edward VIII remains in power and continues to work with the regime, while some parts of the royal family flee and escape to Canada and the United States of America. There is likely going to be a House of Windsor split, but to what extent I cannot really say. For the sake of this series, Edward VIII would remain in Britain and be a figurehead of the country, stabilizing and legitimizing the new regime by Oswald Mosley. The British Navy is likely going to be absorbed into the Kriegsmarine, and Britain as a result of that would be neutralized as a threat. While it would become somewhat independent, not being direct German Reichskommissariat, they are also very dependent on Germany and would provide them with cheap resources. Politically, the British ultranationalists would pursue a policy of assimilation of the Scots and Welsh, which was also done for centuries before this, but now it would start to intensify. For example, in Wales there was a sign made for students who spoke Welsh, their mother tongue, in Welsh schools. This sign was intended to be worn by these people who committed the crime of speaking their own language and was supposed to shame them. All of this was happening in the 18th century to the start of the 20th century, so now these policies of assimilation aren't new to Britain, but they would be more radical and intensify greatly. There is going to be resistance for sure, with Scotland being deeply against this and starting a resistance movement. Further, the British are going to start to get Germanized over time, similarly to the Western Reichskommissariats. German men would marry English women and produce royal German children, changing the demographics of Britain in a few generations. In this alternate history during the war, a rumor would be floated around that if the British citizens hand over their children under the age of 13 to the Germans for re-education purposes, that the entire population of Britain would be spared. In an event that would later become known as the Silent Winter, exactly this would happen, as the parents would believe that this is only temporarily, but in fact none of them would ever see their children ever again. As such, to cope with their collective remorse, the British would be given state-distributed drugs, which suppresses unhappy memories and indicates a state of euphoria. The side effects would unfortunately include addiction, memory loss and susceptibility to manipulation. Now, I may have taken inspiration from a video game called We Happy Few, but the point still stands. I think that the ultranationalists would likely drug the entire population of their occupied territories. While propaganda was effective for brainwashing the German citizens, their subjects wouldn't be susceptible to it. As such, this is why I borrowed this idea of creating a drug that the people would be forced to use, artificially making them feel better, but also making them easier to manipulate. The drug would also be very addictive and have several side effects, so the British people would forget the past due to abusing this drug, while also being willing to do literally anything to get more of it. The state would distribute these drugs to everyone, under several conditions that make them nice servants, for example not to reproduce, challenge German authority and so on. Of course this wouldn't take place in all of Britain, but likely some major cities, with the countryside still being very much prone to resistance fighting. Britain is going to become a key partner of Germany, but never an equal one. I think that this is inevitable, that Germany starts working with Britain more and slowly abandons their relations with Italy, so the two sides of Europe would grow very differently and opposed to each other, escalating tensions in the following decades. France I previously put in the Italian sphere of influence, and I think that this makes sense, considering their historic hate for Germany, but also there is another reason. I think that Italy would start promoting the Catholic religion as part of their identity, while the Germans would start to actively suppress Christianity and more so Catholicism. France, which is a deeply Catholic nation and one that is historically opposed to Germany, would work with the Italians. Marshal Philippe Pétain would take full control over France and establish a dictatorship, which would be really unstable due to the German forces continuing to operate in France, still having direct control over important railroads and port cities. So France is dependent on Germany, and any wrong move could mean a German invasion. Parts of the French industry are also occupied by Germany along similar lines, so while France may have a lot of resources and industry on paper, most of them would be occupied by the Germans under the pretext of war reparations, but the real reason for this is that Germany wanted to cripple France. It is safe to say that France would be forced to economically and culturally decline under this new world order, dominated by Germany. The only hope for France to restore their previous glory would be to work with Italy, which trend would be similar in to other countries in Europe, even Japan as well. Really quickly I want to go over the Russian states. The remnants of the Soviet Union would be in Omsk, and I will uncover all of these nations in detail. What is important to cover is the Ural republics, as Germany would initiate a mass deportation of 50 to 60 million Slavs beyond the Urals. These people would find themselves in the two Ural republics, which would lack the infrastructure and food to house so many people, resulting in a mass famine in the region. Life would be truly horrible in these states, and if it couldn't get any worse, these states would actively engage in wars among each other, vying for power and wanting to unite Russia under their leadership. To summarize, there is going to be a mass famine under a constant civil war. Sadly, these deported migrants are likely going to be mobilized in the army in exchange for food, and their lives would be lost in wars in the region, which is a horrible fate to have. Once one country unites most of the region, it would become more peaceful, and they could use the migrants to produce food and coordinate better against the Germans and Japanese, but for now these states are fully fighting each other. As for the American sphere, this is what is left over from Canada and the United States of America, which lands are too sparsely populated, and the Axis wouldn't conquer them completely. In this alternate history, the Americans most likely had the nuclear bomb ready, but lost the war a few months before the Manhattan Project was completed. The Germans are unlikely going to know about this detail, given the secrecy of the project. What I find really interesting is that Wyoming is still part of the Free America state, and it has some uranium mines, which could be used to finish and expand the Manhattan Project. The true power of the nuclear weapon isn't explored fully, as one was never used during the Second World War, but Free America would believe that this would aid them in reclaiming their homeland. Further, I can see many people migrating to this state after the German and Japanese occupations, and I can see the Axis to start deporting people there as well, which would find their way in Free America. In terms of land, this is quite a lot, but still the country is very underpopulated and suffer greatly initially from all the challenges I just mentioned. In terms of a president, it's obviously impossible to tell for sure, but Eisenhower and MacArthur are certainly an option. The problem is that both generals were stationed in the Philippines, and now with the Japanese winning in this front, these figures may be imprisoned, but who's to say exactly. I'd like to have a strong leader like one of the two men I just mentioned, seeking to reclaim what they lost and liberate the world from totalitarian ideologies. South America, although it would be more or less the same initially, likely due to the decisive Axis victory, would see more nations like Argentina and maybe Brazil turn to ultranationalism, which would mean that in the next episode there would be a lot of wars in the continent. Speaking of wars, Germany's economy is basically reliant on looting, stealing and exploiting conquered lands. Now the Germans have won the Second World War, and they would have to shift from a military economy to a civilian one, which considering the cost of General Plan Ost would really crush the German economy, and this would create for much more pressure around the world. Where I left off, I told you that Germany's economy relied heavily on looting, slave labor and racial extermination. So, while this worked out for the Germans economically that they invade countries, steal their resources and invade more countries, they had already won the war, so there is nobody left to conquer. Italy is an obstacle of Germany, but let's be real, the Italian economy and their sphere are the strongest, and since the Germans have landed on the US East Coast, consolidating power over it rather than going to war with Italy would be a smarter choice, as the US East Coast has more resources and population than the Italian sphere. Germany would for now consolidate control over their new subjects, which would be especially difficult in Reichskommissariat Moscovian, where the local population is for sure going to rebel heavily, so it would become a resource drain for the Germans. Further, in the previous episode, I explored how General Plan Ost was expected to cost 60 billion Reichsmarks, which is equivalent to the entirety of the German economy in 1941, and it was supposed to be completed in 25 years. This is obviously very optimistic by the ultranationalist Germans, and I want to tell you why this likely crashes the German economy, as so many negative factors would bundle up and make it become inevitable. If General Plan Ost were to be completed in 25 years, I would say this would cost Germany around 4% of their GDP per year until completion. While this could seem as negligible, I'm going to say that this plan was drastically underestimated regarding how much it would actually cost, as it originally didn't account for the build-up of railways and highways as to connect these Reichskommissariats to Germany, and make it much more easier for Germany to consolidate their rule and prevent any uprisings, having a more centralized system. I can easily see this plan taking around 10% of their GDP until completion, which is to say that it's going to be extremely costly. Germany is going to spend a lot of money on military as well, as it was part of their pride and ultranationalist ideology for the men to serve in the army and protect the Reich. The problem for the Germans is that there is no longer enemies to fight, so continuing to militarize, funding science programs to develop better weapons and so on would be in my opinion very counterproductive, yet the ultranationalist Germans would do it anyways. I can say with confidence that around 25% of the German GDP would be spent on military and science as to bolster the army, which also includes rocket research. And further, we can add the cost of their General Plan Ost, and neither of these two things would actually grow the German economy. Sure, General Plan Ost would provide Germany with a lot of cheap labor and resources, but this is simply not sustainable, and considering how the Germans wanted to remove one way or the other about 150 million people, you can see how this could quickly backfire. At least 35% of the German GDP is not going to places that would grow the economy for a duration of 25 years. And I think that this is a simple recipe for disaster, and I'm sure that there would be an economic crisis. There has to be one with this amount of unproductive spending. Further, with no Jewish, Slavic and other targeted populations, skilled workers would vanish from the Reich. Of course, Germany had many skilled workers themselves, but by all means the Reich is overstretched, and these German skilled workers cannot be everywhere all at once. Meaning that, for example, Reichskommissariat Ukraine would see their grain production halve in the coming years. After all, the Germans plan to eliminate half of the local population, and the Germans flowing in wouldn't be enough to replace them, so these Reichskommissariats are going to provide Germany with less resources than expected, while costing about 35% of the German GDP as to maintain them. Here is my prediction as to what could have happened next: economic stagnation, shortages and corruption. Regarding economic stagnation, I think it's inevitable. Let me explain. The German economy is starting to demilitarize and transition into a civilian economy, yet they would spend more money on consolidating their newly conquered lands, which would be more trouble than it's worth. Veterans would return from the war in the millions, so there would be a shortage of housing and other resources like cars. As such, these veterans may be forced that instead of going back to Germany with their families, are incentivized to go to the conquered lands and occupy a house, as the previous owners would be gone. Practically all of the Reichskommissariat's villages would become ghost towns, as what I mentioned in Ostland, for example, 80% of their pre-war population was planned to no longer live there, so you can assume that millions of Germans settling in these villages isn't going to be too productive, instead of being in the big cities and making more money. What I'm trying to say, despite being no economist myself, is that I think the demand for goods would go down in Germany, as they had conquered so much land, houses and resources, as such giving them to the German people, that these people, like Werner Koch for our own story, have all of their needs fulfilled. Some German citizens would focus on getting luxury goods, which the Reich didn't produce before, while others would be content what they already have, and their economic impact would only go down. For example, Werner Koch moved to Warsaw in a home previously owned by a Polish national, who no longer exists. He likely gets a lot of land as well, and since Germany is starting to produce luxury goods, there is basically nothing that Werner Koch would actually want to buy, nor need, as he already got a home and land for free. Can you see how millions of Germans getting what they want for free would decrease economic activity, while also Germany is spending the bulk of their money on keeping the Reichskommissariats in check, and they even wouldn't be profitable, so this could create a total disaster. Let us say that in 1939 the German economy starts to stagnate, and this would immediately cause some problems. There would be lots of inflation, as Germany would want to stimulate economic activity, and by printing money they can incentivize the people to spend their savings or risk losing them. I can assume that black markets are going to become quite common in Eastern Europe, where basic goods would start to lack, but also this would fuel the resistance and German resentment in the region. I haven't touched the resistance just yet, but of course they wouldn't sit idle. Peter, the resistance fighter for our own story, has been hiding under Warsaw, hoping to overthrow the general government and establish a free Poland. What the resistance fighters would see is that Poland is almost directly controlled by Germany and quite close to the German mainland, so starting an uprising there would be a total disaster. Instead, all resistance fighters around Eastern Europe would collaborate, regardless of religion or ethnicity, as they all have the same struggle, which is German occupation. Muscovian is quite vulnerable, as it is the most Slavic population and heavily forested and underdeveloped, being the ideal breeding ground for a revolution to start. All resistance fighters would be in agreement that they must all rise together. If they don't coordinate, they would all die trying one by one. All resistance fighters would plan for a great uprising, but would wait and see when the time is right. With the economic stagnation and later economic collapse of Germany, this time may come sooner than anticipated. As you can clearly see, there would be a lot of growing unrest in the superstate, with corruption being the main problem for Germany. This is because individuals would be selected first by their race and their competency second, so you can see how at least some incompetent Germans would end up as factory owners in the east or doing administrative tasks, which would further slow down input. What I'm trying to say is that everything based on the ultranationalist ideology to me looks like a terrible long-term economic plan. While all of this inflation and stagnation is going on, Germany would partially destroy Berlin and Albert Speer would be tasked with redesigning a new megacity called Germania. Now you don't need to know a lot about this, but I will tell you that this would be very ambitious, like General Plan Ost. The Germans would also underestimate the costs, and even the slave labor they would be using would prove to be too costly either way. This is mainly due to the soil of Berlin, which was unsuitable for mass structures, and the ultranationalists wanted to build structures the size that were never seen before at the time. This is not a matter of resources and manpower, but rather physics, which the Germans would have a very hard time changing, making their efforts of building Germania several times more costly than anticipated. We can now say that for the sake of argument, about 40% of the German spending wouldn't go to any area that would grow the economy for a total duration of 25 years, while economic output would go down, so yeah, the Reich wouldn't be doing too great internally. So, with my predicted German economic stagnation, which would later turn into an economic contraction, what does this actually look like, and would this result in growing instability? Before I answer that, let me tell you how this would affect the major Axis powers of Italy and Japan. For sure, they would be impacted, but perhaps not as much. Let me explain. Mussolini's empire was already weak and inefficient. One alternative is that Italy could get dragged on into this mess, as Germany would demand tribute to be paid, in exchange for not invading, as Germany would like to ease pressure off, and pulling their former allies is one way to achieve that. The problem is that Italy compared to Germany was very rural and their factories and agriculture were very outdated, so there is no way for the Italians to compete with Germany in Europe. The thing is that Mussolini neither wanted to seriously modernize nor to rely on Germany, so unless something is done quickly in Italy, they would become a junior partner of Germany. Basically, the goal of Italy was to create a self-sufficient society, but the problem is that the colonies and lands that they had just gained aren't going to be profitable for a while, as the cost of administration would outweigh the benefits of the resources gained. Italy may be forced to give more autonomy to their subjects, installing loyal ultranationalists rather than consolidating full control, which looks totally unlikely. As I previously mentioned, Greece and the Arabs would resist this Italianization of their lands, so the main problem becomes that Italy is also much like Germany, stagnating and fighting a costly guerrilla war as to keep their gains. You can say that for the Axis, the battle for survival is just starting, and the worst is yet to come. Mussolini's regime might lose legitimacy after there is no more enemies to conquer, and the people are faced with more problems than before the war. Since the position of Mussolini was never truly great and strongly secured, somebody overthrowing him is entirely in the realm of the possibilities. But let me tell you about Japan as well, then I can explore what will change in the world with this economic stagnation. The Japanese actually have the resources needed from their subjects as to keep themselves afloat, and there is definitely a room to grow. But the problem is that Japan is practically overly reliant on their colonies, most of which aren't even loyal at all. Japan would know that if they were to lose the southern resource area, that their empire is doomed to collapse, so Japan would grow paranoid and exterminate people who pose a threat to the regime. Over time, Japan might even distance itself from ultranationalism as to gain more legitimacy as Asia's true leader, but also if they liberalize, this could keep the empire afloat, rather than risk collapsing it by continuing the status quo. The main problem for the Japanese empire is China, as the Chinese have the fate of the Japanese empire in their hands, as if they rise up before the Japanization efforts start to kick in, this would become 100 times worse than the Vietnam War in our own history, collapsing the Japanese empire over time, as this war would become too costly to maintain, not to speak of achieving total victory again. It's fair to say that Japan is also very overstretched, but the economic downturn in Germany wouldn't concern Japan all that much. In fact, it may prove as a wake-up call as to change their leadership and approach. This is to say that Japan may see how ultranationalism is starting to fail in Europe, so they may start to distance themselves from it in order to maintain the empire. Japanese science and engineering were also relatively advanced, so them developing a nuclear bomb isn't too impossible, but since one was never used during the Second World War, it would take a while for Japan to realize the full potential of the nuclear bomb. Technically, as of right now, the United States of America is the only country that has the nuclear weapon, but it was never officially tested and the Americans cannot produce too many of them, so still nuclear weapons aren't popular in the world, with Germany potentially starting their nuclear program more seriously after the victory. For the sake of argument, I would say that Germany gets their nuclear weapons in 1950, Japan does in 1953, and Italy would get them in 1958 if they survive this far into the future. Regarding the Italian nukes, they would take a different approach from the rest of the Axis, as they are likely going to be small yacht bombs, used to enforce control in Europe and the Mediterranean, not to be intercontinental rockets used to fight distant wars, while for Japan and Germany this may be a necessity. Italy almost has no resources needed to develop a nuke, but I think that they would partner up with Japan and absorb some fleeing German scientists. Now you may be confused as to why I shifted the topic to nuclear weapons, but I think it makes sense for the Axis as to consolidate control over their vast lands, as they are all very overstretched. A nuclear weapon could install fear into the Axis subjects and eliminate hundreds of thousands of resistance fighters with one strike, so it would become more cost effective than fighting a guerrilla war, which all of the Axis would be internally fighting, costing them economic growth and them needing to maintain a larger army. Basically, I'd say that the Axis would try to install fear into their conquered lands, which would make it easier for them to control, and nuclear weapons is the best way to achieve this. Going back to how this would actually change the world in the 1950s, Werner and Nadia for our own story would start to find life a little more difficult. There would be a shortage of almost anything luxury that they could ever want, and remember, all their basic needs are covered by the Reich. For example, cars is one such luxury. The German military companies could practically switch to making cars, but tanks are still required as to fight rebels around the world, so there would be a shortage of cars, considering the empire's size is pretty much guaranteed. This reminds me of the Soviet Union, where there was a waiting list to get a car. You pay for it and in about a decade you may receive your vehicle, as the Soviet Union had similar problems as Germany right now regarding their civilian production. Of course, I do think that this alternate Germany would do better in cars production than the Soviet Union historically, but still the German sphere is far greater than the one of the Soviet Union. What this situation reminds me of the Soviet Union's economy, which while strong on paper had lacked basic goods for most of their people. We all know what eventually happened to the Soviet Union, and I'm sure that the same would happen to this alternate Germany, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Alright, let me talk about something more interesting than cars, economies and shortages. Let's talk about religion. No wait, this is actually interesting, trust me. German ultranationalism view Catholicism as a threat and an obstacle to their ambitions. The German ultranationalists didn't like a non-government force having influence over their people, similarly to the totalitarian Soviet Union and how religion was treated there. I can absolutely see Germany to limit Christianity, starting with the Catholic branch, which was the least present in the Reich. The ultranationalist Germans wouldn't want the basically Italian Pope to meddle with what his people can think. The Austrian painter himself was born a Catholic, but despised Christianity. To tell you the extent of this, the Austrian painter very much liked Islam and wished it had spread to Europe during the Muslim conquest of the continent. He liked Islam because it was very controlling and radical, and these are not my words but his. As such, if we ever make a Hearts Fire and Form mod regarding this series, there could be a meme part of Germany going Islamic in the 1950s, which is a narrow possibility, but hey, the chances are precisely never zero. Jokes aside, as I alluded in the previous episode, Italy would become even more Catholic oriented as to differentiate themselves from Germany, but also get France on their side, with Spain and Portugal also being very Catholic and could be nice allies of Italy. I can see the Italians to grant more privileges to the Pope and the Catholic Church as to appease their people, who would be feeling the brunt of the economic stagnation, and this move of appeasing the masses I think would make sense. Here is what I find really interesting. In terms of religion, the German sphere controls all of the Protestant areas, with the Italian sphere controlling most of the Catholic ones. In terms of orthodoxy, the former Soviet Union is obviously a big one, but they are in the German sphere and the Germans are guaranteed to restrict orthodoxy and try to eliminate this branch of Christianity. Germany is for sure going to be atheist, so the only independent Orthodox nations would be Bulgaria and Romania. Serbia also exists, but in this alternate history are basically a failed state, and I alluded that there could be a possible partition of the nation. Greece and Montenegro are obviously very orthodox countries, but they are not independent and are part of the Italian sphere, with Ethiopia being in the same position. Regardless, Bulgaria and Romania are the only true independent orthodox countries, and this could mean that they can reshape their branch of Christianity however they'd like. I think that Bulgaria and Romania are going to be much more closely aligned with Italy, as the Slavic Bulgarians would fear what is happening to Eastern Europe, with tens of millions of Slavs being eradicated, while Bulgaria never really supported the Axis, but purely joined them as to not get invaded. Romania, on the other hand, was a very much committed Axis member, but they disapproved of the Hungarians gaining even more Romanian lands during the Second Vienna War. And now in this alternate history, the Germans had puppeted Hungary in the previous episode. While I can see Romania working with Germany more closely due to the Romanian oil still being needed by the Germans, I would say that they would prefer to work with Italy if they had a choice. What I find really interesting about this situation is that Orthodoxy may cease to exist, and Bulgaria and Romania, wishing to get away from the German sphere, could align themselves to Italy by becoming Catholic themselves. This is a really interesting butterfly effect I have never heard anybody mention, and I don't blame them, as who could have expected the possibility of Bulgaria and Romania going Catholic would increase had the Axis won the Second World War. This is the type of butterflies I want to find and share with you. Now, Albania is sort of an independent country, being in a personal union with Italy, but I have them be basically the Italian color as this better reflects the situation on the ground. I think that Albania becoming Catholic is also an increased possibility, and while unpopular in the country, would only bring them closer to the Italian sphere, and one step closer to a total annexation. Greece and Montenegro are in a very similar positions. If Bulgaria and Romania switch to Catholicism, which would have happened in this alternate history, then Greece and Montenegro are the only Orthodox nations, but they are under the boot of the Catholic Italians, who also may force them to switch their religion, with the help of Bulgaria and Romania as mediators. I would have Orthodoxy to officially die in the year of 1954, as all former Orthodox countries would start to get united by religion and stand strong against the atheist Germans committing unspeakable acts in Eastern Europe. Now this change would be unpopular in the Balkans, and there is for sure going to be some insurgency and protests, but I think that they would mostly be crushed. Greece would rebel even harder, but the Italians are going to occupy the majority of the cities, so eventually this Greek rebellion would prove to be unsuccessful. Really quickly, I want to mention Croatia. They are mostly Catholic, and now with this move they would eliminate the Orthodoxy within their lands, which I think would stabilize the country. Basically, this move is beneficial for all independent Orthodox countries, but very bad for the Orthodox countries under the boot of Italy, or Croatia, or even Turkey. In Cyprus, the Greek Orthodoxy would initially thrive, but I don't think that this would remain the case for too long. With Turkey pursuing policies of ethnic cleansing, the Greeks in Cyprus are going to be resettled or forcefully converted, so this would be the official death of Orthodoxy. There is also the Armenians and Georgians being Orthodox Christians, which would see the same fate as the Greeks in Cyprus, total assimilation one way or the other. I would say that by the year of 1955, or realistically even sooner, there is going to be a German-Italian split. They had signed the Pact of Steel in 1939, and it lasted for 10 years, so it would end in 1949. I don't think that this pact would be renewed, as both ultranationalist giants had started to differ quite a lot in terms of leadership and approach to conquered people. Germany would grow to be really hostile to Italy, potentially demanding tribute for them in order to preserve the status quo. Germany wouldn't like how Italy is influencing other countries with religion. Furthermore, Germany didn't see the Mediterranean people too positively, so such a split is only natural and inevitable. Germany holds out of Catholic populations, such as in Poland, Czechia, Slovakia, Austria, south of Germany, including Switzerland, the Rhineland, including Luxembourg and parts of France, and even the Reichskommissariats of Belgium and parts of Ostland, and even the entirety of Hungary, which is now a German puppet, are all Catholic people. I think that there would be a mass killings of Catholics within the German realm, as to limit the Italian influence over them, with churches being destroyed en masse and priests being prosecuted, jailed and being sent to labor camps. The German realm is going to become slowly more atheist and limit non-government interference, with ultranationalist propaganda being the only thing that the people would be allowed to consume. By this point, Germany would have developed an impressive nuclear arsenal, and this fear of total annihilation would keep their subjects intact. The German sphere is increasingly becoming more dark. Further, Germany is going to dislike Italy for one more reason, and this is the same why the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia split up, and later the Soviet Union and China. Basically, Germany would see the Italian ultranationalists as competition, and thus Germany wanted total control over the ultranationalist ideology. As such, they would be very hostile to Italy and support the Croatian irredentist claims, as Germany wants to be the only ultranationalist country in the region, reshaping the ideology to their own liking, and not having any comparators. Italy is going to prove an obstacle to German ambitions. With both economies failing, Germany would likely subjugate Italy, having some influence over the nation, and extract concessions. There would be German troops on the Italian border as to motivate the Italians to act more in Germany's favor. There is the possibility of Germany forcefully improving the Italian industry, which would help Germany extract more concessions from the Italians if this is the case. I would leave this up for interpretation for now, but I think that the Italians' fear would be doomed if they don't do anything quickly, as expansionist Germany is eyeing them up as to ease their economic pressure back home. Now I have not covered too many wars, but I think that there will be definitely some, just not in Europe. Starting off with Asia, Japan has created a puppet government in India called Azad Hind, led by Subhas Chandra Bose. The thing is that Azad Hind would continue fighting the remnants of India, as Bose wanted to unite all of India under his regime. It wouldn't stop until he has achieved this goal. Free India is now more prepared for this, but they are practically surrounded by Japanese allies and puppet states, so the country would spend a lot more money and resources on their military as to keep the Japanese influence out. This front line is going to become really bloody and advances would be very slow. For the duration of this series, this war is going to be permanent and ongoing, with millions more people dying. For now, I would have Azad Hind to expand from the south near the Krishna River, which could serve as a natural defensive line. The thing is that this territory captured is one of the least populated in India, due to geography and harsh weather conditions. So while it may look impressive, Free India still has the bulk of their population up north around the Ganges River. Some more wars that would be taking place are Argentina becoming ultra-nationalist oriented and possibly invading Chile. The two countries have always had issues with their borders not being clearly defined. While Argentina has taken out the Falkland Islands and South Georgia Island, they could be looking to reach the Pacific Ocean and restore La Plata. Brazil, on the other hand, is likely going to become also very ultranationalist, with Peru and Venezuela already being ultranationalist themselves, so there would be a continent full of ultranationalist countries looking to expand their influence at the expense of others. Without the United States of America acting as peacekeepers in the region, I think it's fair to say that many wars would definitely start. Not just Argentina and Chile would be going to war, but potentially Peru restart their war against Ecuador as to fully conquer the country, under the pretext of protecting them from radical Colombia, while Brazil is likely to go to war against Uruguay, which used to be part of the first Brazilian Empire. Bolivia is a weird one. They had lost the Chaco War to Paraguay in 1935, so with the changing world order they may be looking to retake the Chaco province with a war and restore their national pride, potentially also collaborating with Argentina as well as to regain their coastline, which to me looks very likely. South America is finally interesting, and in the following episodes I would cover how each of these wars would go. Going back to Europe and more specifically Germany, by the late 1950s, the Germans would have developed an impressive arsenal of rockets, which would help them launch the first satellite into space. I think that the ultranationalists are going to be obsessed with space travel, as they wanted to spread the German race around the world, and now they could set their sights at making a permanent colony on the moon, which would be another long-term goal. To put it simply, Lebensraum on Earth wouldn't be enough, so they would be looking to colonize all of space. While the launch of the first satellite and potentially unmanned mission into space would certainly boost the national pride of Germany, I already covered how the German economy is struggling, and now even more money would flow into space research, while the quality of life of the common German people would start to drop. But due to the ultranationalist propaganda and secret police, their population would be kept in check. By now, General Plan Ost is in full force and has been active for about a decade, so plenty of people from Eastern Europe would have been deported or eliminated in other ways. While the Germans don't have the majority in any of their conquered territories, this will change in the next decade. The local populations of the Reichskommissariats would see the writing on the wall, so a resistance would form, who would seek to kick the Germans out, and with the poor economy of the Reich, in addition to the poor health of the Austrian painter, this moment may come sooner than expected. All of Eastern Europe is getting ready for a full-scale rebellion, waiting for the right time. Going over quickly to the Siberian nations, they would start receiving migrants that were deported by the Germans from Eastern Europe, and since the lands beyond the Urals are very harsh, there would be mass starvation. I can absolutely see this to cause plenty of wars in the region, with the remnants of the Soviet Union based in Omsk potentially expanding, but their successes would be cut short. The Euro republics, which were more democratically oriented, would unite and not allow migrants to flow into the Soviet Union, which over time would make the Euro republics the strongest Russian countries in the region, due to them receiving the bulk of the migration and in terms of population. Over time I can see the Euro republics to expand with a really bloody and prolonged conflict to finally defeat the Soviet Union and start a campaign of removing communist symbols, ideology and sympathizers. The rest of the Siberian nations are mostly made up of indigenous people who, seeing the Japanese extermination in the Far East, may choose to democratically join the Euro republics, who now would create the Democratic Russian Republic, with Tomsk likely becoming the nation's capital, as it is the largest city in the entire nation. In terms of population, the Democratic Russian Republic would be about 20 million people, but once we start counting in the fact that Germany wanted to deport 50 to 60 million Russians beyond the Urals, their population would increase drastically. While the first decade of these warlord states were brutal, eventually once they were united into a single country, they would start to prosper and their economy would grow rapidly. Looking at this map of the total area of land in Russia, we can see that the country would be really densely populated to the south, with a rough line between Omsk and Novosibirsk being where 80% of the population would reside. These cities would expand and become megapolises, and a beacon of stability in the region, who would be forced to modernize and produce a lot of food. While life would be generally improving in the Russian democratic country, the Russian state would be considerably poorer than you may imagine, and they are in no position to either challenge Japan nor Russia. The Germans and Italians are going to see how this economic stagnation could destroy their empires, so they need to do something drastic as to reverse this trend in order to maintain their hegemony. As such, I think that they would start constructing some mega projects, one of which was Atlantropa, which had the aim to drain the Mediterranean Sea and create more land to settle, but also the Breitspurbahn, which was a railway so big that it was planned to have cinemas and swimming pools inside of the trains. Imagine you're an evil dictator of a country which is suffering economic collapse. What would you do? Option A, make economic policies to help the people that are suffering. Option B, you pretend like the problem doesn't exist. Or option C, you start building mega projects to boost the national pride, despite your people suffering. This is episode 4 of Project Victory of Evil, where the Axis have achieved total victory in the Second World War, and shortly after that they would start to experience serious economic downturn due to their many bad economic policies, so they would start constructing mega projects, one of which is Atlantropa. This was the idea to dam the Mediterranean Sea at several choke points as to lower the sea level and increase the land, which would be settled. Many already know that this would be a terrible idea, but I want to explore this in detail. First up, regarding the cost of Atlantropa, it would be significant, as there would be needed 3 major hydroelectric dams that need to be constructed, all of which are under direct Axis control. The goal of Atlantropa was not just to create more land to settle, but also for these dams to provide the continent with a lot of electricity. The German scientist Hermann Georgel came up with this plan in the 1920s, and I want to get this out of the way. Germany, just because they won the Second World War, is not guaranteed for them to build this mega project. This is all just for entertainment, and what if it was built anyways? Hermann Georgel planned for this project to be a utopia, giving more land and electricity to the Europeans, and argued that for Europe to be a superpower, they need to have land in all climate zones, which he believed would make Europe self-sufficient. Do you know who also was obsessed with self-sufficiency? Well, literally all of the Axis members. So this theory, if correct, would become really popular, so this is perhaps what we need to happen for Atlantropa to get built. The first dam of 3 is the obvious choice, which is the Gibraltar one, which is controlled by Spain, including the surrounding areas. Then you have the other natural entrance to the Mediterranean Sea, which is the Dardanelles Straits, controlled entirely by Turkey with the surrounding areas. Then you obviously have the Suez Canal, which I'm unsure who directly would own it, so I would assume it would be shared by the Axis, but Italy would own the land. The final dam that would be built is in Venice, which is not required as to lower the sea level, but the architects in the original plan of the project wanted to preserve Venice as a cultural landmark, knowing that Venice without their canals would lose them of their heritage. Another optional dam was planned in between Sicily and Tunisia, as to further lower the eastern Mediterranean and create even more land to settle, but also these dams would connect Europe to Africa, same with the one in Gibraltar, serving as a land bridge. So what I have described would need at least 3 major dams, but the plan wanted to have 2 additional ones, so I would go just how this plan was thought of. Atlantropa was actually just the beginning, as Hermann Georgel also had plans for North Africa. Basically, he wanted the Congo River to expand into the Chad Basin, which was hoped to expand Lake Chad and in turn make the Sahara Desert green, which is further more land for the Europeans to settle. The plan also envisioned a Grand Railway. You have heard about the Cape to Cairo, and this plan wanted to link Berlin to Cairo, going through the Sahara Desert, rather than Egypt. As you can see, Germany has colonized most of Africa, so this railway would further help them reach their subjects, increasing their control over them and transporting resources more efficiently. Another railway was planned linking Paris to Dakar. I would also cover these mega projects in detail. There would be an obvious problem here, both the cost and the fact that Atlantropa simply wouldn't work. Let me start with the cost. The plan envisioned for it to take about a century to complete, or to be more precise, between 80 and 150 years, and here is why I believe that the Axis in this alternate history would want to do this. As the plan was created in the 1920s by a German scientist, his idea was that this mega project would create a lot of jobs, hence decreasing unemployment, but also reduce overpopulation in Europe. Germany in this alternate history would be suffering exactly from these problems. As I said in the previous episode, the economy would be crashing and unemployment would be very much on the rise. So for the Germans, starting such an ambitious mega project as to create many jobs would be beneficial for the Reich. And honestly, this is the only positive I can think of. Now let us get to all of the negatives. Obviously, the newly created land is not going to be arable, since the Mediterranean Sea is salty water. The seafloor, which would now get exposed with a decreased sea level, would basically be a desert filled with salt. This is interesting because the Romans, apparently when they defeated Carthage in the Third Punic War, had planted salt in the land, as this would prevent crops from growing there and for Carthage to ever rise again. Now this may be a myth, as it is not confirmed, but in the city of Shechem exactly this was done and it was mentioned in the Bible. When the Hittite Empire was also defeated, apparently salting the ground was also done as to bring in fertility. We have a few examples from history, some confirmed and mentioned in the Bible, some not so much, but the point still stands. The lands that the Axis would create wouldn't be usable, and since it was planned for them to produce food and have people living there, the Atlantropa project would undoubtedly fail. Further, in the year of 1960, which is the year in this alternate history as of right now, about 50 million people live directly on the Mediterranean coastline, with millions more relying it for agriculture, trade or fishing. We can conclude that draining parts of the Mediterranean and building Atlantropa would be a humanitarian cataclysm, displacing tens of millions, wiping out century-old port cities, and triggering a migration crisis. Now let me tell you what this actually looks like. Naples, with slightly over a million people, would no longer be a coastal city, likely crashing the local economy, with the same happening to Genoa, Palermo, and even Venice would be affected to some extent. Marseille and Nice in France are also no longer coastal, so France would no longer have a suitable port city on the Mediterranean Sea. Barcelona and Valencia combined would have about 2 million people, and these cities are heavily affected by draining the Mediterranean. The same trend would continue to Athens, Thessaloniki, Algiers, Oran, Tunis, Izmir, Beirut, and so on. Even Alexandria, which is today the largest coastal city in the Mediterranean Sea, would be greatly affected by this. Imagine Alexandria, a city with 2000 years of history, left landlocked and dying. Of these cities, important cultural and economic centers would become obsolete, and the local economy there would simply crash, just to get a bit of salty desert that is practically useless. Now don't get me started at the cost. At the beginning of the video I alluded that this project was planned to be completed in about a century, but included all the railways and even extending the Congo River as to create artificial lakes in the Sahara Desert. So we can have Atlantropa to be built right now, although it could be unrealistic to be achieved in just 15 years after the Axis winning the Second World War. So assuming Atlantropa was built, what would it actually look like? I already told you about the salt and desert, but we have some real life comparisons we can make, one of which is the Aral Sea. The Soviets wanted to shape nature to the will of man, so the Aral Sea, which was about the same size as Ireland today, now has their size about double of that of Luxembourg, so we can safely say that the Aral Sea lost about 90% of their water, and what it left behind would be exactly the same as Atlantropa, useless desert. Now I can go on and on, but I'll try to keep it very short and tell you how effective this was. Initially, draining the Aral Sea was successful, as the plan was to divert rivers flowing into the Aral Sea and spread their water throughout Central Asia, so Uzbekistan had their standards of living increase rapidly due to more arable land. The problem for the Aral Sea started years or even decades after construction, where the sea level began to drop quicker than expected. Eventually, towns that were right on the coastline of the Aral Sea required a 2-hour drive to get to the coast again. Needless to say, all of these towns' economies totally crashed and most of them became ghost towns. About the same land as Ireland was turned into a desert, bringing winds and deadly salty sandstorms, which made living in proximity to the Aral Sea quite impossible to happen. The Death Valley in California is also comparable to Atlantropa, although it wasn't man-made. The parallels are very similar, dry desert that nobody wants to live on. Regarding the Death Valley in California, it is suspected but not yet confirmed that there was a massive lake in the place of the Death Valley today, which over time and several factors dried up. There seems to be a trend of drying up a lake or a sea makes a useless desert in its place, but it wouldn't be known in the 1950s when construction of Atlantropa would start. Atlantropa, much like the ROC, would create much needed new land. Now in terms of the land that it would create, it's about double the size of modern day Germany, or similar to Ukraine of today, so this is quite a lot. Let us say that after the Axis win the Second World War, that they start sort of immediately damming the Gibraltar Straits, and later the other choke points, so by the 1960s there would for sure be effects on dropping sea level. Now I have showed you this map plenty of times regarding the completed version of Atlantropa, but going from this to this would be a gradual process, taking about 50 years. Rather than slowly expanding this map, that likely you wouldn't even notice, I would be using the completed version of Atlantropa as of now. Regarding construction of the dam in Gibraltar, there would be two main challenges, capital and engineering. The Dutch after the Second World War started their projects of reclaiming land from the sea by using dams, which even today is considered as highly successful, although not even a fraction to what Atlantropa wanted to achieve. These Dutch engineers would help out Germany, perhaps unwillingly, as the Netherlands had been conquered by the Germans, where in their place a Rijkscommissariat was established. Speaking of which, by the year of 1960, I think that all of the Western Rijkscommissariats of Belgium, the Netherlands, Norway and Denmark would have been Germanized enough to be integrated into the Reich. In previous videos of the series I explained how this would be done, so what we have now is Germany expanding greatly, with the general government of Poland possibly seeing the same fate, due to how many Polish people were to be eliminated there, and for Germans to settle the region. By 1960 it could become majority German, hence why it's possible for the Reich to annex it right away. We have a greater and stronger Germany, with far more resources than historically, but still the scale of this project is something that is not yet achieved even in our modern day. While the Dutch and German engineers would collaborate, solving the engineering problem, the one of cost would be the biggest problem. I think that Germany would realize how costly this would actually be, although much like the Soviets, they would disregard the environmental concerns and the fact that this plan may not work as expected. As such, for Germany to ease pressure off themselves, as they were already dealing with an economic crisis, would require all countries in Europe to contribute money to this project. This could be easily achieved, considering the fact that Germany is the master of the continent and has subjugated most of the European countries, so making them pay for a project that wouldn't benefit them or are anywhere close to it would undoubtedly increase discontent with the Axis in Europe, especially when the project starts to fail and has costed so much. The Gibraltar Dam would be the biggest bottleneck, as it would require 13 kilometers of hydroelectric dam to be constructed, which would for sure be the costliest mega project ever built in human history. This would be about 10 times longer than the lengthiest dam currently built, and it was finished in the 2010s, so this project is becoming too unfeasible. Even further, the water depth would be a problem, as it would be about 300 meters, and today only 2 dams in China have achieved this depth. Having the Germans in the 1950s construct such a mega project 75 years sooner than today would be very ambitious and likely not going to happen easily, or it would become too costly. So the problem is not only the length but also the height, but with this much investments from the Axis and the willpower of the ultranationalist regime, which with their totalitarian ideology can make their people do whatever the state wants, I think it's not impossible for the Gibraltar Dam to be constructed, it would be just very stupid. While the Gibraltar Dam is under construction, the Suez Canal would immediately be impacted, as sea level would drop and create new land. So when Atlantropa is completed, there would be about 100 kilometers or 62 miles in freedom unit of extension as to make the Suez Canal operate as usual. So this extension could take about 10 years and would be very costly. This would further increase the cost of building Atlantropa, so this mega project is becoming too costly too quickly. The Suez Canal may actually be abandoned, as Atlantropa promised land connection and railways linking Europe to Africa, eventually creating one supercontinent, so the use of the Suez Canal would decrease, considering the Mediterranean Sea would be significantly drained. For the sake of this alternate history, I would have the Suez Canal to be abandoned, as expanding it 100 kilometers, while the Germans believed in other better alternatives wouldn't happen. In 1961 would be the official death of the Suez Canal. Italy wouldn't like this, but they are under the boot of Germany, so there isn't much for them to do. So I have told you what the Atlantropa project was, how difficult it would be to complete in reality, and I drew some parallels as to tell you what it could look like. Let us look at the world where it was constructed and explore how this would change the Victory of Evil timeline. The first thing that would happen is immediate climate change in the Mediterranean coastline, so olives, grapes and citrus fruits typical to the region would start to fail, likely leading to decreased food supply for the Axis, and likely risking a famine in southern Europe. Fisheries also likely collapse due to lack of infrastructure, much like with the Aral Sea. Cities that were on the coast would now find themselves hours away from the sea, and all the important cultural centers I mentioned in the beginning of the video, like Naples and Barcelona, would see near extinction. The newly created land wouldn't be suitable for anything, not even construction, due to the fine sands, which wouldn't support massive structures. The climate change, with massive sandstorms starting to plague the region and making even more local crops start to fail. There is obviously going to be a displacement of millions of people, as about 50 million people live directly on the coastline, which would now become inland desert 2 hours away from the actual coast. Billions of people would flock either to the newly created lands as they want new opportunities, or more likely they go away for good inland. Either way, it makes the problem of perceived overpopulation in Europe way worse, not better, with the creation of this new land. Not only this, but Atlantropa would be nearly inhospitable, but also this would extend to the land surrounding it that used to be the main food producers in the region and thriving communities. What would happen with Atlantropa being built is that the economic crisis of the Axis would likely get worse. They had spent so much money on the Gibraltar and Dardanelles hydroelectric dams, as they wouldn't do the Congo dam just yet, the Sicily-Tunisia one, but also repair the Suez Canal. But now this investment would make their problem even worse. This would likely crush even more local economies and make the ongoing economic crisis in the Axis way worse. The Axis are on the brink of total collapse, as they would have to spend so much money and resources on unproductive mega projects, purely designed by the insane ultranationalists. This is a recipe for disaster in my opinion. So, considering that Atlantropa is built, I covered the immediate problems, but there would be even more popping up in the future, one of which is the massive reliance on hydropower, which wouldn't be a problem if the dams are up and running, but let's say a resistance group wishing for their independence and wanting to weaken Germany sabotages the Gibraltar Dam, which would flood the entire area back, and all the people that resided in Atlantropa would be underwater, leading to millions of casualties. Considering the actions of what Germany is doing in Eastern Europe and even in Western Europe by forcing countries to pay for it as well, there would be growing resistance to German rule over the continent, as Italy was reduced simply to a German client state. If the Gibraltar Dam were to be sabotaged by the ever-growing resistance, this not only floods Atlantropa and kills millions of people, but likely the German Reich would be overly reliant on hydropower, so it could cause an outage and disrupt the German economy even further. As destroying this Gibraltar Dam would become the best way to disrupt Germany, the Germans would spend even more money guarding it, potentially kicking out Spain and annexing the land around it, as to make sure that it's more secure than Area 51 of today. This in turn costs even more money for something that is underproductive. The Axis are now in a massive recession. Further, as the years would pass, the climate in Europe would start to change. Summers would become warmer and the winters would become colder, which not only sucks and feels like you're living on Mars or the Sahara Desert, but also makes the crops fail, so there would be mass starvation in Europe in the 1960s. Ukraine wouldn't be impacted too much by this, as they are rather away from it, but by this point Germany would have killed or displaced about half of the Ukrainian population, so their grain production would undoubtedly be lower than expected. All of a sudden, due to Atlantropa, there is no longer enough food to feed the Reich, further making their problems even worse than expected. About 200 million people would be negatively impacted by the construction of Atlantropa, not only those living on the coastline, but also for those who relied on the proximity to the coast, which provided nice climate to grow agriculture. For me, there doesn't seem to be any positives to this story. Southern Europe has become similar in terms of climate to Central Asia, and the regular sandstorms would make it very difficult to live there. While it would become impossible to estimate the death toll and migration crisis of building Atlantropa, I would give you some numbers that I pulled out my ass, for the sake of this series. I would say that about 5 million people directly die in the decades after and during the construction of Atlantropa, disproportional amount of which would be people from North Africa, as the Axis leadership wanted to reduce their population anyways. The Europeans would migrate inland, so about 30 million people could be forced to leave their homes and settle in the interior of their respective country, going after stability. There is going to be a big humanitarian crisis, but I'm sure that the ultranationalist Germans would take proper care of these people and minimize the death toll, right? Well, you already know the answer. For our own story, Werner and Nadia were enjoying an amazing life in the 1940s and early 1950s, where they had all their needs fulfilled. They got a house and land for free, and life was generally great, but now they would be truly horrified. In just 15 years after the victory of the Axis in the Second World War, their quality of life would slowly but surely continue to go down, despite living in the general government of Poland, now part of Germany, which was a long way away from the Mediterranean Sea. All of the average people, no matter if they were Aryan or conquered, would feel the brunt of this economic downturn. Nobody is safe from what would happen next. In a previous video I mentioned that Italy would settle North Africa with 500,000 Italians, situated mostly along the coastline. Now with the construction of Atlantropa, these Italians would be tens of miles away from the coast, so there would be mass migration to the coastline yet again. In terms of an ethnic map, it could look something like this eventually, with more Italians arriving as to settle these newly created lands. Speaking of the ethnic map, let me show you around Europe, and generally how the demographics would change over time. The Balkans are likely going to become even more ethnically homogeneous, with mass deportations of undesirable people, or even eliminating them on the spot for committing the crime of being the wrong ethnicity in the wrong country at the wrong time. Croatia would be especially aggressive with their Serbian and Bosnian populations, so there would be plenty of war crimes in the Balkans, which is nothing new. As I would continue to say, the worst for the Axis victory scenario is yet to come. As for Britain, they would assimilate the Welsh people, and even the Scots would start to lose their identity, while something similar would happen to the Bretons in France. In terms of Germany in their sphere, get ready because this would be truly wild. This is what the ethnic map of the German Reich would look like in 1945, and I would make some adjustments to it as to show you the true horrors of Germanization. Starting with Ostland, as I previously covered, 80% of the local population would be eliminated, and that about 5.5 million Germans would settle in the region. Well, it would look something like this, considering the pie chart I have shown you. Some lands in Ostland would be straight up German majority, including neighboring Lithuania, where 80% of the population was planned to be eliminated, while Riga, the capital city of Ostland, is also German majority, which trend would continue to other important cities like Revel, Narva and Brest. There would likely be a land corridor to Adolf Hitler's Stadt, also formerly known as Leningrad, which would see the same fate as Ostland. The same trend would continue, with the general government of Poland also being a strong German majority via forced migration and elimination of Poles and Jews. Ukraine would lose a lot of their population, which although not seen on this map, as I don't have one for population density, would mean that the Germans would occupy some key cities and eventually have a majority there. But German control over Ukraine is currently not so strong. Crimea on the other hand would see the local people to be deported to Ukraine at best, and at worst be on the Urals or even killed. Where Germany, much like Leningrad, would make these lands a German majority due to the important military significance of the Crimean Peninsula. Muscovian and Caucasian wouldn't be impacted as much by the German migration there, but for sure they would see their population at least half. The Germans would settle in the Moscow to Smolensk corridor, but also around the Volga River, but that's about it. As for the Western ex-commissariats, they are slowly integrated into Germany over a few generations, so when they are annexed, they are not properly German just yet, but definitely on the way of being there. As for mainland Germany, the French would be deported in the millions back to France, making space for more Germans to settle, with aggressive policies of assimilating the Slovenes also following suit, which would also be carried out in Bohemia, making them now German majority. As for the Poles to the east, you already know what would happen there, so I don't have to say it out loud. Most of these lands would become German majority within a generation. The total population of the Polish people would have been reduced from 40 million people to about 5 million, half of which reside in the general government, and some being in Ostland, Ukraine and mainland Germany. In the end, the ethnic map of Europe has turned from this in 1945 to this 15 years later, with the German dominance growing over the continent. And now with the construction of Atlantropa, the Mediterranean nations, which Germany didn't see too positively, would become even weaker, and in turn further relying on Germany for help. This German dominance, however, is not secure. Japan at this point would practically abandon Europe and focus on their own internal affairs. While South America, the traditional allies of Germany, as most countries would be ultranationalist, are now fighting a bloody war among each other. Peru would defeat and annex Ecuador, with Brazil defeating Uruguay, while Argentina and Bolivia would partition Chile and Paraguay. Now these ultranationalist countries would be looking to strike each other, so they are of no help to Germany. Apart from being abandoned by their allies, suffering a devastating economic collapse and funding unproductive mega projects, the health of the Führer would start to deteriorate in the 1950s, and he may not survive to see the 1960s and the completion of Atlantropa. By the 1960s, the Austrian painter would be in his 70s, which I think is the point where he could die of old age, unless there are some complications, but we cannot predict that. So I would say that for the sake of this alternate history series, that he dies in 1962. Unlike other timelines based on the same concept, I think that the Austrian painter would make it very obvious who his successor would be, so the risk of a German civil war would be minimized. Yet some strong ultranationalist politicians would be vying for power internally, so a civil war is not out of the question just yet. The most likely option would be a civil Cold War, where Martin Bormann, Heinrich Himmler, Albert Speer and Hermann Göring would be vying for power internally, with a coup attempt not being too impossible either. The thing is that the Führer's death coincides with the failure of Atlantropa and the big economic crisis that is plaguing the Axis. So, if this issue is not resolved quickly, it will turn rather violent, and considering that his inner circle is fighting a cold war amongst each other, there would be many purges to the opposition, which would only impoverish the Reich further. The Austrian painter had turned Germany from a humiliated failed state to conquering about 1/3 of the entire world, being the undisputed masters of Europe. As the years would go on, the Führer would grow old, and his Parkinson's-like symptoms would only get worse. But what would happen to Germany had they lost their most important figure? Would his inner circle respect the successor that the Austrian painter laid out, or would a grand civil war follow that would undoubtedly reshape the entire world? Let me show you what I came up with. In the previous episode I said that the Austrian painter would die in 1962. Now I must admit that I made this number up. He had so many health issues and this could have happened a lot sooner, but also his health started to deteriorate when Germany was losing the Second World War. So the year for his death I came up with is purely a fictional guess and isn't backed by any realistic facts. Always made up for this scenario to work and be as entertaining as possible. Remember that if I was truly realistic, then Germany isn't winning the Second World War in the first place. With that big disclaimer out of the way, what would happen when the Führer inevitably kicks the bucket? Well, one of the first things that we could see happen is statues of the Austrian painter to be built everywhere in the Reich, as statues are usually built in memory of dead people, and the Führer would be undoubtedly the most influential person in the world at that time. Most likely the Reich is prepared for this outcome. I can even see the last months or years of the Führer being alive that he steps back from leading the German people and takes a more relaxed approach. Most likely even after his death, the news wouldn't be announced right away, but it would take several days for his inner circle to prepare the news as to minimize the damage. Eventually the news of his death is announced to the public, but not in the way that you may think. The news would be heavily restricted, and the flow of information would undoubtedly be minimized. By the 1960s, the ultranationalist ideology is already well established, and for about 30 years it would be taught to several generations. By this point, many people wouldn't remember the world before ultranationalism, so they would fully be compliant with the government. This is very important, because the Reich would like to restrict news of the Führer's death reaching the Reichskommissariats, which could spark further rebellions in the east. General Plan Ost, as I had previously discussed, was very ambitious, and it would undoubtedly fail to achieve its goals it set out to do. Even after more than a decade and a half of these lands being conquered by the Germans, the East is still not fully pacified and vulnerable to future revolts, especially in Muscovian, Caucasian and to a smaller extent Ukraine. Newspapers featuring the death of the Führer would become contraband in these regions. The SS would take the task of burning such papers in Eastern Europe, which would mention the death of the Austrian painter, arresting or even worse, eliminating people on the spot who distribute or read them. There would be mass censorship and the establishment of censored zones, where information would be banned from entering as to preserve the Reich's stability. So what is the situation as of right now? Germany is basically in a recession, General Plan Ost is costing a lot more and is not profitable. Atlantropa has failed and potentially caused a famine in Southern Europe, and now the strongest leader in the world would be dead, so the Axis would be doing really poorly. So who comes to rule Germany after the Austrian painter is out of the picture? Well, in our own history the Führer said that Hermann Göring should be his successor. Göring was historically the second in command of the Reich, being the president of the Reichstag from 1932 to 1945, so he was practically occupying this position before the ultranationalists took over. Hermann Göring was also one of the first supporters of the Austrian painter and the ultranationalist ideology. He joined the National Socialist German Workers' Party in 1922 and participated in the Beer Hall Push, where he was shot and wounded but avoided being jailed. Clearly, he was supporting the Austrian painter basically from day one. Even further, when the Austrian painter had informed his inner circle of his intentions to be promoted to a ghost, also known as testing if his skull is bulletproof, on the 22nd of April 1945, Hermann Göring sent a telegram to him requesting his permission to assume full control over the Reich after the death of the Führer. Now this action ended up being a whole mess, but this is not important here. What is important for now is that if Hermann Göring is alive and well in 1962, he would come to rule Germany after the death of the Austrian painter. The thing is that by this point Hermann Göring would be about 69 years old himself, and looking at the German life expectancy in 1962 in our own history, you can see that on average it was about 69 years. I would say that the fact is that when Hermann Göring takes charge of Germany, he would rule for a few years before inevitably also dying of old age himself. What would his rule actually look like, despite being so brief? Well, Hermann Göring is known for two things, being violent morphine addict and seizing Jewish properties and artwork from the Holocaust. Apparently in 1941, Göring withdrew from military and political affairs, focusing instead of literally connecting properties and artwork, so it is obvious that he wanted to benefit himself at the expense of others, was a violent drug addict and also about to die of old age. Now this is truly a great person to rule the most powerful country in the world, am I right? Now there is also a lot that could be said about Hermann Göring, so I'm going to give you one more fact before I tell you what his leadership would look like and how long it could last. Historically, at the Nuremberg trials, when Göring was captured, he was forced to do an IQ test, where it was found to be the impressive 138 IQ. I say impressive because today about 1% of the population has similar IQ or higher. In fact, having an IQ of near 140 would classify you as a genius in most IQ classifications. Hermann Göring was very smart, this is a fact, but he wasted his potential. Could he have become a great leader in 1962? Yeah, but I don't think that this would happen considering his drug addiction and the fact that he sort of withdrew from politics in 1941, instead focusing on growing his personal wealth. Again, there is much to be said about his Nuremberg trials, and how he was clearly caught lying on several occasions, claiming not to know of the extermination of the Jews, and claiming that the films from the concentration camps must have been faked, but later it was proven that he knew to some extent what was going on, as his name had appeared 135 times on a list regarding stolen properties from non-Aryans during the war. He pled not guilty to all charges against him, by the way. I think it's safe to say that Hermann Göring wouldn't be a great leader and would only make Germany's situation way worse, further making their decline and collapse inevitable. What exactly this looks like is understandably impossible to predict, but I don't think that there would be any radical changes of what Germany was already doing. So Atlantropa would continue to get built and General Plan Ost would continue in full force. As you can see, Germany has avoided a civil war with the death of the Austrian painter, but what about one after the death of Hermann Göring, which would come, let's say for the sake of argument, 3 years after the one of the Austrian painter, so in 1965. What happens after this would be truly chaotic. Germany at this point would be a huge mess, and the ultranationalist party members have different ideas as to how to deal with the ongoing economic and political crisis. Martin Bormann pushes for bureaucratic control, cutting military budgets as to boost the economy, and perhaps cutting losses in Caucasian and Muscovian, as these places were the least profitable for the Reich, while also costing the most to maintain. Bormann would basically like to keep only Ukraine and Ostland, as these by 1965 could become profitable and notably Germanized. Martin Bormann would argue that Germany is in this economic situation because of the extensive military spending, which is also the position I held in the third episode of the series. On the other hand, Heinrich Himmler wanted to extract more resources from the Reichskommissariats by force, being more aggressive to the conquered people. This could see the establishment of quotas, and although the Eastern Reichskommissariats weren't treated too nicely, Himmler would literally want to enslave the entire population of them. You already know some stuff about Himmler and the SS, so I hope that I don't have to mention these out loud, but his methods would be the most brutal and radical. Albert Speer is another candidate that could succeed Hermann Göring after his death, but his approach would be really different from the one of Himmler and Bormann. Albert Speer is credited as being a technocrat, although recently this theory is starting to become more questioned. What we can say for certain is that Albert Speer was the architect of the Reich, as he had designed the Olympic Stadium that held the 1936 Summer Olympics in Berlin, while also upgrading the Reich Chancellery. Albert Speer is also proven to know about the horrific fate of the Jews and used their slave labor in the construction of several projects, including the construction of arms production, where in 1944 slaves were used to build fighter aircraft. Some historians argue that Germany could have surrendered a lot sooner had it not been for Albert Speer using brutal methods as to produce more war equipment and keep Germany in the war for longer. So could Albert Speer succeed Göring? Well, historically Albert Speer was sentenced to 20 years in prison in the Nuremberg trials, and actually lived up until the year of 1981. So if he were to become the German leader, he could rule for about 26 years, starting in 1965. Albert Speer was one of the least crazy ultranationalists on the list, but I don't want to deceive you. There is a term called the Speer myth, where Albert Speer in his books and memoirs had argued that most ultranationalists didn't know about the extensive war crimes being committed, saying that everyone was just following orders and if they didn't, them and their entire family would perish. So after the death of Hermann Göring, we have three possible candidates: Martin Bormann, Heinrich Himmler and Albert Speer. In our own history, shortly before the Austrian painter decided to pay the devil a visit, he wrote in his last will and testament that Heinrich Himmler, Hermann Göring and Albert Speer were traitors. This happened for several reasons and would for sure be better fight away in this scenario, but we have another problem. All of the most prominent ultranationalist politicians would be in their 60s by this alternate 1965, some in their late 70s. These people with decades more to live would undoubtedly change from what they were in our own history, but also since Germany would win the Second World War, it is not fair to say that they would be exactly the same people. They could be way worse. We can absolutely see some young ultranationalists start to take charge, but we wouldn't know any of their names or details. Let me explain. In this alternate history, if you were born in Germany in 1940, by the time 1965 rolls around, you would be 25 years old and indoctrinated into the ultranationalist ideas, not being born before the time of ultranationalism. Historically, these people born in 1940 lived either in West or East Germany, becoming regular citizens. But now we can see several young ultranationalists likely being more radical, taking more and more the share of the government. I think that inherently the Reich is going to become more brutal and radical, and by 1965 most of the people running it would become ones that we have never heard of, as Germany historically was the war, so this scenario is becoming too impossible to predict in detail. What I did in this section is explaining how each of these individuals wanted to rule Germany. One wanted to reform and cut military spending, one wanted to double down on it, and Speer would be the wild guess, but due to his responsibility and later failure of Atlantropa, he is likely not so popular with the people anymore. Germany is having many issues, and all of the prominent politicians have drastically different ways of solving them. So do you start to see the problem here? A German civil war is not only plausible in this timeline, but I would say it's almost inevitable. I predict that the succession of the Austrian painter would be easily resolved and unlikely to lead to a civil war, but after the one of Hermann Göring, all hell would break loose, literally. Following Hermann Göring's death, the struggles for succession would escalate into a full-blown conflict. The details are again impossible to predict, so here is what I would lay out. The Bormannists, who would support a pragmatic authoritarianism and cutting military costs, would occupy Brandenburg and Prussia. They would get hold on some of the German nuclear weapons and could be seen as the most legitimate German breakaway state, as they would also occupy the capital of Germania. The Himmlerites would be totalitarian hardliners, who would occupy the SS strongholds, which is Eastern Germany and the Lebensraum colonies. Himmler would double down on racial conquest and his pagan ideology. This would be the most brutal regime, that's for sure. The Speerists would support technocracy and likely occupy Bavaria, the Rhineland and perhaps the Western Commissariats, that are now integrated into mainland Germany. Speer would want to cut their losses in the east and rebuild Germany's industry. The advantages of the Speerist faction is that they are likely to have the majority of the industrial base, and they could garner some sympathy with Italy, France and the Balkans. Even in Eastern Europe, a Speer wanted to pull out of there. There would also be an ultranationalist youth league who want to build a true racial empire, seeing Bormann, Himmler and Speer as too soft and betraying the ultranationalist ideology that they consumed all their lives. These youth people would initiate a guerrilla warfare all around Germany, but wouldn't see any solid stronghold. There would be no long-term vision, unstable leadership and lack of logistics, similar to the White Russian movement during the Russian Civil War. These are the four major sides, so let me tell you how this would play out. First up, the Wehrmacht is likely spread out around Germany and wouldn't fight for a united leader, so all breakaway states would have their own branches of the army. Himmler and his empire only borders Bormann's Germany, which is seen as the most legitimate government, so Himmler would have to take some drastic measures as to weaken the Bormannists and eventually take Berlin, while also suppressing the East. As such, Adolf Hitlerstadt, formerly known as Leningrad, would see yet another very prolonged and bloody siege, while Krimhafen, also formerly known as Sevastopol, would be under heavy SS attack. At this point, Himmler could have a few nuclear weapons under his direct control, and you really don't want to give this guy any nukes. Minsk, which would be renamed to Gothenburg, would see resistance movements from the local population when the SS takes over, with the freedom fighters attempting to re-establish their sovereignty, and this would be met by brutal measures by the SS. More than likely, the SS doesn't need these separatists to be alive, not even imprisoned, so they may decide to wipe Gothenburg off the face of earth, including the local German population there. Himmler would be willing to sacrifice millions of Germans and tens of millions of non-Aryans as to achieve his total victory. The SS would become really active in Eastern Europe as to preserve control, cleaning up the Bormannist pockets, but also not dashing to Berlin just yet. Himmler would like to see the other German breakaway states fight among each other, then Himmler with a consolidated Eastern Europe would plan to defeat the already weakened German state. For this plan to work, Himmler needs to have full and absolute control over Eastern Europe, but about 20% of which is ethnic Germans by this point, so this is no easy task. Himmler does have a lot of loyalists in the SS, but his losses cannot be as easily replenished as the ones of the Spurists or the Bormannists, who hold mainland Germany. As such, for the SS to keep their numbers strong, they would start to forcefully keeping Eastern Europe in check, and nuclear annihilation is one way to achieve that, with Gothenburg being an example for what would happen to other freedom fighters. In the sick mind of Heinrich Himmler, he would say that any German people can be replenished, but the non-Aryan population would slowly die out until they're extinct. With that mindset, you already know what would happen in Eastern Europe. Basically, Himmler is consolidating power there, cleaning up the Bormannist pockets and holding out the West, not pursuing any major advances just yet. As for the ultranationalist youth, they would seize Leipzig and the general Thuringia province and declare the Fourth Reich, being way more extremist than anyone seen before, but they are too spread out to coordinate fully, so some pockets of resistance may start to be reduced in size and strength. Now the Spurists would hold the industrial base of Germany and may see the majority of the Wehrmacht to support them, but this is a ticking time bomb. Spurist Germany is comprised of about half conquered territories, so if Speer starts losing ground or doesn't secure a quick victory, this could risk half of the country to be in open revolt. As such, Spurist Germany would become the most aggressive when it comes to land expansion, as they likely have to conquer more industry and prevent it from going to the hands of the enemy. With this industry, Albert Speer has the advantage in this war, as the local population is likely more supportive to his cause, or perhaps they have no other choice. Albert Speer has no military experience, however, so while his nation is aggressive and there is a ticking time bomb of resistance eventually erupting, he would undoubtedly suffer immense losses. By this point, we don't know which German generals would be still alive, purged and so on, so we cannot know who goes where. The army of Speer would be the weakest, while having the strongest industry. Himmler is the opposite. He has the strongest army, but has the weakest industry, while Bormann is sitting in the middle. The ultranationalist youth neither have a strong army nor a strong industry. Before I go in depth regarding the German Civil War, I think it's more fitting to cover how the world would respond, as many European countries were under the boot of Germany, and now they would have a chance to break free and reassert their independence. Germany also has almost all of Africa, and even has puppet states on the United States East Coast, and some in the Caribbean and South America, all of which would be affected. Further, Japan is going to see some changes as well, as their main trading partner and the reason why the Russians were kept at bay would now implode in a civil war, so the Japanese are going to become less stable as a result of that, as the strongest country in the world collapsing would undoubtedly complicate the world situation. First up, regarding Italy. When I mentioned the economic crisis of the Reich in the third episode, I said that Italy compared to Germany in this sphere would be quite irrelevant. As the Germans are struggling, subjugating Italy and making them pay tribute would be one way as to alleviate the German economic pressure. As this happened in this series, the Italian Empire was basically a German puppet state, undoubtedly suffering the most from the construction of Atlantropa. When Germany inevitably blows up in this alternate history series, Italy and many other European countries have the opportunity to break free from the German exploitative rule. Mussolini, if he is still alive and ruling Italy as a German figurehead, looking similarly to Italy 1943 onwards during the Second World War. The Italian people would be very displeased by this, as despite the Italian conquest and victory of the Second World War, unrest was rising long before the completion of Atlantropa. As I mentioned in the previous episode, this mega project likely causes a famine in southern Europe, with the territory in red being the most affected, which is almost the entirety of Italy. Mussolini or a similar puppet put on Italy would be deposed via a revolution. The new government is most likely still very nationalist, wishing to preserve the empire, limit the Arabs and integrate the Greeks and Montenegrins. The main difference is that these Italian nationalists are acting independently from Germany and in their best interest, and they are surely going to start to despise Atlantropa. Hungary is in a similar position as Italy, because they were subjugated by Germany in the previous episodes, despite their victory in the Second World War, where the brutal Arrow Cross party was forcefully put in charge of Hungary. The Hungarians for most of their history had always been ruled by a Germanic overlord, and I think that they would start to resent this. Similarly to Italy, a nationalist party is put in charge of Hungary that is not a German puppet, with the Hungarian nationalists wanting to preserve their gains, but also potentially expand into Slovakia, Romania and Serbia. As you can see, Germany imploding would immediately result in more conflicts and wars, but this would be just the beginning, unfortunately. Croatia would lose their main backer, and Italy has always claimed Dalmatia, which although due to Atlantropa being constructed, results in Dalmatia no longer being a coastal province. But still, an Italian victory against Croatia could restart the Italian economy and their national pride, further boosting the legitimacy of the new government. I think that Italy is likely going to eventually invade Croatia, which is basically as of right now without any real allies and are surrounded by hostile countries, some of which claim Croatian lands. Serbia could honestly see the same fate, as Hungary would want Western Banat, while the Bulgarian ultranationalists would like to take piece of the Niš province, which was claimed by Bulgaria. Serbia remains to be very weak and unstable, so if such an invasion comes, they are unlikely to defend themselves properly, starting a real end-seek for them. France and Britain would also see some changes. Starting with Britain, they were a deep German ally and would have almost eradicated the Scottish and Welsh identity within their borders, but now with Germany imploding, they can become more sovereign and act in their best interests, as they would start eyeing up Ireland, which was also a German ally. A full-blown war is unlikely to start right away, but Britain being ultranationalist and not being restricted by the Germans is now free to become much more aggressive. As for France, they would have the opportunity to strike spear against Germany as to retake their former territories, but this could absolutely backfire and could unite the German warlord states against France, looking similar to the Chinese Civil War, which was temporarily paused as to deal with Japan. The French are likely going to become much more pragmatic and look elsewhere to expand, with Spain being their best shot at expansion. Much like Britain eyeing up Ireland, a war wouldn't start immediately, but there would be a lot of pressure in Europe outside of the German sphere. Moving over to the German African colonies, they would be in German hands for about 20 years, which is an entire generation of people, and considering the lower life expectancy on the continent and the higher fertility rates, I can see the majority of the African population to be born under direct Axis rule. What the Germans and to a smaller extent the Italians would do in Africa would be truly horrific, similarly to the French colonial assimilation of our own history, where France sought to assimilate the African population, forcing them to adopt the French language and customs, then becoming French citizens. The Germans are likely going to do something similar, except for the citizenship part, where the local population would be Germanized, but still not be Aryan, being used as slave labor most likely. What I'm trying to say is that forming any sort of a national identity for these African people would be rather difficult, considering the previous attempts by France and Britain to erase this identity for centuries. And now Germany would do the same for about 20 years, but be much more intensive and aggressive. Further, the African colonies started to push for independence in our own history when decolonization started to kick in, and the two strongest countries in the world, which were the Soviet Union and the United States of America, forced France and Britain to decolonize. Now, with no decolonization efforts taking place around the world, I am quite pessimistic that there would be an African revolt as to establish free countries. Most likely what I can see happen is for German Africa to separate itself from Germany, where the local German elite would continue to rule as usual, and instead of the resources being exported to the Reich, German Africa would benefit from these resources extraction themselves. Now, perhaps the continent is split into several warlord states, but this is a tough call to make. I can give you a historic parallel as to what this German Africa could look like. Imagine apartheid South Africa mixed with how the natives were treated in Belgian Congo, and the continent would be ruled by the ultranationalists. As such, I would imagine that the native populations almost have no rights and are treated basically as animals, with white Germans and colonizers occupying the cities. I think it would be rather easy to keep the natives in check, but we're talking about the 1960s, so quite literally the opposite could happen and the native African countries may choose to revolt. I think it could truly go both ways, but for now German Africa continues to operate as usual, even if it is split among several World War states that are fighting each other. As for the German-American colonies, initially they would retain their colonial government, but as the Reich falters, funds and order would collapse there. These American colonies are likely never popular with the people, as the Americans had a strong tradition of liberty and democracy, a high life expectancy and a lower fertility rates, so most Americans, even in 1965, would remember the days before ultranationalism took over. Considering that the German colonial administration is likely to steal resources and exploit the local people, the quality of life in America would drop noticeably, so the local American population can for sure take up arms and start to resist the colonial government. The thing is that as Germany is fighting a civil war, likely not much is spared as to safeguard their overseas, so for the Americans, each German soldier that is eliminated wouldn't be replenished. So at first we could see a guerrilla warfare initiated by the local American population, where the German convoys and soldiers would be slowly ambushed and eliminated. The independent American-Canadian state is going to become the main backer of this resistance movement, giving them a lot of weapons and training, so I think it could become quite effective. I can absolutely see the independent American state to eventually start expanding and declare war on German America, but what about Japan, as they hold the Pacific States of America? Would they allow it, or would they declare war on America as to not allow them to get too strong? Well, Japan in this alternate history is quite isolated from the rest of the world. They just have their own puppet states and members of the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere, but this is about it. Now I think that Japan is going to reform slightly, as they would see how ultranationalism is failing in Europe. Japan would still be basically fairly nationalist, but they would give a bit more autonomy to the conquered people, installing even more native loyalists in foreign governments. There could be something like a civilian dictatorship, which could cool off the resistance for a bit. Remember that nations like Indonesia, Vietnam and even the Philippines never got this much autonomy under the European colonizers, so it would be seen as a great improvement for the local people. Even further, with the increased fertility rates in the region, much like Africa, generally lower life expectancy, most conquered people in Southeast Asia would be born under direct Japanese rule, so resistance there wouldn't be as popular. Japan really has the advantage of conquering former European colonies, subjugating them and giving them slightly more autonomy, framing themselves as liberators and Asia's true leader. Sadly, I think that this could work. It is not like there wouldn't be a constant guerrilla warfare in much throughout Asia, but for now the Japanese could handle this rebellion. Yet when it comes to America, the Japanese cannot really strike them, as they could risk collapsing the entire empire. Basically, Japan has two options. The first one is that they sit idle and let America expand into the German colonies. Then for them to potentially kick out Japan, but this would be a defensive war that Japan could benefit from the support of the conquered people, as Japan would say that America wants to colonize them all over again. Basically what I'm trying to say is that Japan is likely going to perform much better in a defensive war, as their subjects are likely going to become more loyal if this is the case. Obviously, on the other alternative, these subjects can see Japan at war and rebel, but the propaganda and ultranationalist ideology would have been cemented there for 20 years already, so the people would be made to believe that America wants to colonize them all over again. Japan can also do a second option when it comes to the Americans, and this is to strike them initially, but then Japan is the aggressor, which wouldn't sit well with their colonies and makes them even more likely to lose their empire. So why risk the empire for a pot of gold, which is the Pacific States of America? I would say that Japan decides not to intervene in America, but can put some pressure on the border with some skirmishes. This would actually be the most beneficial thing that Japan can do, as the American-Canadian country would fear a two-front war, which would make their odds at victory very slim. As such, with this Japanese pressure to the west, America wouldn't go all in against the German colonies. So the Second American Civil War, or War of American Unification, would take longer than you may expect, despite the German colonial government there being very weak, due to the Americans fearing that Japan could also enter the war at any second. This would be a brilliant move by Japan, because they never intended to fight this war, but now they can put pressure on America, which would drastically slow down their unification, giving Japan more time to breathe and develop the Pacific States of America. As for the German colonies in South America, I can see Brazil to attempt to seize them, but Venezuela would also try the same. Eventually they would be partitioned between the two, but the problem is that this could escalate to become another war in South America, which is quite likely. And if the Spanish-speaking realm decides to team up against Brazil, this could be South America's world war. Now, would this conflict escalate into a full-blown war? Well, we would see how this conflict develops, but for now there is just border skirmishes. Now I have almost covered the entire world, how they would react to the German Civil War and what would happen next, but I have not mentioned Russia so far, which after 20 years of civil war managed to unify itself into a single state. These Russians are going to start supporting Muscovian separatists, with the aim of weakening German rule and eventually expanding westwards. Now, down south, the Muhammad Reich, also known as Turkestan, is going to become practically independent. They were never in the German sphere too much, and at best a few 10,000 Germans settled in Turkestan. So now with the German Civil War, Turkestan could re-establish their former independence. The thing is that Turkestan holds a bit of Russian speakers, and is entirely comprised of lands that were formerly part of the Russian Empire and later the Soviet Union. So you could say that it's beneficial for this independent Russian state to strike Turkestan, but I think that this idea would be quite unpopular, and perhaps the opposite could happen. Let us look at the hypothetical of Russia striking Turkestan. At best they win and take the entire region, but there would be a big problem with that. The region would be ultranationalist for about 20 years and have almost the same population as this independent Russian state, so the demographics and religious shift could be great and could kill the hopes of Russia uniting later. Perhaps Russia secures a limited victory and only takes the Russian speakers on the border, but this is also problematic. This is because if this is done, it would cement the Muhammad Reich into the German sphere, so Russia cannot really expand any further if they did any of these two options. The best option for Russia, in my opinion, would be to work with Turkestan and form an official alliance against the German Reichskommissariats. In the spheres of influence that they would agree to in advance, Russia would get Muscovian and Ukraine, while Turkestan would gain Caucasian and a possible later expansion into the Middle East, so this would be the first official anti-German alliance. Now Russia doesn't have to fight a war against Turkestan, as they wouldn't benefit from it in any way, but can use these resources instead as to arm Muscovian separatists, which would help Russia more in the long term, rather than alienating Turkestan. Going back to the German Civil War, I haven't covered much of what actually would happen on the ground, but this is because what I explored in this video is the reaction of the world about a week after this civil war starts. Now with the Russian separatists being armed and trained, the Himmlerites would see some more local unrest in Muscovian, which would trigger the Great Revolt. The Himmlerites need to do something drastic as to keep their minorities from rebelling, or else this would seal their fate. For our own story, Werner and Nadia had lived in the general government, where they are now under direct SS occupation. Werner and Nadia had a child, which would be in the ripe age to serve the military by the 1965 German Civil War, so the SS is likely going to start to the cities and villages as to recruit child soldiers, with the goal to bolster their own army. Anybody who refuses to hand their children over would be eliminated on the spot, and then their children would be taken anyways. Werner and Nadia would be very much devastated by this loss, but it would get even worse for them. Peter, the Polish underground resistance fighter and brother of Nadia, would decide that this is the best time to rise and secure an independent Poland, initiating the Great Revolt, where all resistance fighters, regardless of background, would cooperate with each other as to kick the Germans out, agreeing that all must rise together when the time is right, rather than attempting and failing one by one. In the Great Revolt, there would be many independence movements, but to keep it simple, all independence movements would be the same color. Speer's Germany is on a ticking time bomb, having to quickly seize lands and industry as to not suffer rebellions to their conquered territories, which comprises almost half of the country. As Albert Speer wouldn't have the most legitimate government, which is in the hands of Martin Bormann, and Speer didn't have any military experience, this rushed assault would lead to many casualties on both sides. Speer, after failing to push into Bormann's Germany, would rather consolidate control over Holland, where there is an ultranationalist youth stronghold that could be considered as an easier victory, considering that the ultranationalist youth lacking in strong military, economy and governance. As such, Speer's Germany would succeed there, but them taking Hamburg would be a tough task. This is because the Bormann's Germany also wants to take the city, which is actually quite important for both sides. Hamburg is the largest port city within Germany, and controlling it could allow the Kriegsmarine of either side to blockade the other. Furthermore, if Borman's Germany loses Hamburg, then their possessions in Scandinavia are also threatened. Also, since Borman's Germany is seen as the most legitimate government, Gross-Britannien, which is a traditional ally of Germany, could choose to support them with Lend-Lease and volunteers. But looking at the map, these would only arrive in huge numbers via Hamburg and nowhere else. Essentially, Hamburg is really important both for Speer and Bormann as to win the war. Basically, whoever controls Hamburg would later control Scandinavia. The city is currently a stronghold of the ultranationalist youth, whose ideology is the most extreme out of the bunch, so the city would be defended at all costs. All sides except for the ultranationalist youth and the Slavic rebellions would have nuclear weapons, and Heinrich Himmler already used one as to destroy Gothenburg, formerly known as Minsk, so a nuclear weapon being used on Hamburg is definitely within the realms of possibilities. The thing with the ultranationalist youth is that the more they're contained and suffer damage, the more popular their cause would become, which is the establishment of a Fourth Reich that would exterminate all the non-Aryans better than the Austrian painter and create a true racial empire. What I can see happening is while Speer and Bormann are fighting over the Rhineland, the ultranationalist youth, which I would simply be calling the youth from now on, to consolidate control over Jutland and Schleswig-Holstein, making the importance of taking Hamburg even more urgent matter for Speer and Bormann. Quickly going over to Himmler, as you can see, the Great Revolt is taking a toll at his resources, and while the Himmlerites have the strongest army, most of it would be used fighting in Eastern Europe, rather than in winning the German Civil War. Himmler does have parts of Sweden under his direct control, but I don't think that the Himmlerites would have a strong navy, so I wouldn't be surprised if Bormann manages to take Stockholm and the surrounding areas, kicking Himmler out of Scandinavia and making sure that those soldiers do not return to Eastern Europe. The SS would enforce loyalty via terror and internal purges, so the death toll in Eastern Europe would be greater than you may expect, as the SS would start killing everyone who is non-Aryan under the pretext that they are either resistance fighters, collaborators or simply supporters. The Himmlerites at this point are very likely going to engage in scorched earth tactics, where entire cities would be bombed until extinction and local villages would be burned to the ground, making Eastern Europe suffer even more damage. In fact, the region would suffer the most this war compared to their entire history, as it would be worse than the Mongol invasion and Operation Barbarossa combined. The thing is, these Slavic uprisings would outnumber the SS soldiers, who despite their brutal tactics would be on the run due to the uprisings disrupting their supply lines. And you already know how important supply was for Germany in the Second World War, fighting exactly in this region. Himmler being Himmler wouldn't retreat, believing in the German superiority and their duty to settle and civilize Eastern Europe, which I'm certain would lead to Russia and Turkestan to join this war, or at least intensify their support for the rebels. The thing is that Eastern Europe was and still is really rural, with the exception of a few key cities that the SS is likely going to destroy via artillery or simply to nuke them, vaporizing the entire populations living there. In our own history, in 1965, the urban population of the Soviet Union was about 62.3%, but it started to increase with the Soviet efforts of urbanization, but in this alternate history I don't think that this would happen, so quite literally the opposite would occur. Due to General Plan Ost, the Germany attempted to Germanize Eastern Europe, the major cities in the region would become entirely German, where the local people would be forced to move out and to fend for themselves. So the urban population of Moscovian, Ukraine and Caucasian is going to be much lower than in our own history. And due to the increased fertility rates of people living in the countryside compared to the cities, the Germans would struggle to contain the growing Slavic population despite their best efforts. Now, how does this actually play out in this alternate German Civil War? Well, my prediction is that there would be about 20 million Slavs living in urban centers, and about 50 million living in the countryside. As Himmler and the SS would be going against the cities, which are the easier to target and destroy as to maximize the damage to the locals, this would very much hurt the 20 million Slavs there, but would further antagonize the rest of them, which is 50 million, not including the support they would receive from Turkestan and Free Russia. What I'm trying to say is that Himmler's efforts at terrorizing people into submission are actually going to backfire heavily, making more people within their controlled lands even more angry and committed to take down the Himmlerites. Russia would advance quickly and seize Perm, which is right on the border with Russia, and it's one of the major cities in the region. This would be very beneficial for the Russians, who would get a quick victory before the Himmlerites can respond, but also seizing an important supply hub and a big population center of about 750,000 people, which in this alternate history could be reduced to 500,000. But still, even if this is the case, it would increase the total population of Russia by more than 2%, which would help Russia quite a lot, as the locals are going to collaborate and enlist in the army as to further liberate more of Eastern Europe. Turkestan, on the other hand, would also advance into Caucasian, where most of the people had already rebelled and the SS was very overstretched, so it could be yet another easy victory, soon consolidating control over the entire region. The SS is quickly losing ground, which likely means that they become even more desperate. It doesn't take a genius to look at this map and say that the Himmlerites are going to be the first to collapse, despite them having the strongest army. Himmler needs to do something very drastic and quick as to make sure that he has any chance of surviving and coming out on top. So far, the Himmlerites were focused on containing Eastern Europe and letting the other German factions fight it out on the front lines, weakening themselves and then for Himmler to come back and take control over them. But this plan has clearly failed, with Eastern Europe now being in an open revolt. As such, the Himmlerites are going to come up with another plan, as this one had clearly failed. Instead of advancing in Eastern Europe and holding out the West, which is what they were currently doing, they would try to do the opposite. Himmler would propose that they dash to Berlin and secure most of Germany, which results in them getting more manpower and industry as to serve the SS, and then the Himmlerites would turn on Eastern Europe and consolidate them, now with more industry and manpower. This idea is a direct inspiration from what the Germans wanted to do in the First World War, which was to take out France quickly while Russia would be too slow to mobilize and become a threat a bit later, much like the Slavic revolutionaries. Basically, Himmler would make a gamble and focus on defeating the strongest faction first, while the East is still weak and disorganized, then turning on them before they can become too strong. The Himmlerites are basically forced to do this, as they, much like Germany in the Great War, are fighting in a war on two fronts, which rarely ends well. So, what do we have as of right now? An ultra-nationalist youth stronghold in Hamburg and the surrounding areas, Speer and Bormann wishing to take Hamburg themselves as to prevent it to going into the hands of the enemy, and while all of this is going on, Himmler would attempt to seize Berlin and end the war quickly. The German Civil War is becoming quite interesting and more chaotic, especially in the East, where I cannot cover everything. So, on the 22nd of April 1965, Bormann's Germany would enter the outskirts of Hamburg, which would be received with fierce resistance by the ultra-nationalist youth, who would want to preserve Hamburg and later link up with the Thuringian pocket, potentially taking Berlin, which could secure them a victory. As such, for this plan of the ultra-nationalist youth to work, they need to hold at Hamburg at all costs, which would make the Bormannists suffer plenty of casualties in the street-to-street combat that would ensue. Bormann has the ability to destroy Hamburg with a nuclear weapon, or even to partially destroy it with artillery, but since the city is vital for Bormann to keep Scandinavia, he would like to preserve it and take it. Speer would see how Bormann and the youth are fighting a bloody battle and decide to sit this one out, letting both of his rivals exhaust themselves and then for Speer to take the city with limited casualties once this is done. This gives the Speerist faction the advantage of regrouping and consolidating their forces, but if they are wrong with their hypothesis, they could risk losing Hamburg to Bormann, and in turn Scandinavia, which could risk them losing the war. So why is Scandinavia so important? Well, to put it simply, there is a lot of resources there, in addition to the control of the Baltic Sea, the North Sea and the Norwegian Sea. Before, I also mentioned that Gross-Britannien would be looking to support Bormann via Lend-Lease to Hamburg, which Speer wanted to prevent. The advances of Bormann into Hamburg would be relatively successful, as the ultra-nationalist youth is still very weak, but they are growing stronger and more radicalized people are joining their cause of creating a racial empire, ruling the entire earth. Bormann could get close to achieving some sort of a limited victory after a month of attempting to take the city, but then disaster would strike for him. Himmler, that was passive in the German mainland for about 2 months already, would now do a highly coordinated assault on East Prussia and attempt to enter the Brandenburg province via their stronghold in the general government. The thing is that Martin Bormann went all in Hamburg, which is understandable considering the earlier mentioned British support this could get them, but also keeping Scandinavia and their vast resources in check. As such, the most elite Bormannist divisions would be sent to take Hamburg, with plenty of unexperienced soldiers guarding their flank and border with the Himmlerite Germany. As such, the Himmlerites would start expanding into Bormann's Germany, with them taking Königsberg not being an insane outcome, but to the east they would lose ground as a result of them shifting their focus westwards. Remember, the gamble of Himmler was to win in Germany, then to turn east while the revolutionaries are still ill-prepared and poorly organized, so let us see how this would go. The ultranationalist youth is holding into Hamburg for dear life, but the pressure would be alleviated when Himmler starts to advance towards Berlin. The youth in Thuringia may attempt to expand north as to link up with Hamburg and to preserve the city under their control, giving them much needed reinforcements, which would have almost happened, but still the two are not fully connected as of right now. Himmler is advancing into Germany more and more, but this would be temporarily. Eventually, Bormann would seize his siege on Hamburg and quickly redeploy his advanced troops on the border with Himmler, creating a more even fight that is fought on German soil, which would see the most destruction possible. Now is the perfect time to mention the Polish underground resistance. The population of the Polish people went from about 40 million as to before the war to about 5 to 7 million in 1965, due to the extensive Germanization efforts. By this point, all Polish people would know that they would be wiped out eventually, so they might as well die trying to free themselves. The Polish resistance is by far going to be the strongest out of the resistance groups, being the most prepared and organized. On the 16th of March 1965, the Polish soldiers would come out of the sewers of Warsaw, Krakow and Lviv, occupying their respective cities and freeing the local people under the German occupation. The Polish resistance would go to the cities and villages under their direct control, with the goal of imprisoning the Germans and prevent them from taking up arms and launching a counter-revolution. And then their secondary goal would be to mobilize men and women into the army and motivate them to create a free Poland. Peter, the resistance fighter of our own story, would eventually enter the home of Werner and Nadia. I want to remind you that Werner moved to Warsaw when he was 18 years old and married a Polish woman, whom the Reich wanted to Germanize and produce German children. As their child was already taken by Himmler and the SS, this would be a heavy blow to Werner and Nadia, but now this would get even worse for them. Peter had been a former Polish soldier in the Second World War, defending Poland in 1939 against the German invasion, and now 26 years later, he would finally get to see his sister. Both would be near their late 40s, so they wouldn't recognize each other, and this is where the true horror would unleash. Werner, being a German in Warsaw, but also serving the army during peacetime, would be a thorn in the side of the Polish resistance. The Poles cannot allow Werner to live out of fear that he and similar people may resist the ideas of an independent Poland. Whether it would be during an accident, mistake or intentionally, Peter, the brother of Nadia, would end up shooting and killing Werner in front of her. Nadia's older brother had just murdered her husband. Nadia and Peter would look at each other, not realizing their brother and sister, due to them being separated for more than 2 decades and a half, when Peter would say, "Ci jesteś Polka." At this point, Nadia would freeze. This is her first time hearing the Polish language in more than a decade, as she was only 17 years old when Germany took over Poland in 1939. And with the Germans winning in the Second World War, the Poles were starting to be eliminated at a mass scale, while use of the Polish language was banned and could get you in a concentration camp if you were heard speaking it. As such, Nadia, which was an ethnic Pole for half of her life, would break out in tears in front of Peter, realizing that she has actually forgotten the Polish language in its entirety and has been fully Germanized. Peter would decide to spare Nadia and arrest her, putting her in a local prison in Warsaw, until they decide later what to do with the Polish woman. So, going back to the German Civil War, Speer would make a dash towards Hamburg, as the ultranationalist youth and the Bormannists were exhausted, which results in Speer to take the city, although it would be at the cost of about 200,000 German lives. The ultranationalist youth would not surrender and give up, so they are going to apply scorcher tactics, so Speer would capture Hamburg, but it would be mostly destroyed, with the ports not being usable, so it would be a Pyrrhonic victory. Scandinavia, which consists of conquered people by the Reich during the Second World War, would become more sympathetic to the cause of Albert Speer, who, due to necessity, would be forced to give more local autonomy to the West Reich's commissariats, which would sit well with Scandinavia. Now, considering Himmler is advancing towards Berlin and that the Bormannists faction is in the middle of fighting almost everyone, them suffering the most destruction could push for Scandinavia to mostly switch sides and ally themselves with the Speerist faction, who would promise them a lot of autonomy or even later on independence. For the sake of this series, I would have exactly this to happen, so it would result in the Speerists to start cleaning out the ultranationalist youth pockets in Scania, Oslo and Stavanger. Denmark and Thuringia would remain the main strongholds of the ultranationalist youth, but they wouldn't be popular at all in Denmark, which if it had a choice would side with the Speerists. As such, there would be mass pro-Speerist revolts in Denmark, with Albert Speer moving in his army as to secure the support of the rebels. A similar situation could also happen in Czechia, where they would much rather be under the control of Speer rather than the ultranationalist youth. Bormann at this point is out of the picture, as his Germany is now the weakest due to their geographic position and the fact that they're fighting almost everyone all at once. Now don't get me wrong, Scandinavia and Bohemia would much rather become independent than to be under the boot of Germany, but at this point they need to choose a faction, and the Speerists are going to be the most lenient who could promise them set independence. As such, Bohemia, similarly with Denmark, has a local pro-Speerist uprising, which is later joined by Speer's army, which would reassert control. Martin Bormann is clearly losing the war, which makes his faction even more aggressive, potentially launching nuclear weapons against his rivals, mostly directed against the Speerist faction, which is by far the strongest. As for Himmler, he would fail to capture Berlin, as Bormann would defend it with his best soldiers, and he would know that if Berlin falls, then his chance of winning the civil war would become precisely zero, so the Himmlerites would fail to capture the German capital. Speaking of Himmler, the East is going to be ready to put up a fight sooner than anticipated, as they would practically overrun most of Moscovian and almost the entirety of Ukraine, with the exception of Western Ukraine, which is barely under Himmler's control, but also Crimea, which would become an SS stronghold. As for the Polish resistance, it would begin to spread out in the lands of the general government and almost fully liberate all Polish majority areas, which would actually end up encircling the Himmlerites in western Ukraine, situated mostly around the city of Fuchstadt, formerly also known as Khmelnytsky. Now the situation of Himmler would be very dire. He simply made the wrong gamble, as he strategy relied on quickly seizing Berlin and for Eastern Europe to coordinate slowly, neither of which happened. So the SS is near extinction, with a similar fate falling upon the Bormannist faction. As such, with Himmler being the most dangerous, would launch all of his nuclear arsenal mostly into Eastern Europe, using tactical nukes as to slow down the Slavic rebellion. Bormann would also be nuking Speer, while Himmler would be nuking the Slavs. Speer may choose to retaliate against the Bormannist faction, but this wouldn't be beneficial for him, as it would only make the youth and the Himmlerites take more land instead. So Speer is going to focus on eliminating the ultranationalist youth, where using nuclear weapons could become the only way to achieve total victory sooner. Ironically, the use of nuclear weapons causes the least destruction, as if a war was fought conventionally, it would end up like Stalingrad or Warsaw during the Second World War, where about 80% of the cities were practically destroyed. As such, cities like Dresden and Leipzig would be nuked by the Speerist faction, which would only bolster the popularity of the Fourth Reich, but they are already too weak to pose any sort of a threat, so Speer mostly takes control over these territories, with Bormann taking the coastal areas. The ultranationalist youth are going to be fully defeated, and are the first faction in Germany to fail. Of course, they would never truly surrender, but considering the scale of the war, their local resistance would be negligible for this series. At this point, Albert Speer looks like he's going to be the victor of this German civil war, and I think it would be the most likely, due to him controlling the Rhineland, his ability to produce war equipment during hard times, but also the fact that he was the only one not to fight on two fronts, having his western flank secured. Speer would advance to take Berlin, which would be 20 kilometers or 15 miles away from his stronghold in Potsdam, so Speer now holds the capital city, greatly bolstering his legitimacy at the expense of Bormann. Members of the Bormannist and Himmlerites faction are going to see the writing on the wall and prefer to switch sides, rather than to fight a losing battle. Himmler would be assassinated either by a pro-Speerist faction or by a Slavic resistance member. Either way, he is out of the picture, and order in the Himmlerite faction would totally collapse. While Bormann would continue to hold on, but become increasingly more irrelevant, so Speer would eventually take these lands as well. Here comes a character you maybe didn't expect to hear, and this is Finland. The Finns are likely to take advantage of the chaos and take Lapland, with them pushing for the Sami majority areas not being too impossible, but as to not get in conflict with Speer, they would settle for something less. Back to Germany, at this point many of the warlords would have used strategic nukes, which would cause the most destruction but result in a rather short war. I would say that this conflict was about 1970, so it would be 5 years of brutal nuclear war. As for the death toll, it would be impossible to predict, but we don't do realistic scenarios on this channel either way, so this is what I came up with. For the military deaths of the German soldiers, it would be between 4 and 6 million, with 10 to 15 million German civilians also perishing during the war, either from the brutal occupation, reprisals, scorched earth, or being straight up nuked, or even dying of famine. As for the Slavic rebels, they would see about 10 million military casualties and about 15 million civilian ones, due to the brutal methods applied by the SS. In this German civil war, Eastern Europe is actually going to suffer the more losses and devastation, despite most of the war being fought over Germany, and this is all due to Himmler. This means that Himmler in this alternate world is the ruler directly responsible for the most deaths caused, as Stalin and Mao Zedong, which are argued to be responsible for more deaths, wouldn't exist in this timeline, so Himmler is officially the worst human being in this universe. Now let us look at the peace treaty that would fall between Albert Speer and the Russian revolutionaries, which is the easiest to cover. Russia wanted to annex Muscovian and Ukraine, while Turkestan wanted Caucasian, all of which would be allowed by the Speerist Germany, which, let me remind you, wanted to pull out of Eastern Europe regardless, as Speer saw Germany's problems stemming from their occupation of Eastern Europe, which was not profitable and being a resource drain. Speer also gives up control of Crimea and Adolf Hitler's Stadt to the Slavs as a sign of goodwill, despite the Russians not claiming these territories directly, but it would be a welcome gesture. Regarding Ostland, as I covered in previous episodes, it would be actually fairly Germanized by this point, with the majority of the population being ethnic Germans. As such, I can see the Belarusian borderlands to be given to Russia as well, but Germany gets to keep the rest of Ostland, which now, considering they lost some non-German territories, would become about 75% ethnically German, leading for it to be annexed into Germany. This is one matter settled, but let us also look at the other territories where Speer would grant local autonomy, which could later turn into full-blown independence. Belgium and the Netherlands are going to be the first ones to receive these privileges, where initially they would have the rights of self-rule and later self-determination. Scandinavia and Bohemia would also follow next, as well as Switzerland. Looking back at the war before the peace treaty, you would see plenty of Estonians and Latvians surviving and collaborating with the resistance. These people either receive a lot of autonomy or more likely push for independence. The problem is that this hypothetical United Baltic Duchy is going to be very irrelevant without the German majority lands, so for the time being they would be part of Germany, but receive local autonomy. Now comes the biggest challenge of Germany and the series as a whole, which is Poland. The Polish resistance would understandably want to create a free Polish state, to which Albert Speer is more than guaranteed to agree, but the question of its size would become the main problem. The Polish nationalists would face a dilemma, either they take their former territory or agree to a more compact Poland, neither of which is a great outcome for them. If they take their former territory with some border adjustments, then this version of Poland would be about 90% ethnic Germans, due to the mass killings of Poles that happened between 1939 and 1970, which basically means that there was an ethnic cleansing and assimilation of Polish people for 3 entire decades. The Polish nationalists would like to take as much as possible as reprisal and punish the Germans, but the new state wouldn't work. The other alternative is that the Polish nationalists only agree to take the former general government borders, which is still going to be about 63% ethnic German, so it wouldn't be feasible as well. But also the Poles would become an irrelevant country in Central Europe, so this is a tough call to make for the Polish resistance. Simply looking at the ethnic map I made about the year of 1965, which is before the German Civil War, you can see that there is not a lot of Polish people left alive, so Poland is in a really bad position. What I can see happening in the Polish resistance to take the borders of the general government and start expelling Germans as to form a majority there, but this is going to be a long process, so no matter what, Poland is the worst hit nation in a scenario where the Axis win the Second World War, which I think is a surprise to no one. In the end, the borders of Europe right after the German Civil War would look something like this, with the German puppets potentially breaking away later. Now the video is actually far from over, as this German Civil War will change not only Europe, but the entire world. First up, Japan is scared and increasing their control over their subjects, but nothing major will change for the Japanese, as I already covered their strategy in the previous episode. The American-Canadian state is likely going to fully conquer the German America by 1970, where a process of denazification and de-Germanization will take place on the US East Coast. America would rebound, their industry would start to boom, and they would have several hundred nuclear weapons under their direct disposal, but Japan is still a threat to the West Coast. Africa is a tough call to make. The German part broke away from Germany and likely became several warlord states, and honestly I can see them all starting to fight each other, while suffering nationalist rebellions of native Africans opposed to the ultra-nationalist and exploitative rule. There would be a slogan used to our continent and enslaved us would become really popular with African resistance, fighting against their white German superiors. I cannot predict the exact borders, so this is all up for interpretation. As for South America, I think that the Spanish-speaking realm could consolidate control over Colombia and then to strike Brazil, which would be a thorn in their sides for a while. The Spanish-speaking countries would like to partition Brazil, while the Brazilians would want to expand even further and reach the Pacific coast. Remember that all countries in South America by this point are heavily ultranationalist, as they were influenced by the Germans, so a continent full of expansionist ultranationalist powers that hate each other would go about as well as you would expect. I would assume that there would be total war in South America. Let me zoom out on the world map so I can show you what this actually looks like, so you can see that Russia and America have walked a long way and are starting to revert their national humiliation, but there are still a lot of unresolved conflicts in South America and Africa. Now I want to briefly cover Russia, Turkestan and Poland. The Russians and Turkestan are going to remain good allies, agreeing to drop all identity claims on each other, with the goal of preserving peace and making the region as a whole prosper. Poland by this point would be a very small country that is barely Polish anymore, and they are likely going to have great relations with Russia. The thing is that the borders don't really make sense, as there are Ukrainians living in Poland and Poles living in the Russian country. Poland may fear that Germany could strike them again, which is actually a valid concern, as by 1972 Germany would rebound from their civil war, which would deeply scare Poland. I think that the Polish representatives would agree to join Russia, which could become a federation looking similar to the United States of America, which means a federal government with local autonomy, with the goal of defending the liberty and freedom. Poland can join as a separate state and thus avoid conflicts with Russia or Germany. While this idea may be unpopular with the Polish nationalists, many would understand that this is needed, as Poland, with a population of about 3.5 million, where 63% were Germans, cannot defend itself from Russia, which likely has about 100 million people, and Germany, which also has more than 100 million people themselves. Russia, as I said, would become a proper democratic federation, giving their peoples rights that they never had in their history up until this point. Turkestan joining this federation is also an increased possibility, but for now I wouldn't have this happen. The country would adopt this cool flag and would be called Vostokoslavia, which means East Slavic. Yes, you have heard of Yugoslavia and Zapadoslavia, now get ready for Vostokoslavia. And yes, Vladivostok means exactly what you think. The reason for the name change is because of the Ukrainians, Belarusians and other East Slavic nationalities. So the Vostokoslavic Federation would identify with the region and group of people, rather than it being just Russia. For now, however, I would have Poland sign mutual treaties of friendship with Vostokoslavia, but not join the federation just yet, which I think is understandable by both sides, as Russia conquered so much land that they need to consolidate it first before adding new members. Just know that for now Poland is independent, but is on very friendly terms with Russia. Back to Europe, the immediate aftermath of the German Civil War would be unfortunately one of famine and radiation. Let me start with the famine aspect first. Before I covered how Atlantropa was going to cause a famine in southern Europe, with the areas in red not being able to produce any food. This would hit Germany very bad during the Civil War, but now with the Germans losing their breadbasket of Ukraine and even southern Europe, this likely causes a famine in Germany, which would make the anti-German resistance even more popular. So you could say that Speer's Germany is barely holding on, and his grip on power is far from being secured. Take this as the calm before the storm. Millions would die in Germany as a result of a famine. As for the radiation aspect, hundreds of nuclear weapons would be used during the war. Parts of Ukraine, Belarus and eastern Poland would become uninhabitable. Not to speak of the major German cities of Dresden, Leipzig, Hamburg, Königsberg, Danzig and likely even more, which would be nuked during the German Civil War. The areas in red would be uninhabitable, with the orange areas being ones where civilians wouldn't be allowed to enter due to the increased radiation. In yellow, people would live, but food wouldn't be grown, as it wouldn't be safe to be consumed, leaving us with not a lot of green areas that people can thrive and food could be grown, as most of the green areas are up north due to climate, food production and mass settlements are suboptimal. So I would color the colder climate with grey, so the people can realistically thrive only in the green areas. I would also add Atlantropa in this mix, where the problem is not radiation, but rather the salty desert that it has created. And down south in Africa, the climate would be too hot, so I would also grey this area out. What I'm trying to say is that as a result of Atlantropa and the German Civil War, where nukes were used, Europe as a whole would become quite inhospitable, which only increases discontent and results in more wars in the region, as each nation would now fend for themselves. In the previous episode, I alluded that Italy and Hungary would start eyeing up Croatia, which wouldn't be affected by the war all that much and still be viable for food production. I can really expect an invasion to commence, even during the German Civil War, but for the sake of simplicity, I would cover it now. Basically, as Germany is busy fighting itself, many nations will take this opportunity to start to expand during or after the war, but the specifics are of course impossible to predict. For the sake of simplicity, let us say that this Italian-Croatian war starts in 1975, so 5 years after the conclusion of the German Civil War, which is when tensions between Italy and Croatia would boil over, but also the poverty in Southern Europe would make Italy want to act or risk total collapse. So how does Croatia fare against Italy and Hungary? Well, as Croatia would lose their main backer in the face of Germany, they are left isolated, but Romania is more than likely going to step in and defend Croatia. This is because Romania knows that if Croatia falls, then Hungary would get stronger and the Hungarians are going to keep northern Transylvania, or even try to expand it into the entire region, so Croatia collapsing would be an existential threat to Romania. There is going to be a third Balkan war, because more than likely other countries get involved. The Bulgarian nationalists would lay claim on northern Dobruja, while Slovakia is in the same position as Romania, where if Hungary expands, then Slovakia may cease to exist, so they are forced to join this war. Serbia, on the other hand, is hated by both sides, and each claims Serbian lands, so the nation may collapse into a civil war or be invaded by both sides, as Romania wanted to reach Croatia, which would be isolated if Serbia is not attacked. This war is not only about territorial expansion for some and survival for others, it is one of resources, as farmland would become very scarce in Europe, due to Atlantropa and the nuclear disaster which was the German Civil War, so the Balkans are going to be the least affected in Europe, resulting in stronger powers like Italy wanting to expand there and seize these resources, or risk collapsing themselves. By this point, Italy would have annexed Greece and Montenegro, and while there would be some revolts there, it would become negligible. Now, the question of does Turkey involve itself into this war would come up, as they could join the defenders and seize Bulgarian and Greco-Italian territories, but also eliminate Italy as a threat in the Balkans and in the Middle East, which would preserve the Turkish Empire. Italy also holds plenty of Arab and Muslim territories, so if Turkey is successful, they can call a jihad and liberate these territories, so this conflict is going to become really tense and one of survival for both sides, fighting over limited resources, which is farmland. So to recap, as of now the world has 3 major conflicts taking place, the one in South America, one in Africa and one in Southern Europe. Currently the year is 1975 and the world tension is going to boil over as there are so many unresolved issues. I cannot predict how this war in Europe would escalate, but I would say that Russia and Turkestan would invade Turkey and Romania. The Romanians are invaded by Russia over the Transnistria region, where the ultranationalist Romanians would be committing unspeakable acts to the local Slavic population. As for Turkey, there is a similar position of ethnic cleansing in the Caucasus, but also Turkestan could claim these territories. Poland would also side with Russia due to the fact that they want to help out, but also see some Slovak lands that Slovakia took after the Second World War, which were a few villages. At this point, Japan would have enough, as if they don't act now, Russia would become too unstoppable and challenge their empire in Asia, so Japan also gets involved, which leads to the United States of America, Australia, New Zealand and Free India to declare war on Japan and reclaim their former territories, but also restore the old world order, which was one of stability, peace and democracy. Germany at this point would have briefly recovered from the Civil War and may choose to join the Japanese side, with the aim of retaking Poland and the East. France would join the Italian faction as to restore what they previously lost, while Spain would join the ultranationalist faction, wishing to preserve their gains, leading to Portugal to join the democratic faction. Britain, being an ally of Germany, would join their side, while Ireland would go with the Democrats. All of Europe is now fully at war by the year of 1975, but it would get even worse. The wars in Africa are likely going to be carried over, as the ex-German colonies are going to side with Germany, while the African rebellions are going to side with the democratic faction. The war in South America may escalate as well, with Brazil being more desperate and having benefited more from the world order led by Germany, would join the ultranationalist faction, while the Spanish-speaking realm would join the democratic faction. Now I want to reiterate that this war in South America may remain as a separate conflict, but given the stakes, I think that it could escalate and almost all of the entire world would eventually find itself at war, starting the Third World War in the year of 1975. Now I want to clear up some questions that you may have. No, this is not realistic in the slightest. The second question you may have is why Italy is siding with the democratic faction, and the reason for this is because if Italy is victorious, then they can retain their empire, so this alliance between them and America is not one of shared goals, but rather shared enemies. Think of how America and the Soviet Union allied against Germany in the Second World War. The fact is that Italy wouldn't side with Germany, considering the German subjugation on Italy earlier and the many points of friction between the two sides in this alternate history. Italy also started to democratize and give local autonomy to the conquered people when the German Civil War had started. The Italians did this not because they liked the conquered people, but because they had to do this as to keep their empire. I mentioned the famine in Europe and the lack of arable land, which pushes this conflict to start so soon after the German Civil War, and for the sides to look like this. The war is more so regarding the world order. The Germans and Japanese want to preserve the current world order, where they were at the top, while the Americans and Italians would want a new world order where they're leaders. So far we are more than 35 years after the point of divergence, and it ended up in a drastically different timeline, so everything I say here is just too unpredictable at this point. I chose the war to look like this because I think it creates for the most interesting scenario. Here, either the ultranational side wins and creates an even darker universe than I previously explored, or the pro-democratic faction comes out on top and restores stability to the world. First up, you may assume that nuclear weapons would be used by either side as to secure a victory, but I want to dedicate a minute as to tell you why I think that this wouldn't happen. In the previous episode, I explored that farmland in Europe would become a scarce resource due to the German Civil War, but also Atlantropa making parts of Europe unlivable. As such, this world war is not only fought for global dominance, but also for scarce resources like arable land. As such, neither side would be motivated to use nuclear weapons, which could make the majority of the world unlivable. So for the time being, this war would be fought conventionally, believe it or not. With mutual assured destruction, both sides know that any victory would be a Pyrrhonic victory. So how does this war develop? First up, the Germans and Japanese have an insane naval advantage, but also Britain is on the mix on their side. Looking at the red side, America, that was almost landlocked for 30 years, wouldn't be able to produce a strong navy, and even if they do, it would be in the Atlantic Ocean, due to the Japanese controlling the west coast, so the Pacific Ocean is fully dominated by Japan, while the Atlantic is dominated by Germany and Britain. Russia, much like America, was partitioned on both sides, and just now they would get a warm water port in the Black Sea, so their naval capabilities wouldn't be too great either, while Italy could have a strong navy and dominate the Mediterranean, but that's about it. France used to have a strong navy, but Germany seized it after the Second World War, and with Atlantropa being built, the French navy is mostly situated in the English Channel, where it has a big disadvantage. The blue side undoubtedly has the better navy, so immediately blockades on the red side would ensue. Germany and Britain would seize the Portuguese Atlantic Islands and use them as naval bases, preventing American soldiers from landing in Europe and helping out there. As you can clearly see, this war has 5 main fronts that we need to cover, which is the North American front, the South American front, the European front, which has many sub-fronts, similarly with Asia, and finally the African front, so I would cover all of them in parallel. First up, let me start with Russia, which is now called the Vostokoslavic Federation. The country is going to be very democratic, looking similarly politically and ideologically to free America, but since Russia has conquered so much land, they would need time to consolidate all of it, so they are undoubtedly weaker in the beginning of the war. Vostokoslavia and Free America were actually very close to each other, but I hadn't covered this in the previous episodes, as if you look at the map from the globe, North Canada and North Russia are only separated by the North Pole. Russia and America were never enemies by this point, they only started being rivals after they together won the Second World War, which is obviously not the case here. I can really see Russia and America to develop similarly and become great allies, even before the outbreak of the Third World War, and this is due to the polar route. Basically, planes started flying from North Russia to America in the 1930s, but this technology was perfected in the 1950s. Historically, the Soviet Union didn't allow the West to use their airspace, but now America and Russia would be very connected via the polar route, hence why Russia could become more democratically oriented with American support. I don't want to spend so much time discussing the polar route, but basically it is even used today by commercial aircraft from Europe traveling more quickly to Asia. A historical famous example is the Korean Air Flight 902, which traveled from Paris to Seoul in 1978, but it was shot down over the Soviet Union as there was a malfunction. Since this war starts in 1975, I hope that I have proven that the polar route actually works, so Russia and America aren't on the other side of the world from one another, but are basically neighboring countries, so of course plenty of land-lease would arrive there. Now with this out of the way, let us look at the European front. Vostokoslavia is going to perform very poorly initially, due to them being so weak a decade ago, but the entire population of the country would be more committed to fight against Germany, as the majority of the population is comprised of people who were exploited during German rule, which would be repeated if Russia loses this war. So about 20 million Russians of fighting age would be willing to put an end to Germany and to free the world from ultranationalism. Looking at the map, Croatia, Serbia and Romania are in grave danger of being encircled, only if Italy and Hungary connect to each other in Slovenia, which I think would happen, with the Italians bombing Austria temporarily as to slow down the German reinforcements, so this encirclement would be secured. Serbia would become too unstable and order there would likely collapse, which would make it very easy for the Allies to consolidate Serbia and cut Croatia off from Romania, so both Axis countries would now be encircled. In the meantime, Spain wouldn't be doing too great either. Their economy and army would be solid, but they would be among the worst hit by the failure of Atlantropa, which would cause some issues. Spain has control over the Gibraltar Dam, so if they choose they can flood Atlantropa and cause millions of casualties on both sides. But this would hit mostly Italy and France, due to them dominating the Mediterranean the most. I think that Germany is likely going to give the green light, seeing how this could benefit Spain and their own war effort, while hurting the Allied positions in southern Europe. As such, in February of 1976, Atlantropa would get blown up, causing several millions of civilian casualties on both sides, and the water levels would start to rise to what they were before construction. By this point, Germany is actually getting really desperate, due to them being in a civil war only 6 years prior, and most of their country would be uninhabitable. So if they don't secure a quick victory, they wouldn't have a chance anymore, hence why something radical as blowing up Atlantropa could be done. Further, the German Reichskommissariats of the Netherlands, Belgium, Norway, Sweden, Switzerland and Bohemia are likely going to fully rebel, where the Baltic states will do the same, but with a greater intensity, linking up with Russia and consolidating most of the North Baltic. Spain is also on the run, as they would be pressured from France and Portugal in Europe, and by Italy in North Africa, so Spain is also theoretically encircled. Britain would try to quickly seize Ireland, which is more important than you may think, as if American soldiers arrive in Ireland, this could start terror bombing campaigns over Britain, so Gross-Britannia would use their navy to isolate Ireland and to land in the north, trying to take out the country. After a year of combat, the front lines in Europe would look like this, but let me show you the other fronts. Let me go over to North America, as I mentioned Free America several times, but would they be able to send over support to Europe? Well, America would be fighting the Pacific States of America, the Japanese colony on the US West Coast, and I think that American soldiers would outnumber the Japanese ones several times. Japan does control the Pacific Ocean, so they are likely going to send in many reinforcements, but still America has a larger population than Japan even in this alternate history, so due to proximity and manpower, Free America would have the advantage and would start pushing Japan back. How much so is a different question. I think that America would eventually win in this front, but it would take several years, let us say 3 for the sake of argument. Instead of hopping around the world and telling you how Free America is doing, I would have them to reach the Pacific coast as of right now for simplicity's sake, but note that this would take several years and both sides would suffer millions of casualties. This however wouldn't change much, America is stronger with this move, but the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans are strongly dominated by the Axis, so any American reinforcements into other fronts would be a really dumb idea. As such, Free America is kind of isolated from helping out the rest of their allies. Due to the polar route, some help would arrive in Russia, but this isn't going to change the tides of the European front, or even the Asian front. Realistically, what Free America can do is intervene in South America and help defeat Brazil, which could open up the way for American soldiers to land in Africa and help out there as well. Due to the insane naval advantage of the Axis, I would say that America is existing in a vacuum, not being able to help out the rest of their allies, who would become more isolated as a result of that. So how does Free America reach the South? Well, Central America is in the way. Either they cooperate or are invaded. Regardless, Free America would move in troops and rush to Brazil. The problem is that Central America is unlikely to cooperate, and they may be invaded unwillingly, which would boost the Axis cause for preserving the current world order, under which not many wars had started, and the Allies are going to be portrayed as imperialistic nations. Unfortunately, this may work. While Brazil is fighting on all sides, they may not perform so terribly and manage to hold their ground, due to the Brazilian industry and strong manufacturing, which would give them the edge over their enemies. I think that the Spanish-speaking countries would be more inefficient than you may think. Historically, Argentina invaded the Falklands in 1982, and as you know, they failed. Now Argentina is fighting Brazil in 1975, so the difference there is not that immense. Argentina at the same time was ruled basically by a military dictatorship, and now they are ultranationalist, so this Argentina is similar to the one we had in our own history, which makes me think that they are going to fail short of their goal to get Brazil out of the war and secure South America. This war I think would actually favor the Axis, who can supply and give lend-lease to the Brazilians, but the Allies on the other hand cannot do too much to support their side. Even if there is a land bridge from Free America to South America, there would be several choke points, so the Axis taking Panama would result in the entirety of South America to be encircled and isolated. Moving over to Asia, this is where the true horror, most devastation and casualties would ensue. Previously I had covered how Indonesia, Vietnam and the Philippines wouldn't be loyal to Japan, and this could be their best opportunity to rise and secure their actual independence. China I also haven't mentioned much, as they were broken into several smaller states by Japan, with the aim of consolidating their control there. The Chinese are going to become for the Japanese like the Russians were for the Germans during their civil war. As to not repeat myself here, the Japanese are going to heavily struggle to contain the growing Chinese population, and due to the lower urbanization and higher fertility rates, China would retain their identity and remember how Japan enslaved them. As such, I think this is a surprise to no one, but China would revolt against Japan. The Japanese would control almost the entirety of the industry, as China would be deindustrialized and their industry would be stolen and moved to Japan, so these Chinese revolutionaries are going to be very poorly armed, but be very much determined to fight. Due to the lack of navy on the Allied side, America cannot send China any equipment, while Russia doesn't have land connection to help China out. There would be fighting in Siberia, but it would be pointless for me to cover, as neither side would make any meaningful progress. Turkestan is also quite interesting, as they would not only claim the Caucasus and want to reach as far as the Indian Ocean, but China has a province called East Turkestan, which is going to be part of the irredentist claims of Turkestan, hence why I can see this province to start to get overrun, but similarly with Siberia, these lands are too sparsely populated, so any progress there would be too slow. Similar situation would be in Mongolia. The goals of Russia and Turkestan would be to take the Far East and reach the Chinese rebels, where they can aid them and free the people from Japanese rule. The Japanese faction on the other hand would be focused on defending the Far East while containing China, but most importantly making sure that no revolts are sparked up in Southeast Asia. Free India is fighting on all fronts, and their population is about 500 million people, who are very committed, much like the Chinese, to topple down the Japanese-led order in Asia. As such, for the Allies, one main goal would be to safeguard India, as if they fall soon, then their odds at victory would be greatly reduced. As such, Vostokoslavia and Turkestan may attempt to do something very risky, which is to invade Afghanistan and Iran. Turkestan had already claimed these lands, but now if this is done, they can almost reach India and establish a land bridge, which would save the Allied war effort. The invasion of the Middle East would go through with American approval, but I think that this would escalate. Iraq would also claim Turkish lands and Iranian territories, so they are going to join the Allies despite being ultranationalists themselves, while Saudi Arabia obviously joins the Axis with the goal of kicking out the Allies and uniting the Arabian Peninsula under themselves. The main question of this video would be, would Indonesia, Vietnam and the Philippines revolt, as this likely determines what outcome this world war would get. Previously I covered how Japan would portray America as the aggressors and brainwash the people that the Americans are going to colonize them again, and this propaganda may actually work, but it's difficult to say, hence why I would need to split the scenario into two parts, one where they rebel, which is this video, and another where they stay loyal with Japan, which would be a bonus episode I would make in the future. So here we have Southeast Asia mostly rebelling. Of course I would be oversimplifying this heavily, as there is no way to tell exactly where these revolts would start, nor how strong they would actually be, so I would go with these fictional borders. What I can see happening right away is that Siam would switch sides. I explained in the second episode of the series how Siam would be allowed to retain their industry and military, but would become practically a Japanese client state, something that they're going very much to dislike, and now they can reassert their independence. No matter if the rest of Southeast Asia rebels, I think that Siam is switching sides regardless. This move would for sure keep the Japanese navy very busy, as they would have to resupply pockets of resistance against the rebels, while also blockading Australia and New Zealand from sending in any reinforcements as to aid the rebels. Japan's navy is much more preoccupied, which could give the Allies an advantage on other fronts, such as the one in India and the Middle East. Saudi Arabia is the easiest to cover, as they are practically encircled, and with a weak industry, no naturally defendable lines, low population and no Japanese support, I think that they may crumble. While the Saudi Arabian oil would be an important resource for the Axis as to win the war, in 1975 the production of oil in Saudi Arabia was only starting to pick up, and in the 1980s it had already crashed. The 1979 oil crisis happened in our own history in the wake of the Iranian Revolution, and later Iraqi invasion of Iran. Although the oil production dropped only by 4%, it resulted in global oil price to almost double. Right now the year in this alternate history would be close to 1979, so history would repeat itself here and this oil shock would cause an energy crisis on the entire world. The United States of America had been one of the main producers of oil, which I can see happening here as well, so they're not going to be affected too much, but they cannot export it to their allies. Italy would have a bit of oil due to their Arabian holdings, but most of the oil wells there I think would be destroyed, putting Italy in a rather bad position. Russia and Turkestan are going to lack in oil, but America could supply some via the polar route. The Axis on the other hand aren't doing too hot either. Romania and Turkey are the only major oil producers in Europe, and I covered how Romania would become encircled and start to get pushed back, while Turkish oil in the Caucasus is close to the Turkestani border, so I think that the Baku oil fields are going to be blown up somehow. This leaves Iran on the side of the Axis as the only reliable oil producer, but they would be under heavy threat from Turkestan. So this is the situation as of right now. The Axis have the advantage of navy and likely aircraft and tanks, but all of these would require oil to operate efficiently. The Allies don't have such war equipment, but they hold most of the world oil. So what does this actually mean? Well, the Axis would have a stockpile of oil, but once this run out, they would lose their advantage of military equipment and the tides of the war would shift against them. As I said earlier in the video, Germany is on a ticking time bomb, and they need to secure a victory soon, or else their gains would be reversed. Going over to Africa, I want to cover the Great African Revolt that is going on and how it may develop. First up, Madagascar would be overrun by the rebels, and I can also see Spanish North Africa to see the same fate, either due to rebels or Italian advancements. Regardless, Spain is kicked out of Africa. This only leaves the fragile white German governors that were sort of fighting each other in the interwar period, and they would be the only defenders of the African continent for the Axis. Reinforcements would be sent there, but the Axis would prefer to guard other fronts and would slightly neglect Africa, which although it has abundant resources, they are not urgently needed, unlike oil. Now if you thought that China and Southeast Asia in general are going to be fighting a guerrilla war, in Africa it would be 1,000 times worse than Vietnam, where the German governors would lose soldiers that are not going to be replenished due to ambushes and attacks. I can see the African rebels to start gaining ground, and the more they liberate themselves, the more their cause would become. Even the opposite is true. The more they're contained by the Germans, still the more popular their cause of independence would become. It looks like the African rebels are set to take the continent, so I would have this eventually happen. Just know that due to the poor infrastructure and the big size of Africa, this is likely going to take about 5 years in total, and would be happening in parallel with the other fronts that I have discussed and will discuss after this point. This would be a very bloody front, but I think that the African resistance has a great advantage, in addition to receiving support from Italy and Portugal. Of course, Italy would also suffer nationalist rebellions in their Arab territories, which are going to be supported by Turkey and the rest of the Axis. So what happens there is a tough call, but likely the Italian army with allied support manages to contain these and could appease the revolutionaries. The entire continent would become a bloodbath, that's for sure. Going back to Europe, last time I checked the continent, the war was still at its infancy, but now it would escalate way more, so let us see how Europe would get changed. First up, I think that the Allies are likely going to clear up the Balkans, so Croatia and Romania would eventually fall, in addition to half of Slovakia. Turkey is going to get pushed back to Istanbul, with parts of the Caucasus being taken, but also due to Iraq being in the war, they can rally the Kurdish people to rebel. Turkey in this alternate history would have pursued policies of ethnic cleansing against everyone, so this could get the Kurdish people to rebel, and even the Arabs in Syria. At this point, Turkey may call for a jihad against the Allies, but Turkestan is likely going to do the same against the Axis, so the Islamic world would be very split. Spain may become overrun, as the war would start in 1975, which is precisely when Francisco Franco would die. Unlike our own history, the monarchy wouldn't be restored, but an ultranational successor of Franco that we have never heard of would take charge. In the midst of the chaos, as well as Spain losing their African colonies, I think that guerrilla war would start in the country, which would aid the Allies in taking over Spain and establishing a provisional government. Ireland, on the other hand, would be less lucky. The British blockade would be very effective in preventing the Irish from getting any outside help, and with the landings in Northern Ireland expanding, I think that Ireland would soon fall to Axis control. France may have secured their southern flank, but Germany is still a beast up north. Despite their civil war, they may push deeply into France, taking out Belgium and the Netherlands in the process, while Switzerland would retreat into the mountains and hold out there. Regarding Ostland, I think that Russia would overrun most of it, so looking at the map, Germany and Britain are fighting everyone else in Europe, where their manpower and industry is going to be lower compared to their enemies. At this point, I think that the Axis would start running into serious oil shortages, so their advantages would be cut short, but the Axis still has plenty of rockets that would be used during the war as to destroy Allied cities and industry, but also both sides have nuclear weapons, which were still not used during the war. Going over the entire Axis situation around the world, Brazil is barely holding on, but with more American support they could lose Uruguay and suffer destruction to their population centers, which would trigger plenty of rebellions there. Brazil still wouldn't surrender, but they're heavily disadvantaged in this war, and are slowly but surely being pushed back. Africa I already covered, with the continent eventually going to become an Allied stronghold, while the story would be similar with the Middle East. Turkey would lose their non-Turkish majority areas rather soon, and I think at this point Istanbul may fall, so the rest of Anatolia is very vulnerable. It would not collapse immediately, but I think that Turkey is so far very crippled, so they're going to be much like Brazil, slowly but surely being pushed back until they surrender. The rest of Asia is a whole different story. India is likely going to reclaim the south, which I can see plenty of resistance from the locals, due to the cultural differences and Axis propaganda, but I think that Afghanistan and Iraq are going to be mostly dealt with, and Pakistan is by far not a strong country in the 1980s, even in this alternate history. In fact, with a lot of Japanese exploitation, Pakistan may become weaker than historically. Turkestan would push into China, while Tibet would switch sides, so Russia would connect with India and encircle Pakistan. The Pakistani nation is in the same boat as Brazil and Turkey, not being defeated right away, but their fate is pretty much sealed. Siam would help greatly in defeating Azad Hind, which means that India would recover and conquer most of the subcontinent. Down in Southeast Asia, the anti-Japanese rebels are going to consolidate control there, and as Japan also runs out of oil, the Australians and New Zealanders would help consolidate Indonesia and the Philippines, while Vietnam would help out China in the 1980s, quite literally the opposite of what happened from our own history. You could say that in this alternate world, Japan would fear the domino effect, where if one of their subject rebels, then the rest would follow, starting a domino effect that would end their empire, which has been the case for this episode. China would mostly liberate the region, but Japan would still control the coastal areas, and also much of northern China. Let me zoom out to the entire world so you can see what this actually looks like. Let us say the year is 1981, so 6 years after total war. Germany at this point would be getting very desperate. Their victory is not so far away, as they could secure Europe, starting a domino effect in their favor, but it's also far from secured. The problem is that in a prolonged war, the Germans are heavily disadvantaged, so their war at victory would slowly but surely keep going down with each passing day. Germany needs to do something daring or risk eventually losing their hegemony over the world. Do you start to see how the use of nuclear weapons may unleash hell on the entire Earth? Just so you know, in 1980, in our own history, is when the world was at their peak in terms of number of nuclear warheads, so this is possibly the worst time for any nukes to be used. I would say that Free America has about 5,000 nuclear weapons, Germany has about 30,000, Italy has close to 100, Britain would have 500, and Japan would have 5,000. Russia is unlikely going to have any, or if they do, they wouldn't make a difference or get mentioned. The Axis would have the advantage when it comes to the nukes, but the Allies would control a larger share of the Earth, so the destruction this mutual exchange of nukes would cause would be even for both sides. So does this war escalate into nuclear conflict? Well, Germany knows that they're going to lose the war if it all goes the same way as before. At this point, Germany is in the same position as they were in 1944 to 1945 in our own history, but they are going to be even more desperate and have about 30,000 nukes on their disposal. Here is a historical parallel I can make. Do you think that the Austrian painter would have used nuclear weapons in 1944 if he had any? I think that overwhelmingly he would, trying to reverse the trend of the war, so I can see Germany to do the same in this alternate Third World War. So what are the main targets? Well, Germany has so many nuclear weapons and a giant reach that they could nuke every city within the Allied borders that has over 100,000 inhabitants. And if all of these impact successfully, it would kill 50% of the Allied population just like that. Germany is going to target such population centers, but also military facilities, ports and airports. Even tactical nukes would be used in Eastern Europe as to slow down the Russians. America's response would be kind of the same, targeting the largest population centers in Germany and Britain, while ignoring Japan, which in the eyes of America would get inevitably defeated by the rebels and Russians, while Germany is so far the biggest threat. The thing is that America has to respond with nukes of their own, whether they like it or not. This would open Pandora's box. Now I know that the Germans would be aware of mutual assured destruction, but they are already losing the war regardless. So with this move and their nuclear advantage, they may be willing to roll the dice and perhaps the outcome is one where they succeed. On the 1st of October 1981, nuclear weapons would start flying on both sides. Some may be intercepted, but most wouldn't be and impact their targets as a result of that. The war would effectively stop after this point. This is because law and order would collapse on both sides, so soldiers cannot communicate and coordinate effectively, so this would put an end to any major military battles. Of course, there would be many poorly coordinated skirmishes, but these are unlikely to result in much. While there is not going to be an official peace treaty, the amount of destruction likely leads to the war stopping and for the borders to freeze. I cannot predict how these borders would look like, as likely in some regions there is no longer countries, but rather rogue armies. Most of the world would become warlord states. As the radiation would set in, it makes most of the world unlivable, as there is so many places where food cannot be grown, as the radiation and climate would reduce the green areas at least by half. If you remember a detail I gave you sooner, I said that nuclear exchange happens on the 1st of October, so the northern hemisphere, where the majority of the people would live, is entering the season of winter. I think that nuclear winter would ensue as a result of that, dropping the temperature drastically worldwide. If you're wondering how bad this would actually be, with the amount of nuclear weapons being exchanged, in Europe it would get so bad that the Dnieper river would get to freeze, so anything north of that would become quite difficult to grow food, not to speak of the radiation. Due to this, the climate of North Africa may become similar to that of Germany today, so agriculture may begin to thrive there, and the Sahara Desert may slowly start to turn green and become more inhabitable. Looking at the world map, this is where I can say that food can be safely grown, and as you can see, Europe is mostly unlivable, with South America being affected but not as poorly, while North America has some no-go zones, but there is still plenty of land for people to thrive in. Asia is a different story. The bulk of the nuclear weapons and destruction would be caused there, so India would become quite unlivable, and this is the most populated country on Earth, with China suffering a similar fate. As for the death toll before the nuclear escalation, it would be 20 million military casualties in Europe with 50 million civilian ones. Much of it was caused by the destruction of Atlantropa. This death toll just in Europe is close to what the entire world suffered during the Second World War in our own history, but it doesn't stop there. Then in North America there would be 4 million military casualties and 5 million civilian ones. In South America it is more or less similar, while Africa would see 15 million military casualties and 40 million civilians. Asia would be the biggest loser, with them losing 50 million military casualties, while close to 200 million civilians would perish, leading us to a total death toll before the nuclear war at 393 million casualties. With the nukes landing and killing millions of people, the death toll may rise to 1 billion people. In the year of 1980, the population of the Earth was about 4.4 billion people, so close to 25% of the entire population would perish in the Third World War. This leaves us close with 3 billion people to live in the green areas, which would result in more conflicts and overpopulation. The Europeans would have to abandon most of the continent and move to North Africa, hence why I'm not showing any countries' borders. Out of these survivors, due to most of the world not being inhabitable, we can see mass famine and death, so the majority of the casualties I think would ensue after the Third World War, due to the nuclear winter. So who won the war? Well, as you can see, there would be no clear winner, so predicting what happens next would be close to impossible. The survivors would struggle and I can see an identity of anti-war to develop, but there is another problem. Using the borders of Europe as to before the war, most countries there were ultranationalist, so this ideology is likely never eradicated from the face of earth. I think it may become similar to communism in our own history, where despite the fall of the Soviet Union, many in Eastern Europe still remember it fondly. This means that even if Germany ceases to be ultranationalist, there will still be people who would want to return this ideology, which would extend to the entirety of Western Europe. Eventually, Eastern Europe becomes more democratic-oriented, while the West is more nationalist, which is the opposite of what we have today, and I think this is quite interesting. Let me go over to Peter and Nadia for our own story, as to remind you they are brother and sister, but would end up separated for 3 decades, where the two wouldn't recognize each other. Peter would shoot Nadia's husband, which is Werner, at point blank. This makes Nadia deeply depressed while in Polish jail. Since she doesn't recognize her brother, in her mind she would think that she lost him in 1939 during the Second World War. She lost her child in 1965 due to the Himmlerites forcefully taking him as a soldier during the German Civil War, from which she never heard, assuming he was also dead. She also lost her husband, who was shot right in front of her by her brother, but most importantly she lost herself. In the previous episode, Peter spoke in Polish in front of her. This is when she broke down in tears and realized that she doesn't remember the Polish language anymore and was properly Germanized, without her even realizing. Now she is sitting in a Polish jail contemplating life. She wouldn't be welcomed back in Germany due to her Polish origins and being non-Aryan, while she is also not welcome in Poland either due to her being Germanized, had a German husband and a German child, as well as not speaking the Polish language. Nadia is practically not welcomed anywhere, and as she is pushing into her early 50s, she would realize that she has lost everything. Her brother, her husband, her child, her country, her heritage, her entire existence. Everything. The name Nadia in most Slavic languages comes from the word Nadezhda, which means hope. The hope that everything would be better. The hope of the bright future. Oh, the hope. Nadia would lose hope. She wouldn't live up to her name. She is broken and lost everything that she once knew and loved. Being in her early 50s, there would be no hope left, nothing to live for. Nadia would decide to take her life because the lack of hope for a better future, as the world is destroyed beyond repair within several generations. There is no hope for billions of people. The story of Werner, Nadia and Peter wouldn't be a single incident in this alternate world, but it would be repeated hundreds of thousands times throughout Eastern Europe. Just the names and the faces would change, but the story would end all in the same way, a lack of hope. Rest in peace, Nadia. The world is truly unrecognizable now. All hope for a better future would be lost. In this alternate universe, the Axis had won the Second World War, but in the series they lost the Third World War, which ended with nuclear annihilation. Just so you know, I'm considering writing a fictional novel based on this exact universe, and here is the concept art of what it would actually look like, so let me know if this book would interest you, similarly to how I wrote a book similar to Kaisertum. Now regarding this video, what if the Axis actually managed to retain their global hegemony? This is a bonus episode on the Victory of Evil timeline. Enjoy! So how can we make the Axis situation better? Well, I think that preventing the German Civil War and the construction of Atlantropa would be the best shot that the Axis has at retaining their global empire. Regarding Atlantropa, it is the easiest to cover, since the construction of which was very unrealistic. I think that Germany isn't stupid enough to make this mega project, so countless lives wouldn't be lost, but also billions of Reichsmarks would be saved, bolstering the German budget. Regarding how we can prevent the German Civil War, it would be more difficult, let me explain. The main reason why I had it happen in the series is because of the German economic stagnation, which happened due to the constant militarization due to the ultranationalist ideology, as well as General Plan Ost being more trouble than it's worth. With the death of the Führer and Hermann Göring, all of the prominent ultranationalist politicians would have drastically different ideas as to how to deal with the crisis. Preventing this civil war wouldn't be easy, but it's not impossible. Germany would have to adapt and dial down on their militarization efforts, although not by much, just to keep the economy growing. With more funding and factories switching to civilian production, this could actually help Germany in the long run and prevent tons of issues down the line. With the growing German economy, General Plan Ost would become profitable a lot sooner, which creates a self-reinforcing loop like shown on the screen, something that Germany couldn't achieve in the series until this bonus episode. Regardless, Germany still lightly subjugates Italy, which was also a canon event in the series, but I can see Germany to be lightly more aggressive down there. It is not like they would annex any land right away, as this would trigger a wave of anti-German demonstrations in Italy, possibly leading to war. For now, Germany will just exploit the Italian industry and their sphere of influence, so Germany is as of right now the undisputed masters of Europe, and by extension the entire world. Another change I would like to make is in Russia. In the series, the Uralic Republic united and received the bulk of the Slavic deportations from Eastern Europe, leading to them to unite all of Russia with a brutal 20-year-long civil war, defeating the Soviet of Omsk, which was the remnants of the Soviet Union. For this bonus episode, I think it would be more beneficial to have the Soviet of Omsk to expand and eventually forcefully unite all of Russia, which would be opposed by the majority of their conquered people. This would help Germany in winning a possible Third World War down the line. Let me explain why. First up, the Germans are going to brainwash the Slavs in Eastern Europe to oppose communism, which goes in hand with the ultranationalist ideology, but also the Soviet Union is less likely to cooperate with Free America and the remnants of the Allies, unlike in the series. Furthermore, I would have the Soviet Union to strike Turkestan, where they would gain the Russian majority areas, but this would more than guarantee that Turkestan would later side with Germany as to retake these territories. This would be a big mistake for the Soviet Union, as Russia in the series had decided to do the smart choice of working with Turkestan. Another advantage we can give Germany is in North America. There, Free America had kept Wyoming, which is from where they got their uranium as to produce nuclear weapons. Having Japan take slightly more would be very beneficial, but then we would need to alter the first episode regarding the Second World War, so I would keep it simple. Japan just does slightly better and expands the Pacific states. Finally, I would have Germany to take Texas for themselves. The Germans had always claimed Texas, stemming back from the German Empire before the Great War, but them getting Texas here results in Free America to be encircled and not have any access to the sea, barring the Hudson Bay area, which is too cold for a massive shipping to be constructed. This would give Germany and Japan an immense advantage if they would reduce the size of Free America, which later down the line allows them not to have nuclear weapons and any navy, so this greatly boosts the odds of the Axis winning the Third World War. Now regarding the war, in the series it started after the German Civil War, with conflicts in the Balkans, initiated by Italy. As the Italians are now basically subjects of Germany, this is not going to happen, so this war would start in an alternate way. Perhaps it starts with the Soviet Union invading Germany, which would have happened. Turkestan would undoubtedly declare war on the Soviet Union, wishing to punish them and take back their former land. This war would start to expand greatly, as Japan wanted more of Siberia, and now they, together with their entire faction, would declare war on the Soviet Union, so the world as of now looks more or less like this. Other countries may choose to join the Soviet cause, as this would be their last chance at trying to topple the ultranationalist hegemony over the world, so for them it would be now or never. Free America, India, Australia and New Zealand would join this war on the side of the Soviets. Most notably, France and Portugal would remain neutral, as they would surely oppose the German dominance over the world, but if they side with the Allies, they are practically surrounded on all sides and would get defeated quite soon, so they're going to sit this war out, knowing very well that Germany would eventually try to erase their existence. Much like the Third World War of the series, the Axis would have a complete naval dominance over their enemies, so they can resupply all fronts, trade and blockade their enemies. Africa is going to be much more contained by the Axis as a result of that. There would be minor pro-independence movements, but these are likely brutally crushed. By this point, the Germans would have eradicated any sort of a national identity that is not German, and most of the people on the continent would be born under ultranationalism and their propaganda, so the continent would become compliant and their history would be erased. A submergation would be in Southeast Asia, where the Japanese would erase most of the national identity of their subjects, with loyal ultranationalists being installed as to govern these countries. There would be minor rebellions, but they are likely to get crushed as of now. The majority of the population that lives there, much like Africa, was brainwashed successfully to believe the ultranationalist propaganda and their lies. China, on the other hand, I think would still rebel. Japan may be more successful in their Japanization efforts, but China was simply too big and too populous, so these efforts aren't going to be as successful. The thing is that these Chinese rebellions, even in the series, were quite weak. Japan stole off the Chinese industry, so the Chinese are going to be well armed. They would be using sticks and stones to fight against the Japanese airplanes and tanks. This front would become a bloodbath for the Chinese nationals, who would struggle to find any victories and would be constantly pushed back. Zooming out, this is how the entire world would look like as of right now. What I can see happening is for more countries to join the war on the side of the Axis. Not because they want to grow territorially, but because they can see that Germany and Japan are going to be the undisputed masters of the world, so they want to be on good terms with them. These countries would be the Middle East, Iran and Afghanistan, in addition to Turkey and the Balkans. Even Spain may join this war on the side of Germany, as to use German help to safeguard the Spanish colonies in Africa. What you can see happening is now that there is a land bridge from Germany to Japan, which was never secured in the original ending, but here it means that the Axis can support and supply each other and advance more effectively on all fronts. The Axis are not only connected via land, but also they have complete naval superiority, so the Allied side is quite literally on every disadvantage. Remember that Germany didn't have a civil war in this ending, so they are a beast to be reckoned with, being the strongest country in the world by far. Free India is now in a very tough position. They are blockaded and isolated from their allies, while fighting on all fronts. Azad Hind was very vocal about uniting all of India, and with more Japanese support they would actually start advancing into India. In the beginning it would be really slow, but with the German and Japanese bombings of Indian industry, Free India eventually starts lacking equipment and resorts to stick and stones, much like the Chinese. This front is also a bloodbath, but Free India is no match for the professional army of the Axis. The Soviet Union on the other hand is in a very similar position. Almost no industry and fighting on literally all fronts. The Soviets are the ones that had fought a brutal civil war in this ending, where they were fighting other warlords for over 20 years, with the nation barely united and more unstable. The Soviets here are as weak as Germany was in the original ending of the series, so this is not a good sign for them. Germany doesn't suffer from the same problems as in our own history, and with the Soviets lacking in anti-air, they are bombarded into oblivion. The Axis has total dominance, but it doesn't stop there. Australia and New Zealand are strong and large, but they are also blockaded and terror bombed, looking similar to Britain in 1940 of our own history, having to sit idle and watch their allies be destroyed, not able to do much, knowing very well that they would be next. Free America is screwed. Germany has retained their North American holdings due to the lack of a German civil war, while Japan can resupply and support the Pacific states. This front also becomes a bloodbath, which term you are likely rolling your eyes around as you're hearing so often, but this is true. Free America is losing ground and overall the Axis are winning on all fronts. Let me go back to Europe and especially Eastern Europe. It would be foolish to assume that there wouldn't be any local uprisings, as I think they're guaranteed to happen, but I want to cover them right now. Germany has built up infrastructure into Eastern Europe, and they can easily reach them, so supply is no longer a problem. Furthermore, these revolutionaries are going to be very weak and likely poorly armed, again similar to China and India. There seems to be a trend that the Axis would be just fighting inferior enemies, due to the Axis dominating the entire world and having better and larger industry, while the ruling ideology is effective in mobilizing people and making them die for their home country. I am not neglecting Eastern Europe, as this is likely a brutal front that sees up to 1 million German casualties, but these pockets of resistance are just that, pockets. They are likely very poorly organized and don't coordinate with each other, while being isolated and not being able to put up a good fight. What Germany would do is isolate them and destroy each pocket one by one. With each pocket that Germany destroys, they can spare a larger force, as to deal with other pockets of resistance, making the defeat of the Slavic Revolution one that is inevitable, but it would undoubtedly take years to materialize. Now, as tensions would rise in South America, I think that Brazil would join the Axis. The main goal for Brazil is actually protection, where the Spanish-speaking realm would not dare to invade Brazil, which is protected by Germany in this case, and it would make the Spanish-speaking countries join the losing side if they were to invade Brazil. The Brazilians are unlikely to contribute with this much to the war effort. They are likely going to help out against Free America and quell African revolts, but they would still be welcomed by the Axis. Since China and India are fighting a guerrilla war, Japan doesn't need to send their full army there. A guerrilla war is defeated by starving and slowly defeating the fighters, not sending in the entirety of your armed forces. This means that Japan has spare soldiers, and with the addition of their strong navy, would be looking to land in Australia and New Zealand. By this point, both of these countries were not as strong, and their population is minuscule compared to the Japanese sphere. For example, Sri Lanka would actually have a greater population than Australia, while Singapore has a larger population than New Zealand. This is not to speak of Indochina, the Philippines, Vietnam and so on that are in the Japanese sphere and would aid Japan. What I'm trying to say is that taking out Australia and New Zealand is going to be rather easy for the Japanese faction. Of course, Australia is the size of a continent, but I can see them losing their major cities, with their resistance moving inland, but they are also going to be slowly defeated. Japan now has total control over the Pacific Ocean. Free India is now on the run, as Pakistan would be advancing together with Azad Hind, and more Japanese troops would be spared to fight there. An important city after another would fall to the hand of the enemy, so I don't see how Free India would recover. By this point they are barely holding on, and I would have them capitulate right here and right now, as it is pointless to continue to cover them how they're constantly defeated. China is in a similar position but not identical. The Chinese would have a better terrain to hide in addition to more manpower, so they're going to put up a more serious fight, taking out plenty of Japanese soldiers with them, but this wouldn't be enough. China is being pushed back into the mountains, where growing food is more difficult, so Japan would seize their advances and wait for the Chinese to starve and become more desperate. Free America was doing fine in the beginning, as they were losing a bit of ground, but now with the German and Japanese soldiers being freed up from other fronts, the Americans would start to struggle. The population of Free America would be about 20 million people, and they would get outnumbered in terms of population by the German and Japanese America individually. What this means is that Free America has no chance. The Soviet Union would fail to motivate more Slavs in Eastern Europe to rebel and fight for them due to their ideological differences, and with Turkestan not being allied to the Russians, this would be a slow and guaranteed defeat for the Soviet Union. I think that you get the point, so there's no need for me to stretch it out further. The Allies are losing heart one way or the other, so they would surrender, leaving us with yet another total Axis victory. In the peace treaty, America is partitioned between Germany and Japan along the lines that they had historically claimed during the Second World War. There is going to be a brutal occupation, likely resulting in more casualties than the entirety of the front during the Third World War, but the Germans and Japanese manpower can handle this. Free America is no more, and the people are enslaved, with the Axis puppets expanding. In South America nothing major changes, but Brazil is more allied with Germany, so the rest of South America is going to become more fearful of striking Brazil, while making the Brazilians more cocky and aggressive. This could lead to another South American war, this time initiated by Brazil, which would like to reach the Pacific Ocean and contain the Spanish-speaking countries. This could have happened during the war, but I would have it happen right now. Germany and Japan would benefit from Brazil having a coastline on both oceans, as then trade and shipping wouldn't need to pass through hostile nations. I can really see Brazil to be supported in this war by the rest of the Axis, which means that Spanish-speaking South America simply stands no chance. In their respective peace treaty, Brazil would get all of their claimed territories, while Germany expands their Caribbean colony into Colombia and Venezuela, but also likely Central America as well. German Caribbean is now very well positioned and the Panama Canal is quite defendable. Chile I can see becoming a Japanese protectorate, while Argentina becomes one of Germany, in addition the Germans seizing the Falkland Islands and South Georgia Island. Peru, or whatever is left of it, could become split between the German and Japanese spheres, and while it would be a single country, there would be proxy wars inside of it, likely leading to a civil war. Moving to Africa, not much will change there. Germany would eliminate all of the resistance during the Third World War, so Africa is now in the firm hands of Germany, with them breaking away likely never happening. The people there would unfortunately be brainwashed by the ultranationalist ideology, and their identity would have been erased. The continent is going to remain a slave machine for Germany, likely for eternity. Japan would reassert control over China, and with the brutal casualties suffered on the Chinese side during the revolution, due to their inferior weapons, more lives would be lost, so the Japanese Führer in return would find it much more manageable to keep China in check. There is likely a one-child policy initiated in China that Japan would enforce harshly, with the goal of further reducing the Chinese population. To me it looks likely that Japan would also keep hold of all of their overseas colonies and territories, due to the ultranationalist propaganda forcing their conquered people to comply. At this point, almost all of their conquered lands in the 1940s would be comprised of people born during Japanese rule, which means that Japan is here to stay. with the national identity of the local people being slowly erased. China is practically going to disappear within a century. As for India, they are given to Azad Hind, but Pakistan would gain some bordering territories that are majority Muslim, or have a strong Muslim minority. Azad Hind is going to struggle initially to consolidate their gains, due to the lands of Free India being greater and more populated, compared to Azad Hind themselves. What this means is that India would require more Japanese help as to keep the conquered people away from rebelling, so India would become more in debt to Japan and likely become a junior partner, much like Italy being one of Germany. Azad Hind has united India, but has lost their sovereignty, and it would only keep getting worse for them. The final front to cover is Central Asia, where the Soviet Union would be defeated. Turkestan restores their previously lost territories, but also takes some more, like the city of Omsk, the heartland of the Soviet Union. Germany and Japan would partition the rest of the country according to how historically they wanted to do after the Second World War, so Moscovian would expand greatly, while Japan creates another puppet government. Zooming out, this is the entire world after the Axis win this alternate Third World War, and Germany and Japan have secured total control over their subjects, effectively assimilating and enslaving all of them. In Europe, France, Spain, Portugal and the Balkans still exist as independent countries, but slowly and surely their independence would be withered down just to German client states, which I see as really likely. In the end, if I were to draw the spheres of influence, it likely looks like this. While the Japanese sphere is slightly smaller, they do have China and India on their side, so Japan would control the majority of the population on Earth, while Germany has the advantage of territory, the army, space research and technology in general. In terms of industry, both are likely equal. What I can see happening here is a cold war to develop between Germany and Japan. The Germans are likely to want to preserve the Middle East and prevent oil from going to Japan, while the Japanese would lack oil themselves due to Germany controlling almost all of the oil-producing regions on Earth. For example, let us look at the German Caribbean, Texas, the Caucasus and so on. Japan doesn't have this vital resource that is required to win wars. As such, the Middle East is likely going to become a huge battleground between the two superpowers in a proxy war. Due to their extremist ideology, I'm sure that eventually both would want to dominate the entire Earth and take it upon themselves as their duty to civilize the world and spread their superior culture and genes. What I'm trying to say is that a Fourth World War, this time being nuclear and with higher stakes, is more possible to happen. The previous video ended with nuclear annihilation, but I think that this is the most likely outcome considering the two ultranationalist countries are fighting. Now, as I don't want this scenario to turn into nuclear war, I want to cover Japan and Germany separately and to tell you what their situation would look like. The Germans would be doing great. They have eliminated the Russians as a threat and even the Slavs in Eastern Europe, most of which were displaced or killed during the war. Germany has also increased their control over the rest of Europe, and while total annexation is unlikely right away, in 50 years the continent may become just one country, Germany. The Germans have no enemies nearby, have abundant resources and billions of compliant conquered people. Japan is similar in terms of compliant subjects, so if there is a war, it would be war to end all wars and for a single country to unite the whole Earth. Now I want to touch on the story of Werner and Nadia. This time Peter and the Polish underground resistance would be destroyed by Germany, so Peter would never shoot Werner, while the German Civil War never happens, so Heinrich Himmler would never take Werner and Nadia's child as to fight for his side. Their family is still intact. Nadia never realizes she has been Germanized and brainwashed, so she has been successfully converted. The Polish language and culture are officially destroyed, which extends to Eastern Europe, and later the entirety of the continent. Werner and Nadia would generally live a happy life, but their freedom is non-existent, with the German government becoming more and more totalitarian. Eventually, Nadia would be executed by the German government, under the suspicion of not being fully committed to the German way of life, despite her being Germanized for over 30 years already. Germany can start to afford killing non-Germans, as they no longer need to pretend like they like these people or want to assimilate them. Germany is already at the top of the world, so Nadia would have been killed again, just because she was Polish over 30 years ago. Werner would be devastated, but he would understand this. There is no funeral for Nadia. There is no respect being paid for her. She isn't buried. Werner knows that this is better for the Reich. As a result of that, Werner would look at the person who killed Nadia and say, "Thank you for keeping me safe. Long live the German Reich." Everyone has been brainwashed by the ultranationalist propaganda, and this world may be more unlivable than the canon ending.